Stop this, get right. Stop this, get right. Dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Yeah. I've been in the darkness for 40 days. I've been searching for holy flames, a sign to light up the way. So can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been more certain of truth before. Called a righteous man before. Yeah, I've been closer to Jesus before. So can you help me out? Oh, can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been scared to look in my soul. I've been afraid I would follow the road. Yeah, afraid of the things I've been told. So can you help me out? Oh, yeah. Can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or are you speaking now? Are you speaking now? Oh, I think I can feel you say, dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Yeah. Oh, come on, come on. Be wild in the mystery. Yeah. Oh, you gotta let go, let go, let go. And be wild, be wild. friends in class, never got picked last. Still I feel like an outcast. I traveled down south, but callers freaked me out. I learned a thing or two before I came unglued. Now my graphic days are gone too. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. Please tread the line with me. I listen to the reborn, but sympathize with the scorn. I don't know which is worse, but from the back of the hearse, they both seem to put life first. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. Please tread the line with me. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. I stand behind a tidal wave of men in mind to tread the line like me. I saw your life and you saw mine. Yours wasn't pretty, mine wasn't fine. But when our ways and lived our lives over the hill, I passed you by. The black crow swoops on the side of the road. The cat crosses fast, then it turns back home. I can't forget your shining eyes. The world shaking in my head tonight. Don't kill me now. dying tree fantasy. Come talk to me, how did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day, I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ, you're not Jesus Christ, you're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted, we never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me, stop pretending that you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is real love. Your ticket price is too damn high. I don't play with guns, 'cause bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. Bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. I'm just gonna say it, say it. This isn't what we wanted, we never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me, stop pretending that you wanted to. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you, but you can't keep my name furthest from your mouth. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you. I can imagine what a weight you bear, but me, I'll be just fine. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never knew what love was, you lived your life with mouths of bitterness. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. I used to think that you were right in this, but maybe you were wrong. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted, we never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. Oh, you never really knew me, stop pretending that you wanted to.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Blast Rising. Welcome back as we're ready to take on yet another group here at the group stage. We're about to begin with Group F. Of course, I'm your caster, CEST, and joining me is my dear friend and co-caster, Surfer. Surf, hello, my friend.
Hello, Ted. How are we doing today?
Oh, really good, mate. Really good. Especially when you wake up, you see what kind of a game you have ahead of yourself. It's just impossible not to be hyped as hell. And speaking of that, what's the game that we're going to be watching?
Well, I mean, it's Gorillaz taking on Nordavind, and I know you were already watching a bit of Gorillaz today in another event. You were already covering them. I covered them a few days ago. Very exciting prospect, this roster, but they've a tough task ahead of them today because Nordavind, they are very evenly matched with them. Let's say, they're knocking around the top 30, top 40 HLTV rankings in the last few months, and well, they could pose a little bit of a threat for even the most experienced of players on this Gorillaz side.
Yeah, absolutely. Nordavind, they're one of these tier 2, tier 3 teams that we've been waiting for a while now for them to try and break through maybe the tier 1 or the highest levels of the tier 2. They've been going through a lot of roster changes, a lot of limbos recently, which has been the case in the past month. There has been a lot of changes in a lot of these tier 3 teams. So Nordavind, they're no exception of this one. They've changed a lot of players. Now their current lineup is looking quite stacked. But on the other side, we have another team that has been going through changes, and not exactly through changes. We have an entirely new roster, an entirely new lineup, full of potential, full of known names, and full of major winners as well.
Yeah, I mean, we can't not talk about that Flusher, of course, in the lineup.
Yeah.
He's a big player. He's a big character to have in any lineup, and any team would be delighted to have him. Most recently, you're talking about the roster changes. Nato Safix, after his time with Lingby Vikings came to an end, well, then he went and now he's joined this roster. Was kind of unsure of where he was going to go after that, but I had the privilege of watching them in two games, two BO3s the other day this week, I believe, earlier on Monday or Tuesday, and well, I was nothing but impressed by what I seen. Nato Safix, he fits in well into this lineup, and I think maybe given not maybe the next month or two, but if you give it maybe 3-4 months, you'd be very interested to see where exactly this lineup is going to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually had the chance to cast a game of Gorillaz just recently, just before that, and I would say that the way that they managed to cooperate with Sergey and switch the AWP, I find really interesting, and I find that I think it makes it really tough for the opposition to adapt to it because you never know who's gonna have the AWP. You never know if it's gonna be Sergey or NATO because they're not. It's not like Sergey is playing it on one map, NATO is playing it on the other. They don't have fixed maps, fixed positions. They're just, yeah, I'm feeling the AWP now, bring it in. I'm going to be playing it in this round. This round we're going to have double up. This round is going to be that one. So it does make it really tough for your opponents to adapt to your play style. And I find the fact that both of them aren't really typical opers. They aren't straight in opers, but they're still really good with the gun. So they're fine with playing the AK as well. That makes it really useful because one day, let's say NATO Safix is filling the AWP, Sergey isn't. He's going to be playing it. The other day is the opposite way around. After that, both of them are going to be feeling it. They're going to be switching it over, playing the double up setup. That does make it really tough for your opponents. And, well, we're about to see if Nordavind are going to be able to deny that. And the main man to do that, it has to be Mertz, right?
I mean, it has to be. This Nordavind side. I haven't actually watched them in, I'd say, around 2-3 weeks or so. Was the last time I covered a game with them. As we just see, the vetoes have come in now below. So a Dust 2 pick, a Mirage pick, and then an Inferno decider. So not really too surprised with the maps there, Ted. I had a look at it last night, and well, Nordavind, one of their best maps is Vertigo. It is a permaban for Gorillaz. They never play it. It's then really either Nuke or Train that Nordavind do get rid of. So we see the ban of Nuke there. I believe, Gorillaz, they've only played that once, but it was against Lingby Vikings and they did win it. So maybe just deciding to get that one out of the equation straight away. Dust 2, we've already seen today, Gorillaz took down SJ game, and
Yeah.
on it, it was 1916. It was in an overtime. It was a very, very close game. So it should be difficult for Nordavind maybe to get a result out of that one. But the Vetoes, I mean, they're looking fairly even to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you have a team like Gorillaz who are relatively a new roster, it's impossible for them to have a deep veto, right? So you know that with them, things are gonna go as planned. Like you're gonna win your map choice most of the time. They're gonna win their map choice because they have some maps that they've prepared really well. But in the meantime, they have like maps that they haven't really played at all. And I think that Mirage might be one of these. Now, the thing is that when you look at those players, when you look at players like Flusha, like Sunny, Sergey, Esperanto, all of them have been in teams that played Mirage before. So all of them have played Mirage a lot in their previous rosters, which might give them a slight chance. And the thing is, it's really tough to anti-strat and think about what are Gorillaz gonna want to play because they haven't really played any games, right? They still haven't showed people what they're capable of. They haven't showed what maps they feel alright on, what maps they don't, what's their their maps that are these called pocket picks that they're not gonna go to pick, but they're gonna be happy if their opponents choose them, and they might do damage, they might upset. People don't know these things about Gorillaz, and that's the dangerous aspect. But when you look on the other side, you might know these things about Nordavind as well because they're going through constant roster changes. So vetoes in these games are always really interesting because you don't really know what to expect from both sides.
Yeah, I think you're completely right there. It's always going to be difficult to pick, especially, you said it, Gorillaz, they're a new lineup. It's very hard to predict how good and what are your opponent's best maps if you've only seen them play a handful of times. And that's especially with the Gorilla side. We haven't really seen them play so many games in official settings as much. Of course, yeah, they've played qualifiers as a 5, but it's very difficult to tell. Like qualifiers are completely different to these official games that are being covered on HLTV. It's a completely different setting, and teams always play a little different. As I'm looking at these though, Ted. I'm looking at the vetoes, and I really think that it does favor Gorillaz a little bit. But Nordavind, I think they will be happy with it. Inferno being the decider. I mean, we're always happy to see an Inferno. Me and you, we think it's the fairest map. It's kind of, the map that everybody can play or that everybody doesn't mind playing. Very rarely will you see a team, straight off the bat, like their permaban is going to be Inferno. You just never really see it. A lot of teams do like to play it. A lot of teams are very decent on the map. But I'm just looking at Dust 2 and Mirage, and Mirage could be a tough one for Nordavind. I think that possibly we could be looking at a 2-0 here.
We might be. As you said, Gorillaz, they haven't played a whole lot of times, but they've played Mirage 3 times. They won 2 of them. But, the thing is, they haven't been playing against really, really decent sides, I want to say. Of course, speaking about the players that are in this roster, because they are decent tier 2, tier 3 sides, but when you see people like Flusha, my man has won 3 majors, he's been the MVP in one. You see people like Sergey, of course. You expect that, like Sunny, you expect them to be performing really well against even the best teams. But still, they have played against sides that are nearly on the level of Nordavind and that are really close to that. And they've won 2 out of 3 games. So that gives us a pretty clear idea on what the level of Gorillaz is. And I feel like you might be right. I feel like they might do damage, but nonetheless, their Dust 2 was a bit shaky against SJ, so we're going to see how that one goes. And you said it, Inferno is the best decider that we can hope for. We've seen one of the most brilliant matches in CSGO history, this Boston Major final between Cloud9 and FaZe Clan that I'm going to speak about until the day I pass out, was on Inferno. It was an absolute banger. And that's the reason I think deciders on Inferno are that crazy and that interesting. You said it. There's no teams that don't like playing Inferno. Like, there might be teams that prioritize other maps, but you can't think of a team that's like, yeah, I can play anything else. I just don't want Inferno. Everyone has a basic understanding on how to play it. Everyone can be dangerous on it. And a lot of the teams have put the hours in on this map.
Yeah, completely. We just love seeing it as well. And just looking at it, the way that the past matches as well that we've actually seen Nordavind play. On Inferno, a lot of the games they have been really close. They've gone down to the wire. You know, it's been like 26 plus rounds. Very rarely do you see a stomp on that map because, you know, as we said, a lot of teams know how to play it. So it is, you know, usually one that goes down to the wire. It will be interesting if we get there. I'm just favoring Dust 2. You know, looking at that, I'm favoring Gorillaz just a tiny little bit. I know it is a good map for Nordavind. I believe they're 10-5 on it. You know, they've had some good results, beating Sprout and beating Extremum on it in recent memory as well. So, you know, they are big teams that they are taking down on that map and definitely capable. But I mean, Gorillaz, just looking at the lineup, just looking at who they have in there, and you know, I know you're looking at those names and you're kind of going, all right, these are very big names. Take nothing away from how good Nordavind are, but just the experience, just the quality in this Gorillaz lineup, I think it might be a little bit too much for Nordavind, but we'll just have to wait and see till we get into the server. It is Counter-Strike at the end of the day. Anything can happen. You can expect it to go one way and it'll go the complete opposite end, the complete opposite scale. It is absolutely ridiculous what can happen in this server. And to be honest, I just can't wait to get started.
You know what? For me, the big factor here for Nordavind is going to be Mertz. Like, if Mertz has a day, then Nordavind win. But that's the big problem. And that has been the big problem in pretty much all the projects that Mertz has ever participated in. For example, let's take a look back at his time with North. When he was in North, in the beginning, people were like, is this guy good enough to play in a team like that, in such an organization? Yeah, he has talent, he has raw potential, but I'm not sure if he's the correct pickup. Then my man goes on his first tournament. I think it was a DreamHack Open. He opened the heads of pretty much everyone with the AWP. He was absolutely dismantling every single player in the server. Then he goes on his next tournament. He's like 0.7 rating. So he's a really inconsistent oper. This has been his problem for a long time. I would compare him maybe to Draken in a sense, because he's the one that is going to be hitting these crazy shots, these crazy flicks. But in the meantime, he's going to be missing the standard shots that make him look like he's really, really bad and he has no idea what he's doing. And that's not the case. He's just choking at points. And I really feel like if Mertz has a good day, Nordavind could put up a fight, because in my opinion, it's Mertz and maybe HS that are the ones that, if they have a day, they can completely run over every single player in the server. But if they don't have a day, then is when Nordavind could struggle, because of course you have the experience in, let's say, Merbit and Tansky. Supra, who I think is maybe the best player in this roster. It's not maybe, like, I think he is the best player in this roster, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to solo carry this game against the experience that you mentioned, against the firepower that they have on the side of the Gorillaz, because we spoke about Flusha. It's just impossible to describe how much this man has done for CS. It's just impossible to describe how good he is. We spoke about Sergey, who is one of the best young Finnish players. He was part of that infamous ENCE roster. We spoke about NATO Sapphics. We mentioned Sunny as well. We haven't spoken about Esperanto though, and that's the reason that I think this might be a bit of an unknown factor. Esperanto, for those of you that don't know, he was a part of that crazy roster, that Valiance roster as well. Before that, they managed to qualify for majors. He was playing with Next and Hunter as well. He was always a guy that was out of the spotlight because his team wasn't doing that well, because he had that, let's say, name of a baiter, some problems outside of the server, things that we can't know for sure. But in the server, mechanically, this man is an absolute god. And we had the chance to see that against SJ in their previous game that just finished off like 30 minutes ago. Esperanto was the man to constantly pick up 2 or 3 kills. Just the potential, the aim potential on this man is absolutely phenomenal. And a team that, like Nordavind, that loves to go for individual fights, that loves to go for the aim battles, is going to struggle against Esperanto, because it doesn't matter how good of a team he has. I feel like Esperanto has the most mechanical power in his entire roster, and he's playing in a team with NATO, Sapphic, Sergey, Sunny, and Flusha.
Yeah, I mean, it's a team full of superstars, Ted. It's
Yeah,
looking at the big names in there, and Esperanto. He's probably not the most known name
yeah,
in there, but even in the BO3 that you were casting before this already today, he was the highest. He was the highest rated player on HLTV in that two mapper. I believe he had a 1.41 or something. It was absolutely insane. He was 90 plus ADR as well. He was playing very, very well. And even if he brings that over into the server against Nordavind, I think they will struggle just by the way that they're playing. But that's the thing with this Gorillaz lineup. It's not really one person that is going to be, the
yeah,
hard carry of the lineup.
yeah.
Everybody on their day is absolute world beaters. These guys are very, very good. They are very hot when they get going. And you said it about Esperanto, but I think everybody on that Gorillaz lineup is very impressive mechanically. You look at them, it's people that you should be styling your play style off if you're looking to get better. I mean, having a look, if we keep talking about Flusha and all the majors he's won and how good he has been, but I mean, you look at Sonny, you look at Sergey, you look at NATO Safix. I mean, these are big names. That these are absolute animals in the server, and it might see that we are singing the praises a little bit too much of this Gorillaz side, but we know how good they are, and that's taking absolutely nothing away from Nordavind, who are very strong. And every time I do watch them, they do impress me. Tensky, Mertz. You see HS coming in there in around. You mentioned Supra as well. These guys are absolutely amazing, and I believe we are going to be going into the server in the next few moments. We're just waiting until everybody gets joined up, as we had a few little issues. But Ted, can I trouble you for a prediction?
Oh, you absolutely can. You absolutely can. And just because you mentioned that we might be overhyping Gorillaz a bit, the reason is that both me and you were watching CS when these players were in their prime. We
Yeah.
were watching CS when Flusha was in his prime. We were watching CS when Sergey was in his prime. So when Sunny was in his prime in mouse sports, most of the people nowadays don't remember or don't realize how good these guys used to be. And that's the reason that we're hyping them so much, because we're like, yeah, we just hope that they get good enough, good like that again. And we just want them to perform in the way that we know that they can. But for now, if I had to give a prediction, it would be just straight 2-0 for Gorillaz. I don't really feel like Nordavind would have the word in the matter. Of course, for those of you that didn't know, this is the opening game of the group. So even if they lose here, they're not going out of the Blast Rising. But I really feel like Gorillaz are going to take this one 2-0. And I really feel like Gorillaz are going to topple their group as well.
I mean, that's a bold prediction. I think I'm going to be a little bit more generous. I think Nordavind will probably take a map. I'm maybe just going to go with Gorillaz a little bit as well. I think 2-1 to Gorillaz might be a fair result, but take nothing away. I think Nordavind could actually pull off a shock here as well. It's at this stage of CS, really anything can happen. You can make a prediction and said, me and you have been casting together for a while, and I think I could probably count on one hand the amount of predictions that we've got right. It's absolutely ridiculous. You think we know what we're talking about, but we actually haven't a clue. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, why are you giving up that?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Why?
I shouldn't be giving that away. I shouldn't be giving that away.
No, we're good liars. We're good liars.
Yeah, no. It should be an interesting game. The other two teams in the group, I believe, are Young Ninjas and Team Finest. So even those guys as well. They're a tough task. Even if you do win this game, or even if you lose this game, it's not going to be an easy way through. And now we are going to be jumping into the server, having a quick look at the lineup. Nordavind lineup: Merba, HS, Tensky, Mertz, and Supra. And these guys, well, said we've talked so much about about Gorillaz. Well, now it's time to talk a little bit about Nordavind. How good are these lads?
Yeah, absolutely. You have people like, for example, Tensky. He's been around the scene for what seems like forever. This is one of the guys that has been in all these like Danish mixes, Danish roster changes until like since the beginning, since 2013, 2012. This man has always been on a team. He's surrounded by other players. HS, who at one point was even considered to be one of the best mechanical players in the world. Of course, he had a bit of I would say he had a bit of a stinker after that. He might have been a bit overhyped in the time, but he was really, really good. And they're surrounded by some young potential. But facing on the other side, well, when you see the names Flusha, Sunny, Sergey, Esperanto, NATO, Safix, it does seem like a super team, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does have those kind of vibes to it. You know, just looking at the names, there's some absolutely huge names in there. Flusha topping off the list as well. This Gorillaz side, as I said, you know, I think maybe it'd be interesting to see where they are. Maybe not now, maybe in the next, you know, 3-4 months, if this lineup stays as a full five. I'd be interested to see where they're actually going. But I believe we are going to be going live with the first game of the day. It looks like everybody is getting ready for the pistol. Weapons are being dropped over. The kit is being bought on Merbit. 2 flashes in as well. And our first game of the day is going to be live. T side for Gorillaz, CT side for Nordavind. Let's get underway.
Let's get going. Gorillaz, as we said, will be starting on the T side. They just finished their last game on Dust 2 against SJ. They won it. They won that 19-16 as they managed to actually lose their T side in a 7-8 fashion. So they are struggling a bit on it, even though Dust 2 is a map that gives you a lot of possibilities. They're a team that knows how to dictate the pace and switch it up so it makes your opponents really uncomfortable with it. But let's see if they're going to be able to do it from the get-go. As for now, by the looks of things, Nordavind aren't going to be challenging towards long. It's going to be the middle aggression and the stack towards B from the CT. As Mars, he's going to be the first line of contact going for the fight. He's going to drop the first. Looking for number 2. Doesn't quite manage to find it just yet. Needs to be careful. Mars even lands a one tap. That was a 6 shot. Sergey, NATO, Safix out of the equation. 1 for 2. Mars is going to be more than happy with this one.
More than happy. As now we are going to see how Gorillaz are going to react to this. Sunny spots out Merbit, but won't be able to connect with too many shots as he is going to have to back away and regroup now with his team. The bomb is still in Gorillaz' possession as they look maybe to walk towards long now. Nordavind, they don't have anyone there just yet. You know, we see HS is on site. He is very low though, so he could be caused a few problems if he peaks too aggressively. Down to 40 seconds. Esperanto is going to be spotted out towards short. Nordavind are going to react to this, and they're going to play 2 players now from CT. So they're actually going to give up the A site and play completely for the retake, which I actually don't mind at all. They are going to be watching the cross, and there is no util on the side of the T's, you know, to allow them. 20 seconds now. Flush is going to be ran boosted. Oh, just about. I always get nervous when I see that happen. And Esperanto with a quick double, though, as HS and Tensky go down. Merbit and Supra. The retake looked kind of good for Nordavind, but those 2 kills will escalate it in Gorillaz' favor.
They did. Now Merbit and Supra, they have the defuse kit to work with, but both players coming in from short. And look at Sunny. This cheeky little Sunny there. From behind, they have no idea. And at this point, the job for the T side players on the A bomb side is just to slow them down. They just need to buy time for Sunny. There he goes. He goes into the fight. Supra is gonna drop one, even drops the second. And they need to be careful. Supra has a defuse kit. Sunny doesn't have a commit too hard on it, and now he realizes there's not enough time. He's gonna even land the shot, and Gorillaz are gonna win it. 1-0. Pissed around going in their favor. It was a messy one for a second there, on the back of Supra's double kill on the side, but in the end, the T's will be with one better in the beginning. Of course, we're gonna see a force buy come through from Nordavind, and we know how dangerous they could be with it, especially when you have the scout and Mertz.
Yeah, well, no surprise, really. We see there Sergey is going to rip Mertz's head off instantly. He is out of the server as he will fall. And that's the danger on this map, you know, instantly just being sniped off spawn through those mid doors. It is amazing what players can do from T-spawn with that. As Sunny now is going to make his way on forward, looking to double up maybe on a man advantage. He will do so. Tensky will fall as Gorillaz will pick up another one. Sunny with 2. Esperanto will find 1 as well as Sunny completes the hat-trick. And well, Gorillaz will go 2-0 up. It's a good start for them. That force by not working out in any sense of the word, as they will now have to succumb to an eco.
They made it look like an eco, right? They made
Yeah.
it look like it was an eco on the other side. That was too easy for the side of Gorillaz to deal with. And on the back of it, now they will be playing against, as you mentioned, just the unupgraded Pistols. Only one P250 Intensky, but the call seems to be the right one. Gorillaz heading straight over towards that B-bomb side. Nordavind are gonna go for a bit of a stack, hoping to get someone surprised over towards middle or short, but there is no one from the T side. Gorillaz being really professional with this one, taking it really seriously. They don't want to allow Nordavind to do any substantial amount of damage. And for the T's at this point, what is important is, first of all, not to give a weapon to the hands of the CT. Second of all, keep as many players alive as possible, right? You want to build up that economy from the get-go. And Sunny and Sergey, they're going to have some fun. Mirbit managing to find one and actually scavenges himself an AK-47. If he manages to save that one up, he's going to be more than happy with the outcome of this round. But still, Gorillaz, again, they managed to make it look easy, and they don't make a mistake in these rounds where we're kind of used to seeing teams bamboozle themselves against pistols, right?
Yeah, completely, but Mirbit, he's done very well here to pick up one of the two AKs. Gorillaz just confirming that they do win the round, and now, well, we are going to see the first buy round coming in from Nordavind, and well, we will see that AK saved over. That will help a little bit because Mirbit can now drop over a rifle as well. And well, but this will tell us all we really need to know, as actually we are going to see a little technical pause on the Gorillaz side. So we should be waiting for maybe a moment or two as you take a quick look now at the player cams. And everybody in the zone, everybody ready to go. Nobody wants to, lose this. As we said, it's the first game in the group. So it is not the end of the world if you lose this. But everybody wants to start with their best foot forward, Ted. You want to be coming in. You want to be getting a win under your belt and possibly, qualify for the later rounds of this event. You don't want to be going home in the group stage. Definitely not. Definitely not the players of this caliber, of this stature anyway. But I mean, somebody does have to lose in this game. We will have to find out a winner, but we'll have to wait and see who that is. Gorillaz starting off very well indeed, but let's see what Nordavind can bring with this buy round. I'm especially interested to see what Mertz can do on that AWP.
Yeah, he's the one that has to step up, especially on a map like this too. We know how AWP heavy it is, and especially when there is no AWP on the other side. It's only the scout in the hands of Sergey, but there is the fast middle play, and Flush is going to drop Tansky straight away. No refract potential. As they say that, though, Mertz is going to find Flushes, so the 1-for-1, at least for the CT, is going to be a bit of a silver lining, but we know that these kinds of trades always favor the T side, and now Gorillaz, they're going to go elsewhere. They're going to focus towards short, and the reason is they know the AWP has went towards B or middle, so they want to try and isolate Mertz and potentially just make him safe in this round, and they might be able to do so, but they will need to deal with Mirbit first.
Going to be a difficult customer to deal with. That nade is going to do a big chunk of damage to Sergey and Esperanto. The spam through the smoke won't connect too much. He has to reload, which will give Nordavind or Gorillaz a chance to get up on the site, as the molly isn't going to force Morbert out of position just yet. He is still alive. Going to flash high and maybe go for a peek off at Sergey. Full white, still manages to find that kill. HS is now rotated in as Neo Safix goes looking. What a reaction shot with the Galil to take him down. And Super and Mertz want absolutely nothing to do with this retake. Gorillaz are going to pick up another round. That's going to be 4-0 for them. And already, that's a very, very clean way to win your first gun round on the T side.
Yeah, indeed, and everything goes to plan, right? Because in the moment that they get the kill towards middle, they might be a bit more committed to going for the B execute. Then they spot Mertz with the AWP taking down Flusha, and then Flusha's like, "Yo, guys, the op is around middle. There should be another defender towards B. Why don't you just go up short? Go for the execute. AWP is not going to be there. We're just going to make him safe. We're just going to leave him completely out of the round." And that's exactly what they do. This is something that Gorillaz are really good at, and this is something that shows the experience on their side, the experience in Flusha, in Sunny, and Sergey, because they know how to just they know how to not give Nordavind a chance here. And, well, it's going to work out absolutely perfectly. That's going to be 4-0 in favor of the T's.
As you can see there, Coinbase, it's the easiest place to get into crypto. And whether if you're just getting started with some spare change or making a big purchase, they are the place to go. They have also articles, just in case you don't know too much about crypto, to get educated on the matter. Make sure to go ahead and check them out. But as we see in this round now, HS and Nordavind, they are going to take control along. Gorillaz not fighting too aggressively for it, Ted. They're actually, they throw a few flashes, but they're not going to commit too much for it. And they are just going to play this one a little bit slower. That molly now towards short will just clear out that close angle. As we can see on the minimap, though, Nordavind, they are not playing for it because they do have long control. So Gorillaz, they might be able to get up towards short and go for an execute if they want to. But it looks like they're going to be focusing on middle with around a minute to go.
Yeah, this time Mertz is the one posted towards long, so if they go for another short execute, he might be able to deny it. But by the looks of things, they might decide to go back as well. They have one player in front of long, one in tunnel, so if they decide to go for a split, drop a player in CT, they might do that as well. It's open to go both ends. But for now, they're just going to be baiting out the utility Murbid, not spotting anyone yet, but with only 30 seconds on the clock, they need to make a move, and by the looks of it, it is going to be just faking the B split, or is it? They're going to commit to the short execution. Gorillaz just setting up fakes until the last possible second, and there they go. Flusha trying to make as much noise as possible over towards middle, and he does manage to do so. He finds the kill on Tutensky. Now he's just gonna run through the city smoke. Murbid, he's gonna be kept occupied. Sunny dropping catches in the meantime, and that's gonna leave Mertz all alone towards long with the AWP, and the bomb will go down. Mertz will have to step up here, but Sunny, he's not playing even further. He's just holding the short cross. This might be absolutely perfect. Supra, is he gonna be ready for it? Mertz is gonna drop Sergey, Neto, Safix, coming on top in the fight against Murbid. Supra wasn't ready for Sunny, and that's gonna leave the Oper once again isolated. No chance to have any impact in the round. Textbook Counter-Strike by Gorillaz.
And Gorillaz, they really love playing it late on this T side on any map. It's just their style of playing. They love waiting until the last, 30, 25 seconds till they actually fully commit to a site. They'll throw in fakes and keep Nordavind guessing, or keep any CT side. It doesn't matter who they're playing against. They'll always try and keep them guessing up until the very last moment. And it is a dangerous game to run, of course, because if you wait too long, one or two kills don't go your way, you don't get the entry, the round is over. But right now it is working for Gorillaz, and looking at the economy on the Nordavind side, they don't have enough money to go for the full reinvestment. They go for a half buy, they bring out the Eagles, a few SMGs in the CT arms as well. But Gorillaz, they are experts at winning rounds like these, as we see them play it slow once again. 3 players towards long, but it looks like we could be seeing another short play from them coming in.
Yeah, they absolutely know how to approach these. They're just not giving the Pistols the chance to get up close to make it awkward. They don't want to go up fast because they can run into a stack potentially, so just taking their time, being slow and methodical with it. Not taking any chances for the time being. But you don't want to run the clock too thin in the end in a round like that. And NATO Safix is going to make sure that they get the opening, take it out Supra. He tried to go for a bit of an information play over towards Tunnels. And well, he got the information. Guys, there's one there. And Esperanto, he is going to give the same information to 2 of the long players, leaving Murbid and Tansky all alone. Tansky now left in the 1 versus 5, and Nordavind, they're just deleting them from the server right now. It's nice to see rounds like that just going in the way of the team that's on a full buy. It just tells you that they're really professional about it. They're not underestimating their opponents, and they're taking it really seriously.
That's what you have to do. These rounds are the most dangerous rounds in Counter-Strike. It's so often that we do see teams actually just run into these stacks. They just, throw caution to the wind and they just sprint forward. And it is difficult. Now, Gorillaz, they are 6-0 up. So something is going to have to change here for Nordavind. They're going to have to, maybe think about what's going wrong, or, where they're losing out on the map the most. And they need to change it. They need to do something, bring something fresh into this CT. We might see maybe a play towards short where they try and take a little bit of control instead of playing for long, because Gorillaz, they're not really playing that heavily for long. But as I say that, we are going to see Flusha go straight the way out as he tries to find an entry. There's 3 players here, the other side of long, as he waits to be flash, goes for a peek. He is going to molly it towards Car. Nobody is going to be playing for there, as we are going to see now. That's just another example, Ted, me saying that, you know, Gorillaz, they're not really playing for that heavily for long, and they send 3 players out long this round. You know, it just goes to show what we know, but it also just goes to show this T side from Gorillaz, they can really throw anything at you, and they can keep you guessing, and they can switch up the tempo as quickly as they like.
Yeah, that's something that we said before even the start of the game. Gorillaz are a team that loves to play Dust 2 because they're a team that's really comfortable with playing a different pace every single round. So they're a team that is really tough to read because they're switching up the tempo so much, as you said. But now Nordavind, they might be the ones that are going to be hard to predict, especially if Murbit gets a flash here for the peak he does, but Sunny ducks his head down and he manages to dodge that. Still, there might be another flash on the CT side. Murbit is waiting for it, saying anti-flash Murbit with a double HS strikes as well, but he's gonna strike his own teammate, and that makes it a 2-for-2. Sunny picking up the kill, and short has been left open. So has the A-bomb side. Mertz once again with no chance to do anything in this round so far. And Sunny now, he's gonna realize it's completely free. We can do whatever we want. And the thing is that Mertz isn't even going to get a chance to shoot someone because Sergey has no business going towards the A-bomb side. They're going to plant the bomb for him. He's just going to stay there and hold on too long.
And into the 3v3 now we go, as it looked like Nordavind were going to have a good chance in that round, especially by the double kill of Murbit. But now we are in an evens game. Flash in towards short, flash high over the site as Nordavind are going to make their way up. NATO Safix and Sunny, they're in a nice little position, a nice little crossfire. And Nordavind, they've already said they want nothing to do with it. They want to back away. They want to save the rifles. Gorillaz are going to be picking up another round. 7 unanswered T rounds. And I mean, Ted, looking at the stats before this game, we knew that Gorillaz had a good T side. I believe they win like around 60% of the T rounds that they do play on this map. And, you know, they are very strong, but this is definitely not a scoreline that I was suspecting, especially after the first 7 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not suspecting that, but, you know, Gorillaz, they're just showing you how to isolate an Oper. Mertz, he's currently 4-5. You know, the reason that he's on 4 kills, it's not that he's not hitting his shots. They're not giving him chances. Gorillaz are just isolating him so well. And if you manage to isolate the Oper on those 2, chances are you're going to be winning because you're essentially just not allowing their best player to perform, their hard carry, the one that has to put on the numbers. Of course, Super is out there as well. You've been doing quite well with annihilating him towards the A-bomb side, but Mertz, he's been completely isolated from each and every single round, and Nordavind, they need to find a way to bring him on the table. I think in the moment that they manage to make the op work, they will be able to win some rounds, but so far it has been just impossible. And now Sergey has the AWP on his side as well. Looking at the buy, Sunny will have a scout actually. Okay, they will try to go for a spam, maybe a bait shot towards middle. Let's see if it works out.
Let's see if it works out now, as Gorillaz not playing for long in this round. Molly over towards short there from Tensky as he tries to see something, but his vision is going to be obscured by just the sheer amount of smokes there towards the mid doors and the Xbox, as NATO Safix is going to make his way on forward. He is going to take short control. 3 players, of course, now towards the A site, as we see Nordavind playing 2 towards B. NATO Safix is the first man up, as we are going to see him drop in towards CT as they make their way on forward. Mertz is going to have to react and hit this shot. He will, as Nordavind go a man to the good. The nade will do a little bit of damage onto the Opera as Sergey tagged down to half HP. The flash is going to come in. Murbit's going to go for a peek off. It spots out Esperanto. Doesn't pull the trigger just yet. Now we'll do so and we'll get the kill. Sunny with the trade though, and the refrag does come in. Bomb goes down as Gorillaz are in control of short, and Nordavind find himself in a retake scenario once again.
Lesha though, he has to be the main man. If he takes his time a bit more, his teammates might fall before he makes it. on time towards the A-bomb side still. He's just holding for short at this point. That gives them the chance to only be careful about CT and long, but still, it is a 2 versus 4, and with Sergey falling, that's gonna leave Sunny all alone towards the side. He's gonna find 2-3, and oh, Supra with the refrag, but there's not enough time. Supra, he's not sure what's happening, and Flusha, he is ready to deny it, baits out the shot, goes for the peak. Supra, he has no time. What a round from Sunny.
What a round. 14-1 this man is. He is having an absolute game already, and we're only 8 rounds in. But Sunny goes absolutely nuclear there on that A site, stopping that retake coming in from Nordavind. And I mean, he had to go big. Flusha was so far away. His upper went down, you know, within the first few moments of the retake as well. He was completely alone, but he was just dancing around, pirouetting around that A site, and he managed to find 3 kills to give Flusha a chance. Sergey is going to be legged at the beginning of this round already, and look at this aggression from Nordavind. They're taking matters into their own hands, and that's exactly what they need to do. They need to stop Gorillaz somehow, and Tensky has picked up the man advantage for his team. Now they're just going to leave. They're going to get out of there because now Gorillaz have to play into their stacked bomb sites.
But look at Sunny. Actually, oh, if he gets the timing correct, I think he's got it. I think he's got the timing.
That'll
Oh, and
be huge.
Sergey's gonna drop Mertz. That's huge. That's huge. Esperanto now, he's even gonna find a shot onto the A side player. And look at Sunny. Just look at where this man is. They have no idea. He's gonna kill the middle player. That's gonna be the B-bomb side completely open. Murbit and Supra still left in the 2 versus 4. Make that a 2v3 after this 1 kill, but this is just gonna be impossible, right? There's the molly towards lower, and now Murbit just realizes, okay, I'm completely out of this one. I know what's going on, but I can't do anything. Supra is gonna drop Esperanto in the meantime. That's gonna make it doable at least for them, but with this kill from Sunny and Murbit being tagged down to 46 HP, he's gonna get tagged even lower by this bit 50. There should be no way that Sunny loses this. That's gonna be 9. Oh, Gorillaz yet to lose a single round, and Sunny, he's currently 17-1. And by the way, ladies and gents, if you're looking for a cool place to trade your skins, maybe sell your Steam waste and get the skins you love, suit up at CS Money. You can change your look right now with the best skin trading platform, and you know, skins equal skills. So yeah, easy stuff.
I mean, it does, and I was just admiring Sunny's knife and glove combo, and we'll come back to that in a moment as Sergey will find the opening pick here against this Nordavind half-boy. And I mean, man advantage going in Gorillaz' favor yet again. And Nordavind, they must be even thinking, you know, what can we even do? Even when they do have a foothold in the round, even when they do get a man advantage, Gorillaz somehow, they just claw it back. They're so strong on this T side. And Nordavind, they're looking a bit, you know, flustered here already. It is only map number 1 of this BO3. Mirage and Inferno still yet to come, but Gorillaz on their map pick are looking very dominant. A minute and 10 seconds left at the flash out towards mid. Sunny will find the first, can't get the second, but the trade will come in from Esperanto. As now, Murbit and Tensky left in a 2v4. Tensky will fall, and Murbit left only with a deagle to try and find something in this round. He gets a headshot onto one player, but Flusha now tapping behind that smoke will tag him down, spots him out, and I mean, he's trapped here, drops the smoke, but actually manages to escape into the lower tunnels. I thought maybe if he went towards mid there, Safix would have been ready and waiting for him, but the bomb has been planted. He's going to be mollied and forced back into NATO. Safix has the AWP in his hand, so he could pose a little bit of a threat here as the spam will come through, and that actually gives away NATO Safix's position. Could get him killed, but Flusha is going to help out his teammate there. That could have been a little bit a little bit of an oopsie from Flusha, but Gorillaz will win the round regardless.
You know, I feel like when you deploy a smoke, it's better to just pull your knife out and try and run in front of Flusha instead of just throwing a smoke and trying to go through that and use it as a cover. Like, if you throw a smoke, Flusha instantly knows where you are. That's how it works. It has been working like that for over 10 years now. So that's the man that can get the most kills through smokes. And Esperanto, hearing that, he decides to get one of his own, gets full flash though, so HS is going to be able to find the refrag. But again, Esperanto with the entry. And speaking of that, we mentioned Gorillaz just played SJ Gaming on Dust 2 just an hour and a half ago. Esperanto in 4 rounds in a row went for this exact same play towards long and got the entry. He's really dangerous when he has the best spawn and goes for the peak. Almost every single time he wins the 1v1 towards long. This is something that Nordavind need to be really careful about. But for now, what they need to be more careful about is winning their first round, because by the looks of things, it's not going to come easy.
No, this game is going to be anything but easy for Nordavind, but we did predict that. We knew this was going to happen. It was going to be a tough game. We thought it would be a slightly tougher game for Gorillaz, but right now they're making it look like light work. They're making it look like easy work already. 50 seconds now left on the clock, as we are going to see smoke deployed out the B tunnel. Supra spamming, trying to connect, trying to find something for his team, as Tensky is just jiggle peeking, drops of smoke just in case the B split will come in. Sunny tagged down low, as Mertz will find Flusha. Now man advantage to Nordavind, as we are going to see the bomb make its way now out towards middle, and it's going to be Sergey and Sunny trying to find this kill. But Tensky's in a really good position here. 22 seconds left. Sunny backs up right into Tensky. He will find the first, peeks out, gets the second. NATO Safix will fall as well, and finally Nordavind are going to get on the board. But I mean, one round, it's absolutely no good if they just win this one round. If it's just a flash in the pan, if it's just, you know, just one round they pick up on the CT side, they need to build off it. Look at the economy on the Gorilla side. It's absolutely booming. So they're going to have to do it against full buys as well. It's going to be very difficult for them in these next few rounds, but they are must wins.
Yeah, especially when now you win one, you don't have the loss bonus. And look at that, look at that. What did I tell you? Look at this, man. Every single time. I can't think of a time that he tried to go for this and he didn't get the entry. Esperanto is crazy cheeky entry. And Mertz is going to shut him down, but at this point, Esperanto didn't really care. Like, you get the peak. You're like, yeah, okay, if I fall, it's a 4 versus 4. We still have the advantage. If I get one more, well, I've won the round single-handedly. And Gorillaz, 10-1 up, and we said it. Nordavind, they need to make it 2 in a row just to make sure that they build up that economy. But NATO Safix is going to drop Supra, and now Tensky, he's all alone. He's on his lonesome. He needs to go absolutely nuclear if he wants to make that one work. Good for 1, but that's it. 1 and done. And look at the money on the Nordavind side. When you realize that they don't have the maximum loss bonus as well now, it doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't. You know, that's why HS and Mertz are already backing away and saving. And, you know, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, it's a 2v3. I know it is the B-bomb site, a notoriously hard B-bomb site to take. But, I mean, 11-1, that's, you know, it's a 10-round lead. You need to start picking up rounds. Surely, you know, when is the time that you're actually just going to say, you know what, we need rounds. We need to actually commit to this. We need to actually not save this round and just go for it. If we lose it, we lose it. You know, we're probably going to lose the map anyway. You know, if we keep playing like this, it's 11-1. You know, if you keep going for saves, if Gorillaz get into that position again, you're looking at 12-1, 13-1, possibly even a 14-1 half. We just don't know what will happen in the next few rounds. But what I do know is Nordavind need to find some form, and they need to find it quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. If they don't find it now, again, Mertz will have the AWP, full buy for the rest of the gang, all rifles, all full utility, but losing this one would mean a harsh reset. And a harsh reset, being down 12-1, I think most of us can do the maths with the odds and realize how ugly this could be. But Mertz this time, he's going to have a chance to get an early opening, but look at that. The spacing is absolutely perfect. NATO Safix with 1. And again, 1 for 1. They're just working perfectly. Nordavind, they're getting the initial peaks, but then it's just complete another shutdown. And Murbit, he's not even going to get the chance to get the first. Esperanto shutting him down. That's going to leave Super Intensky in the 2 versus 3 that this time, surely they will try to go for a bit. Sunny, he's already spotted the head of Supra, and they should just double peek him and get him out of the round. There it goes. Sunny with the headshot, leaving Tensky all alone. Now they know where he is as well, and he will have to find 2 more if he wants to make that one work. Jump spots. I'm not sure if he spotted both of them, but there's the AWP of Sergey with the straight headshot, giving him a free haircut. And, well, if he doesn't get up to double digits on this map, at least he got a haircut.
Yeah, that's more than I've gotten the last few months. I'm kind of jealous of him. Wish one
I
of the
did get
Gorillaz.
one yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, I know you're looking sharp, man. I wish I could say the same for myself. Oh, look at this, Sonny. Not only is he dropping 21 or 20 kills in the first 13 rounds, he's bringing out the auto sniper. Oh no, it goes from bad to worse here for Nordavind. The spam through the doors actually won't be able to connect, so it is kind of okay. But I mean, Sonny, he is just out for blood today. You know, looking at that, it's absolutely insane that he already has 20 kills 13 rounds in, you know, and if he continues this form for the rest of the BO3, I mean, Nordavind, they're in a world of trouble.
He's just having some fun. He
Yeah.
is just having some fun. Again, we see Esperanto trying to go for an early peak towards long. This time he got denied, but he's still wondering here. He's still thinking about it. Decides this time not to commit too hard on it. But as you mentioned, Sonny, he's just smurfing right now. He's just reminding us of his best times at Mouse Sports, showing us what he's capable of, and absolutely annihilating Nordavind right now. There's no way to answer that, you know? It's kind of like if you're speaking about boxing as well. You're like, yeah, everything goes to plan, strats until you get punched in the face. That's it. It's pretty much that. You might
Yeah.
have your game plan, you might have your strats, unless Sonny just decides to give you 5 quick headshots, then it's nothing to strat. That's it. You're just out of the round. But now Supra, he's gonna shut down the main man Sonny. But again, the 1-for-1s, the spacing, the refrags, they're so quick from Gorillaz. They're not giving Nordavind a chance to even think about having an advantage. And look at that.
Through the smoke again. How many kills have we seen through the smoke already in this series? Not only Esperanto through long, now Safix is doing it, now through the B doors, and Nordavind, they're saving. And I mean, I can understand this round, they're going for the save. They want to put their best foot forward in the last round of the half. But I mean, 13-1, Gorillaz have been so good, so strong on this T side. And I mean, that we talk about it, are Nordavind probably already thinking about Mirage? Are they probably already given up on this map? You know, looking at the scoreline that is in front of them now, it's a very tall mountain to climb. And I mean, I just don't know if Nordavind have it in them to, you know, make it all the way up to the top.
I don't think it's even if Nordavind have it in them. I don't think Gorillaz are gonna allow them to do anything, even if they have it. At this point, Gorillaz mentally, they are a team that knows how to finish off games like that. If it was on a younger team, an unexperienced team, we've seen like it's still 13-1. It does seem a bit ugly. It does seem a bit too much, like a high mountain to climb. But if it's on an experienced team, if it's a young team, yes, you might get a chance to potentially upset them, get into their heads, try to implement them the mentality of not being able to close it out, not being able to take it over the edge. But when you're playing against a team like Gorillaz, like you know that these guys are going to be playing to their maximum extent, and they're going to be fully focused until the last second and until they see number 16 on the scoreboard. So overall, I don't think that this is a possibility. And we actually saw Mertz going for technical. He's like, yeah, guys, we're getting destroyed. Why don't I just go for the toilet now? There's no point to wait.
Hopefully the tech issue is sorted out. Hopefully whatever it is, it will be sorted in a matter of moments, but we could be...
Maybe he's ordered a pizza and it has just arrived. You know, we've all
a
been
pizza
there.
at this hour.
We've all been there. What is it with the hour?
Pizza for lunch, is it?
Yeah, why not?
Please don't get me started on food, Ted. I'm absolutely starving. No, don't get me started yet. No, we'll wait until after the BO3 to get some food.
Do you know what kind of a sushi I ate the other day? Oh, bro, I went to a place where they cook the food in front of you. It's like a Korean barbecue, but like an Asian one, and they do the meat and the sushi in front of you.
I don't know what that's called, but that looks really cool. I would like to go there.
We call it a sushi place, but it was really good. Yeah, imagine if these kinds of things were working where you live.
Oh man, I'd be in there all the time. We have to stop talking about food. That you know, you're gonna get me distracted. My brain is all fogged up with just the thoughts of it. As you know, we're gonna get back to the game, I suppose. I'm just having a look at it and like, what can we talk about other than you know,
Sushi?
how good, not sushi, other than how good Gorillaz have been. I mean, you know, you talked about it. Their spacing is so good.
Yeah.
Nordavind, they're not really being given a chance to kind of actually yeah, like actually get the refrags, and even if they are
Oh
getting the refrags, they
no.
are being traded back. It
Can
is
we say that on the stream? Can we say what the problem is on the stream? I really want to say it.
oh god.
Oh no.
I don't know. I don't know if that can be if that can be broadcast, but
I really want production to allow us to say what's the problem. I really do.
we will be waiting a little while longer, it seems, until yeah.
Okay, apparently Tensky shared the following information. It has some issues at the moment, so his dog is pooping all over.
Oh my god.
Oh no! You know that's heartbreaking. I'm laughing now, but in the meantime, now story time. Yesterday, when I was casting another game, in the 5 minute break, I went to the toilet. I opened the door. I step in the poo of my cat.
Oh no. This is disaster. You think about tech issues, and you think about, you know, oh well, what happens if, you know, some a player's internet goes down, or you know, maybe the S has some problems, you know, maybe your electricity goes off. But then you just see some of these things like this. It's like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, his dog is pooping all over, and it doesn't even tell us where all over. I just like, is it the
Oh, you
house?
want
Is
details? You want details?
yeah, it's like where? It's like,
What do you mean? What
no,
do you
no.
mean? You want
I don't want
details?
details. I don't want
I
details,
don't
mate.
imagine that if it was outside, it would have been a problem to stop the game.
No, yeah, all I'm hearing, it's all over. Like, all over what? That could be anything,
No,
which
no,
is
no, 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 no.
even
You
worse to think
nasty
about.
man. No, no,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
no, 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 no,
Yeah,
no,
no,
no.
we're not going to
Let's
talk
say
about
we're
that.
living in a perfect world where Mertz's dog just took just pooped on the floor. That's it, on the carpet. Let's say.
Just need to clean it. Hopefully, we can clean it up and move on as quickly as possible. But yeah,
Imagine my man just be like, "Yeah, I'm playing Blast, and instead of playing Blast, what am I doing? I'm cleaning your poop. Nice."
yeah, betcha that's not a reason that he thought about in his head that a technical pause would be called today. But I
By the
mean,
way, there is
anything
a
can happen.
person in the chat that knows how this is called. It's teppanyaki.
Teppanyaki. Oh,
The sushi place that I always eat.
hibachi.
Teppanyaki.
That's what I was thinking of. I was thinking of hibachi.
Teppanyaki, bro. That's insane. You know, it's really nice how we shift from speaking about Mertz's dog pooping all over the place to speaking about really tasty food in just a matter of seconds. You love that. You love that.
Ted, you know, I'm not even surprised by the topics that come up when me and you cast together anymore. It's just kind of, you know, I just kind of take everything in my stride. When we first started casting together, I was kind of like, oh, how have these things come up on stream? But, you know, now it's just kind of normal to me. It's just, you know, it's another day in the office. It's another day at work. But yeah, no, definitely could be sorted in the next few moments. I am just hearing, so we will be waiting just a little moment longer. But maybe this can help Nordavind, Ted. I mean, you know, it's obviously not going their way in the first half. Yeah, not at all. You know,
I don't think that's gonna help Mertz.
no, definitely not. Definitely not.
Imagine, maybe it could, because if Tansky gives the reason to Gorillaz, they might start laughing and they might not take it seriously anymore.
Yeah, they might have tears in their eyes, so they can't really see what's focusing, you know, on their monitor.
I would.
Oh, absolutely ridiculous. But
Imagine you're playing an official. You're a 3 times major winner, major MVP. You get your opponent's votes technical timeout, and they just type in the chat, "Oh yeah, no problem. Something is just wrong. His dog is just pooping all over the place."
I wonder, is that the weirdest? Is that the weirdest technical? Yeah, reason for a technical. I'm actually just trying to think. You know, like there's a few of them I can think of, but a lot of them are just common. Like, you know, the usual stuff. You know, like nosebleeds and stuff. But it looks like the tech pause has finished, so we are gonna be getting back underway in the next few moments. So we will be able to finish this first half. And, well, it is going to see Nordavind, of course, with the two saved rifles that they had brought in. Let's not forget about the actual game of Counter-Strike that we actually have in front of us. And Sergey and Sonny with the auto snipers actually don't do any damage on the cross there. So that's a good result for Nordavind so far. And look at this. They're changing it up. They're getting aggressive. Sure, a lot of damage been done to Super already. He's down to 13 HP as Merbit now goes to look for an opening pick. Needs to be careful because Sergey is the other side of it. He is scoped in, and Merbit, he could be caught out in the open here. I don't believe he was spotted, as this could get dangerous now for the Gorillaz side.
It is going to be Merbit with a really nice chance to find an opening against Sunny. He has no idea. Look at him. He has no clue. Do you go for the knife? Please go for the knife. Oh, he's going to do it. He's going to do... No, he didn't. Oh, I'm disappointed. Merbit, he's going to find the entry onto Sunny. Opening kill there. They have a lot of info on the back of that, and Mertz is going to land the shot. Esperanto going down, so now the two-man advantage for the CTs with NATO Sapphic. So Super is going to take him down. He wasn't ready for this. Nordavind, they switched things up and it's working perfectly. Now Sergey and Flusha, they're just left in no man's land. Their position has been compromised, and Flusha going down. That's going to leave Sergey all alone. And he's not even going to have the chance to pick up one. That's going to be 13-2. The end of the first half. Gorillaz managed to win it in a pretty convincing fashion, and they're only 3 away from closing out the first map here on Dust 2.
And I mean, I see, you know, top of the leaderboard on the side of Gorillaz, it is Sunny, and I can't help but notice the anime profile. So the anime profile pick, is that giving them all the power? I think so.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, every time we see somebody at the top of the leaderboard, they always have an anime profile picture. You know, they're always the best players in the server. It's absolutely ridiculous, as we are going to be waiting for this second half now to be going live. Gorillaz 13-2. Even though they do lose that last round, even though Nordavind do pick it up, it should be Gorillaz map. But if Nordavind want to start a comeback, they will have to, you know, they'll have to start somewhere, and that could be the pistol. But if you guys haven't actually seen Red Magic, they have just launched their new game and phone series. The screen has a 165 hertz refresh rate. That is absolutely ridiculous to think of.
That's more than my monitor, by the way.
Man, that is absolutely insane. So if you're interested in mobile gaming, make sure to go ahead and check out Red Magic's new game and phone series. It is absolutely ridiculous. You know, even if you just want to watch streams in a higher refresh rate, go ahead and get yourself one. And, you know, Ted, you might want to get one of them actually to replace your monitor. It might actually help you play a little bit better as well, mate.
No, we both know that that's impossible. Like, it's...
Yeah, it's not
the problem. The problem isn't in the keyboard, the monitor, the mouse, the PC.
True,
yeah,
true.
It's in the hands.
That's it, you know. And Red Magic, even though if you do get that and you do start playing on that, they're not really miracle workers, are they? You know, so you're beyond help at this stage, I'm afraid, Ted. But
I don't need Bloody Houdini, but for now, Bloody Houdini is what Nordavind will need as well in this one if they want to go for the comeback. And a good start of that would be to win the pistol round. Gorillaz, though, they're going for heavy mid presence, and they went for the boost as well. Oh, this might catch them off guard. Supra, oh, he's going to spot it now. NATO Sapphics going for the tabs. Denied. Just for the time being, Gorillaz decide to fall back, but they've pushed all the way towards top middle. And Esperanto, he's gotten himself into a really strong position. Now Sergey is going to take down Supra. They might not know about Esperanto. Oh, he's in a really good situation right now. He's put himself into a really, really decent scenario. He can go for the fast flank, but his teammates will need to slow down the opponents, and that's going to be NATO Sapphics. There's the flash. NATO trying to go for the peaks. Esperanto goes from behind. He's going to take down one. Goes for number 2. But Sergey is going to make sure that he doesn't even need to pick up number 2, as NATO, Sapphics, and Sunny are going to finish things off. That's going to be 14-2 for Gorillaz. They're just looking like King Kong right now.
Oh, he said he goes for number 2, and I just couldn't stop thinking about Mertz's dog.
No, please,
oh man,
please.
I have tears in my eyes,
Bro, why? Why,
Oh,
man?
oh, stop. Oh, why would you say something like that, man? Caught me off guard completely. Usually
Oh
I'm very
my.
composed, Ted, but you're after cracking me there. Gorillaz, they make a 14. They go to within 2 rounds now of taking map number 1 in rather convincing style. And I mean, we are going to see the force buy now from Nordavind. They need to make this round work. If they don't, it will be over. HS is going to do a little bit of damage to Sergey, who can't hit a shot just yet, but Sonny is on hand to give his teammate a helping hand. And well, Nordavind are down to 4, so they're going to have to claw their way back in this round if they can, but it is going to be increasingly difficult with only pistols in the equation.
Yeah, it is indeed. They need to find some crisp 1Ds, but so far they haven't been able to do so. And Esperanto, he's playing the up-close angle. The problem is that Sergey has a flash, so Esperanto, he's going to spot a player, then he's going to tuck in, he's going to go for the flash, and it's just going to be free kills. Look at that. He's just waiting to hear something. There's the flash, there's the peek. Oh, he flashes himself and doesn't spot anyone. But still, they have the man advantage. He's going to drop into CT. Sergey needs to be careful because he's been tagged low, but with the scout, it doesn't really matter. He just lands a single shot, and he's done his job. Now, the short execution will come through. There's the smoke, and Super leading the charge with the Digo, trying to find a 1D Esperanto for the time being. His job is just to deny anyone from jumping into CT. He's going to be happy with letting them go close onto the side, and that's exactly what happened. But Sergey is going to fall. Supra finding the headshot that we spoke about, but now Esperanto, they're not going to be ready for it. He's going to find the double. That's going to leave Tensky and Murbit in the 2 versus 3. They will have to connect some more shots with the Digo.
He'll have a chance. Nice shot there from Tensky as he looks to double up. Murbit looking for a shot now as well. Flusha with the scout missing an opportunity to take down a player. Murbit going to be tagged down to half HP as Tensky is going to be spotted out, but he takes down NATO Safix. Flusha left now in the 1v1 as he drops the smoke in front of the bomb. Has a kit in play. Is going to rush at Murbit. Will get the kill, and it looks like he will just get the defuse off as well. Gorillaz are going to get on to map point on their map pick. 15-2. It is absolutely insane. The bomb plant, of course, will help Nordavind, but I mean, 13 rounds in a row. They need to play perfect Counter-Strike, Ted, and it's just completely out of the question in my eyes.
Yeah, it's just time for map number 2. That's it. It's just time for the next one. Gorillaz 15-2 up. Flusha, after winning this clutch, I think it's just obvious that he's already accepted the fact that they've won the map. Nordavind have accepted the fact that they've lost it. It's 15-2. If they manage to win some rounds in the end, this might give them a bit of a confidence boost going into the second one. But to speak about what could happen here is just absolutely pointless. And well, let's see if they manage to stay just for a bit longer here at Dust 2. They've already taken long control. They have one player watching for the push towards B and one towards middle. Now they're going to regroup and go for the play. But Sunny, he's posted perfectly for this one. His teammates have flashes towards short as well. So Sunny, if he spots someone, he can go for it. Oh, and he's just going to be playing the off angle. Goes for the peek. Good for one, but Murbit quick on the trigger for the refrag. Esperanto has made his way over towards the side, goes for the spray down, good for one, nearly for the second, but again, the 1-for-1s working perfectly this time for Nordavind, and the bomb will go down. This is one of the best chances that they've had to win a round. Oh, NATO, this would have been heartbreaking, but he doesn't manage to deny it. And now for Nordavind, gonna be a must-win round.
They have to pick it up. It is going to be difficult, but the only thing they have really going for them is Gorillaz. They're not really too high on HP, and Sergey has been given absolutely nothing here by the side player Murbit, just ducking his head, realizing he doesn't have to peek. And Gorillaz, they might actually back away from this, and they are going to go and save for the following round. So letting Nordavind really have this one and not rushing into anything. So the op in Sergey's hands, they realize, you know, let's not give this to them. You know, let's keep it into the following. We'll bring it into the following round. If they don't have an op, they won't be able to buy one anyway. So, you know, let's not do that. Nordavind, they do pick up another round, but their economy is not going too well. And as you can see, their economy is by Coinbase. If you are not involved already, make sure to go ahead and check Coinbase out if you're interested in crypto, even if you're not, because they have lots of they have lots of ways to become an expert, excuse me. I'm trying to think of the exact word. Articles was the word I was thinking about, but I couldn't actually come up with that. Yeah, lots of articles to keep you up to date and get involved, so make sure to go ahead and check Coinbase out.
Yeah, and for now, I can tell you who hasn't went and checked it out. That should be Nordavind, because things are not looking that great for them today. They haven't read their article on how to counter Gorillaz on Dust 2, and it shows they will need to win a lot more here if they want to make it just mentally easier for themselves. Because, losing 15, 2, 3, 4, you're going to be going into the second map being like, yeah, I just got destroyed. But if you win 7 or 8 rounds in the end of the game, you're going to be able to think about like, yeah, it was just hard for me to get things going, but when we woke up, we started actually playing really well. But
Oh,
look
Sonny.
at that, Sonny, he's just running around. He's just playing DM.
Literally just playing DM. Murbit's going to try and do a little bit of DM himself, as he will find the first kill, looking for the second, but Sergey will take him down with that AWP. It's HS and Mertz to try and stop Gorillaz from taking this map here, and now it is going to be a difficult task, especially with Gorillaz already rotated over, as Mertz will spot the player boosted up, as we are going to see, I believe it was Flusha pushing through that smoke. HS is going to be dinked up down low. Mertz will find one, but Sergey will take him down. It's all on HS as he looks to find 3 kills if he can, but he's going to get triple peaked. He's going to get taken down. NATO Safix will seal it. The defuse will come in. Gorillaz are going to win it 16-3. And I mean, what a map 1 to start us off, Ted. I mean, absolutely fantastic from Gorillaz. Their T side was phenomenal, and they end this one in rather convincing fashion.
They do absolutely manage to do so, and pretty much everything that we spoke about happened, right? It was all the variables we were speaking about. Okay, can Esperanto and Sunny show their mechanical and their firepower potential? They did. They did absolutely dismantle the entire Nordavind squad. We saw Sunny, he was just running around all alone, picking up kills left, right, and center, not allowing them to do anything. It was just Gorillaz, everything going to their game plan. They managed to refrag efficiently enough. And something I want to speak about as well, that I want us to speak about, is the fact that they managed to do exactly what we mentioned before the start of this game. Mert is a really big factor for Nordavind to have success, to find any substantial round wins or any substantial victories. They managed to isolate Mertz in the best way possible. He didn't even have the chance to get involved with the game.
Yeah, I mean, and that was just, because of how good we actually seen, Gorillaz be. They literally were just so compact in the way that they were attacking. They were very methodical and very slow about what they wanted to do on their T side. And let's be real here, the game was won on the T side. It was just absolutely superb the way that they played. And even when they were going a man down in scenarios, they weren't really panicking. You see a lot of teams when they go a man down, they try and panic, go, oh, we need to get the refrag, we need to get it back now. But Gorillaz, that's not the way that they play. They play a very slow-paced game on their T side, and they wait and they try and pry an opening in that CT defense, and they did it so well. It was absolutely pitch perfect on their T side, and deserved winners of map number 1, in my opinion.
Absolutely. They just played it. We already said everything went to plan. Textbook CS. It's really surprising for me that they managed to win in such a convincing fashion after struggling so much against SJ on Dust 2 just moments ago. But apparently they just needed some time to wake up. And we can't wait to see what happens on map number 2. Because, after all, we can praise Gorillaz as much as we want. Nordavind actually chose Mirage. So map number 2 is going to be where we need to and we should see the best of Nordavind. But I still think that mentally it's going to be really tough for them to reset.
Yeah, I completely agree. It is one of those maps that, or excuse me, it is very hard to come back from, a result like that. You need to show a lot of mental resilience to actually bounce back from such an embarrassing show. That is one of the maps that Nordavind play, and it is a good map for them. And Gorillaz, they went onto it and it made it look like they'd never seen that map before in their lives. 13-2 after the first half. Their T side was just so good. And I mean, well, on Mirage, it is going to have to be a different story. They're going to need to change something up. They're going to need to, put those two behind them. That is over. They're going to have to bring something new. Start off, I feel, with a bang. Of course, we are going to see Gorillaz choose the side on Mirage as well. So that could be a little bit difficult. Nordavind, they're going to need to start hot. They're going to need to start fast. And they're going to need to bring their A game. But I believe we are going to be sending it over to a short little break before we go to map number 2. So make sure not to go anywhere. Be back in a moment.
turning mine recalls the words that his mother told him, and is the same kid. The road is right, the soul of passion. The soul of passion. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. I left the pages in my schedule, but they're falling hard. Find me on your way out, I'll be right here. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. The sky is sunny, but the clouds are running in my head. I'm thinking maybe I would rather play the part instead. Don't know what to say now, I'll get my eyesight checked. But I can listen while I'm wishing, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. I'm closing chapters, looking backwards, and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now, except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running and go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing on these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars. Driving hours in the car, the future is ours. I can tell by the stars, they don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running and go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing on these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars. Driving hours in the car, the future is ours. I can tell by the stars, they don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running and go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing on these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars. Driving hours in the car, the future is ours. I can tell by the stars, they don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running and go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing on these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars. Driving hours in the car, the future is ours. I can tell by the stars, they don't seem so. When I saw you downtown, I started acting like a clown, just to see if you would notice me and maybe get you to laugh. I did get some attention from the girl right next to you. Then all my friends saw me fleeing for my life. Street love.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Oh, Ted's actually muted, so that's a good start.
Oh yeah,
But-
yep. Nice. Thank you.
Yeah, it's, it,
Let me bring that one back.
happens to the best of us, Ted. It
You know,
really,
I
really does.
absolutely forgot, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it happens.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Blast Rising. We are back after the short pause after map number 1. For those of you that are just joining in, of course, my name is Ted. Next to me is my dear friend and co-caster Zerfer and Jack. We are ready to get things going with map number 2 between Nordavind and Gorillaz as the first one. Let's say to say that it didn't go as planned for Nordavind would be an understatement.
I mean, yeah, that would be a little bit of an understatement, but yeah, they're hoping to bring something else now in this second map as we wait to see what is going to happen. Mirage, of course, it is their pick. It is a good map for them. They're, I believe, 10-5 over in the last 3 months on HLTV in the games, of course, that have been covered on HLTV. Other than that, we don't know exactly, but Mirage, well, for Gorillaz, we've only seen them maybe 3 times on it, I think, as it will be interesting to see how well they play. It's very hard to judge a team on such a small sample size, especially, we've only seen them play Lil Mix on it, I believe SSP, a German side in the Flashpoint qualifier, and then I believe a loss to Copenhagen Flames 16-8. So it will be interesting, of course, to see what will happen on that map. You'd have to give the advantage to Nordavind, but I mean, the way that Gorillaz are playing and what they showed on map number 1, it was absolutely insane, Ted.
Yeah, absolutely. And we spoke about this before the start of the series. Actually, as a team, Gorillaz haven't been playing Mirage a lot. They've been together for a really short period of time. But something that we mentioned was that actually most of these players used to play Mirage a lot in their previous team. You had, of course, Esperanto play that with Crazy, with Valiance. It was always a really strong map for them. Mouse Sports, when Sunny was there, played Mirage a lot. Ents played Mirage when Sergey was there. Flusha, I think this man can play pretty much every map, so with him it doesn't really matter. But it is a team that knows how to play this map. They are players that know how to play the map, and for me, Mirage might be the most pokey map out there right now. So when you have 5 players who have a pretty decent understanding on how to play it, they should be ready to go and they should be all right. Of course, as you said, we should give a bit of a credit to Nordavind and a bit of advantage to them because it's one of their best maps. It's one of the maps that they feel most confident on, and it's the best map of Mertz as well. And we know that if Mertz has the chance to put on the numbers, if he has the chance to get involved, it's going to be really, really tough for Gorillaz to deal with him. Something that they managed to do on Dust 2, although on Mirage it's a bit harder to isolate the Opera.
Yeah, a little bit harder to isolate the Opera, but as you said, it is one of their better maps, 10-5. They've had some big names that they have taken down on Mirage, like Extremum and Sprout, but they are on the back of a 2-loss streak on this map. So, they have played against Isaac Boars and 777 Esports, and they haven't gone their way. And now, after that first map on Dust 2, I wonder is confidence maybe a little bit lacking. Yeah, it is their map pick, but I wonder, is that going to be in the back of their minds? Okay, we've lost it the last 2 times we've played it. Now we're going onto a map where it is an aim-heavy map. And I mean, Gorillaz, they just really weren't missing went on Dust 2. Their spacing was just really good and they just were hitting shots. It didn't really matter what Nordavind were throwing at them because Gorillaz, they were just simply out aiming them in every exchange there really was, and every aim duel that came up on that map, Gorillaz basically won it, bar maybe 1 or 2 times that obviously Nordavind picked up a round or 2. But it looks like we are going to be jumping live into the server. Gorillaz, they are going to be starting now on the CT side. They have the choice, of course, and well, we'll have to see what is in store for us, as we are going to see a little bit of a slower pistol from Nordavind, as they are very evenly split into a little bit of a default.
They are indeed. NATO, for the time being, he's just going to be spotting towards the B holes. Doesn't spot anyone just yet. NATO will see the first player, decides not to commit Gonna drop going for the jump spot. NATO still though, Nordavind, they're playing, as you mentioned, a slower default, just hoping that they get some aggression from the CT, that they get something to work with, and they managed to punish it. But for the time being, the Gorillaz aren't over-aggressing in any way. Of course, Esperanto going down will give them a bit of an advantage, and now they will start grouping up and potentially go back to that A-bomb site where Sergey and Sunny are waiting. And Sunny, if he continues with the performance that he had on Dust 2, they're going to be in for a tough time. This man single-handedly destroyed them on the first map, but let's see if he's going to be able to do it again. And there is number one. And that's a scary way to get things going. The first bullet that Sunny shoots, and there's number two. Sunny, 2 out of 2. Number 3, Sunny looking for 4, and he's gonna find it as well. Oh my goodness gracious. There's not gonna be any sun on the island of Nordavind. Sunny looking for the ace, and he might just have the chance to go for it. Supra with one more. Take your time, and finish off the ace with the knife kill. Sunny, he's absolutely smurfing in the server.
Oh, Ted, you're always crying out for a knife kill. There you go, mate. As Sonny will deliver.
Guy.
Oh, and look at the way to start the pistol. The crispy one taps to finish it off. The slice and dice onto Supra, and Gorillaz are going to take a 1-round lead. No bomb plan for Nordavind will mean no reinvestment from them, as we are going to see probably just a pretty routine round here from Gorillaz. Nordavind, they have to try and find something, of course, with the Glocks, but I mean, well, there's not really going to be too much, especially with the way that Gorillaz play their ecos. They are, or well, their anti-ecos rather. They are very passive. They give a lot of respect to their opponents, and it should be a pretty routine one, as it looks like Nordavind are just going to sit in T-spawn and maybe just talk about their plan of attack for the next round.
Let's see, Murbit trying to find something with the Glock. Of course, if Nordavind somehow, by any chance, managed to get a bomb plan out of this one, they're going to be more than happy with it. But for now, Gorillaz are just playing it from the back of the bomb sites, not giving them anything. Esperanto hiding and Sandwich. No way that he loses this fight against the Glock, so it should be Ohive and GG's for him. There's the smoke towards Palace, and they're gonna just jump out of middle. Murbit is gonna fall any moment now. Actually, does manage to land the ding, but he is gonna go down. Sunny with one more. Needs to save the KD. Doesn't want to pick and die to the Glock, and he actually does die to the Glock. Sergey, Flusha, and Esperanto, though, are there to back him up. So it's gonna be 2-0. Pretty standard stuff for the Gorillaz as we head into the first full investment from Nordavind.
Now the first investment from Nordavind, as they are going to bring out the AKs. So they do have a decent buy. Let's see what they can actually do with it, as we are going to see early on just a window smoke, as we see a short smoke now as well. Nordavind going to go fast out towards mid. The spam through the smoke here from the AUG. Not going to do too much, as Nordavind, they will take control. Smoke towards top con now is just going to deny any vision. That nade will do a little bit of damage, but not an awful lot to HS. Nothing to be too concerned about, as Supra just going to clear the underpass. The flash now in, as we are going to see the T's. They slow it down. They go fast early on, and then they slow it down. Now Gorillaz, they might just start expending a little bit of util to maybe retake parts of the map if they can. Well, Flusha, he's going to go for a flash, goes for a peek. The pre-fire is actually really good onto Murbit. Will tag him down very low, but it's Merce to pick up the first kill. Tensky will take down Esperanto. Sergey manages to pull one back for his team, but Nordavind with the man advantage here. Have to go back to get the bomb, but they have a chance to possibly pick up this first gun round.
Flusha needs to be careful, though. Now NATO Safex has rotated, so he can be a bit calmer with just focusing on short. And actually, Gorillaz are posted really well to deny that B split. NATO Safix has the MP9 close range. Same for Flusha with the MP, and he's gonna time it well. The second player is tagged as well. Sergey falling, but that doesn't matter because NATO Safix is towards B apartments. And now Tensky realizes they're both here. I only have 20 seconds to work with. Where do I go from here? And Tensky, he needs to stay here. He needs to commit to B, but NATO towards the back of the side with only 10 seconds. He's gonna hear it. Tensky, he can't afford to continue shifting. He needs to go on full W, and I think he's just saving at this point. He's not even going to go for it. Realizes he doesn't have enough time. And Gorillaz, they might have made it work. And indeed they did with the SMGs.
Make it work. And NATO Safix just tries to recover a gun, but Tensky is gonna pick up that kill. So he does survive with the AK, but money is not going to be great on the Nordavind side. Just having a look there, they are going to go for a little bit of a reinvestment on some players. They are going to buy little bits of util here and there. So we could be seeing a set play towards B here from the Nordavind side. It would be interesting to see as Flusha and NATO Safix might be called in to defend this bomb site from the get-go, but it looks like they're not going to go too quick. They are just going to wait. So we could see this pop come in, and NATO Safix, well, he's going to need to be ready and on hand to deal with this oncoming traffic.
Yeah, indeed. Huge jump spotting at this point. He has the support of Flusha, who's over towards short. NATO deploys the smoke. Flusha good for one, tries to spam through NATO Safix, as well with one. Esperanto has rotated already, so there should be no problems for the CTs to hold on to that bomb side. But wait a second, Mertz with a double on the P250. And Tensky with the AK as well. That's going to leave Sergey in the clutch 1 versus 2. But I don't think he's aware that there's a player over towards short. And Mertz is going to shut him down. What a round to pick up from Nordavind. The half buy, not even the full investment. They managed to make it work with the B execution. And, well, looking at the economy of Gorillaz, this might have been Nordavind's way back into the half.
And, you know, already picking up that first round for Nordavind is going to be a good thing. They struggled to find that first round for a good while. I think they were looking at, 8-0, 9-0 before they actually picked up their first round. Now they get onto the board very quickly, and now they have a chance to double up their round tally, as we see a little bit of a weakened buy from Gorillaz. They have to go for the force here, but they only can afford 2 Famuses on Flusha and Sergey, and the rest are going to have to do it with Deagles. Little bits of utility scattered throughout the CT side, as we see Nordavind now realizing that there is probably a low buy on the Gorilla side. They might try and get aggressive, so we are just going to hold and wait, as they are going to be playing this one a little bit passive. The smoke now going towards top mid is just going to take that piece of the map away from Nordavind, so they will have to try and retake that if they want to go out towards mid later on in the round. But a minute left on the clock, and Nordavind, they can still go anywhere.
Indeed they can. And for the time being, it looks like they're going to go and try to retake middle control. Super taking out Sunny. That's an important kill to find. Early man advantage now, but with 40 seconds on the clock, they need to make their mind on where they want to go. As by the looks of things, it is going to be this A bomb side. Esperanto tucked behind triple. He's going to try and win as much time as possible for his teammates to rotate and help him out, but it's going to be really tough for him. If he finds a kill or two, that's going to be more than enough and more than ideal. And there's the bait. Esperanto, he's going to strike now. There's number 1. He tries to find a second, but Mertz is there with the refrag. Still man advantage for the T's. NATO Safix making sure that this doesn't stay like it. And Mertz, well, that's more like it. Merbit as well with 1. And that's going to leave NATO all alone. But that's what we want to be seeing from Mertz. We want to see him be confident. We want to see him go for these kinds of peaks and plays, because we know that his mechanical abilities are really, really high. Like, the ceiling is really high with him, and he's capable of doing just phenomenal stuff, but he needs to be confident and he needs to have a day.
He really does, and when he is confident, when he is that player that we know him to be, he is literally unplayable on the server, already racking up 8 kills, as we are going to wait for this bomb just to explode now. NATO Safix might be looking for a gun if he can find one, He's going to look around middle, won't be able to spot anything out. So only a Deagle is going to be saved. And Gorillaz, well, they won't have a lot of money, but at least NATO Safix, he has a nice knife. M9 Bayonet Fade. And if you're interested in picking up any skins, make sure to go ahead and check out CS.money. You can, get rid of some of the old skins that you don't want. Maybe get something new, something fresh in the inventory. You can suit up there. You can change your look right now, as it is the best skin trading platform.
Absolutely, and let's see if Nordavind are gonna change the look of the score after this one, as it should be them leveling things up. But there is a bit of a stack going on towards the A-bomb side. Esperanto is gonna find the first, but there it goes. The USPs, they just fall one after the other. NATO has the only Digo in the round, and Flush is actually gonna find a kill through the smoke. That's nothing too surprising at this point from Flush. And NATO Safix with one more, so actually Gorillaz are gonna be happy with this one. They managed to get 3 players out of the server from the side of Nordavind, 3 kills in a Fuiko with nothing invested. Pretty much ideal. Now it's gonna be another full buy. No AWP yet though for either NATO Safix or Sergey. They're going to be going with the M-Force and the extra utility in the FAMAS, which suggests that we might see a bit of an aggressive play from the CTs.
Yeah, early on we don't see the off from either player, as we do see it on Mertz, and we all know how dangerous he can be on it. He still has it in play as well. Super is going to make his way out now of the A ramp, as it looks like Nordavind are going to commit towards A. Gorillaz not playing from the site. They are playing for the retake. Esperanto towards CT. Murbik going to be tagged down low, as Esperanto is going to try and get towards triple. And going to peek out. HS will take him down, looking for some more, as there is a deep jungle smoke there, so no visibility from that jungle player. There's a little bit of a gap there. Sergey will use that to his advantage, turn this into a 4v4. Sunny already on 6 kills, looking to maybe add a 7th or an 8th, but look at this from Merba. It's so good. Sergey will go down. Is he going to be ready for Sunny, who is sat on the stairs? No, he is not, as Mertz will take down Flusher. Sunny will eventually fall. NATO Safix now can deny the bomb plant, which could be huge. Now into a 1 versus 2, and Nordavind, they have to get onto the site and recover the bomb. Mertz is going to pick it up. Tensky Holden now from Palace should have this kill, and indeed he will. Nordavind take the lead 4-3 on their map pick, and Gorillaz will have a little bit of a situation economic-wise on their hands.
Yeah, Nordavind, something that I like is they're doing pretty much what Gorillaz did on Dust 2. They're switching up the pace so much, and they're just kind of being really creative with it. We saw that they were kind of, I don't want to say shy, but really professional with the rounds before, like playing the default, not taking any chances, not taking any risks. Now they just switch it up. They go for the exact opposite thing. They go for the contact play out of ramp, and Gorillaz, they just weren't in position to deny that and stop it. Not ready at all for such kind of a play. And this is something that I love from Nordavind. I want to see the diversity in their strat book. I want to see the diversity in their ideas, and see that they are actually ready and able to compete with Gorillaz here on Mirage, and potentially try and take us to a decider.
Potentially that is what could happen. And well, they've started with their best foot forward, but Ted, it's interesting to note that Gorillaz, they actually do play a lot better on their T side. So they do play fairly okay on their CT side, but it is their T side that they do a lot of the work, as I believe they have a 70% win percentage in their T side rounds, which is absolutely insane. So, it is a good amount. It is something just to keep in mind in the second half, but I mean, it's no good if we see a 12-3 half here from Nordavind. They need to find a few more rounds. Still plenty of time to go here, as Nordavind, it's their turn to play a little bit slow here. Want to give Gorillaz the respect that they deserve, even on these pistols, as they are going to make their way forward and make their way up towards B, which is going to be the stack side. Sunny will find the first one to peek out there. Flusha will take down Merbe, as Flusha will go down. NATO Safix will fall as well. Sergey goes. Esperanto falls by the wayside as well. So it looked a little bit dangerous there for Nordavind going into that site, but they come out on top. They win the exchanges, but a good bit of damage done to the T economy.
And that's the second time in a row when, if the Gorillaz are an eco, they manage to stack the correct bomb site and they kill 3 players. The question is, when do Nordavind realize that these rounds are too close for comfort? Because, you know, you lose a round like that, you're not going to be happy with it. But now that doesn't matter because Gorillaz will be on a full buy. And well, last time we spoke about neither of NATO, Safix, and Sergey having an op, right? Now they both have one. It's going to be the double op setup on the CT side, the full buy as well, Gorillaz. That's going to be their best chance to win a round that they've had so far. Well, let's see if they manage to make it work. We see a really similar setup with the 2 ops on Mirage, one towards B, the other just being really mobile around the A-bomb side, around middle connector. Another team that does that is actually Complexity. They did it with Poison and Config at times. And well, let's see if it works out now.
It will work out, but right now it is very passive. Something that we have seen from just Nordavind. They are just very slow on their approach on the T side as they look to pick apart Gorillaz. Flusha will be the first man to fall. Merbit from under will be able to find that kill now. 45 seconds left. Nordavind, they look to be going into an A execute here where Esperanto and Sergey are going to be the lines of defense. Now, Sonny, he is going to be a fast rotate, and NATO Safix with that AWP on B. He hasn't seen too much go in. Now, as the smokes will go over, so it will be a little bit of a giveaway. Esperanto is going to have to drop a flash and try and get out of under where it has been mollied. Sergey will fall. That's the op taken out of the equation. The double entry onto A. Sonny finds one onto Merbit just before that smoke blossoms. Now, Safix rotates over, will get a kill. The bomb has actually been dropped out in the open. Now, Safix will get a second, and hold on a second, we're in a 1v1. 6 seconds left. The bomb has to go down, and HS will punch the numbers in just in time, and is now going to back away towards jungle. And he might have just played this one superbly as he is going to make his way through the murder hole. He is going to make his way in towards CT. Doesn't want to make a sound because NATO Safix will hear him, of course. And well, HS, he has absolutely big brained this one. There's absolutely going to be no idea for NATO Safix that HS is behind him. Superbly played. Nordavind are going to get their 6th.
That's just experience. HS just the balls to go for such kind of a play, realizing that NATO won't be too brave in his approach on the retake. That's just an amazing 1v1 to win. And Nordavind, they managed to win number 6 here. 6-3, as again, no money on the Gorillaz side will mean another half buy with the hero rifle in hands of Sunny. He's going to get the M4. And by the looks of things, he's going to try and go over towards window. And Nordavind are actually going to go for another B execute. Now, this becomes really interesting. Last time we saw how dangerous Gorillaz were. And let's see if they manage to do it again.
Nordavind, they are going to be making their way on forward. They're going to be stopped here by a few pieces of utility, but they are eventually going to make their way out. Have to find the pistols as Sonny with that rifle in his hand. He will find the first, but he will go down. NATO Safix now playing around the van, trying to find Tensky. Will get the kill as Flusha will find Merbit, and this is looking so good for Gorillaz. Mertz hits the no-scope, but he's left now in a 1v3. Flusha takes him down. Gorillaz are going to steal away that round, and that spells a little bit of trouble for Nordavind, as that is a round that they should not be losing, but they go into that stack. And well, Gorillaz will punish you if you walk in, even with pistols. They are ever so dangerous. And Nordavind, they are going to have a little bit of a weird buy coming into this next round.
Yeah, you know, I'm not a big fan of the anti-ecos from Nordavind. It's not even anti-eco, it's just the anti-force, the anti-half buys, let's say. The rounds that they use against the pistols, because, you know, we spoke about this one. They're going for executes, which ideally doesn't give a lot of chances to the pistols if it is a full eco. But when you know it's a partial by like a half investment, you know they have the maximum loss bonus, they can go for a hero rifle as well. to go for an execute isn't always the best option, especially when you saw that in the previous 2 cases, you almost lost the round. And now you just get completely annihilated because you see that they actually have the utility to slow you down and rotate extra players. And yeah, this doesn't that doesn't please me as much. I would really hope to see them play a default, just try and see what's going on, try and get a couple of openings, maybe an entry slowdown, play the man advantage game in a round like that, despite of just going for an execute so many times in a row. But in the end, let's see. If they manage to make this one work, it's going to be all right. They're going to be able to once again shoot a really dangerous shot at the economy of the Gorillaz. But for now, as you mentioned, it's not going to be a really pretty buy.
No, not in the slightest. And down to 35 seconds, NATO Safix getting a very aggressive position. Flusher will find the first kill of the round. HS to go down. Esperanto will find one as well. NATO Safix walks through the smoke, finds the first. He's not going to be expecting Super behind him, so he will go down. But the damage has been done. The jig is up. Flusher is now hearing them make their way out of the apartments, and Super is not going to be checking for him. Flusher peeks out, takes him down. Mertz left in a 1v4. Hits the no scope as he looks for more. Goes for a nice little quick scope, but Sergey will take him down. Gorillaz get to within 1 round now of Nordavind, and that little weird buy does not work out now for the T side, so they will have an eco once again. And I mean, you know, the Gorillaz, they are playing so well, and there you have it. As you can see on your screen, Red Magic, they've released their new game and phone series with 165 Hz refresh rate of a screen, and it is a very cool phone to have. If you're interested in mobile gaming, make sure to go ahead and check them out and definitely pick one up.
Yeah, if you're interested in playing mobile games on more hertz than I'm playing CSGO, just go and get that one. Easy as that. And easy as that was the way to describe this round for Gorillaz as well. They managed to level things up 6-6, and now we're speaking. Now we're speaking because Gorillaz, they've shown that they have some teeth, and we spoke about both teams having a better T side on Mirage. I really think at this point Gorillaz are doing more than enough on their CT side. If they manage to win one more round or even win their CT side, that's going to be pretty much perfect. But look at the switch of pace against Nordavind. They're trying to be interesting, trying to be creative, and Esperanto wasn't ready for that part of creativity. Sunny is going to fight back with 1, but still, it is a 4 versus 4, and Gorillaz, they will have to readjust to it. 1-for-1 still going all over the way.
Merba takes down Flusher. The bomb will go down. NATO Safix and Sergey left now in a 2v3. Smoke's just obscuring Sergey's vision for the moment, as he will now wait for them to clear. The molly is going to actually just trap Super. He's going to take a lot of damage here. Actually, he's okay in the corner as he is just about surviving. NATO Safix might go to try and clear him out. I believe he does know he's there, so he's going to find him. Supra will hit the headshot. Sergey now left all alone. This should be Nordavind's round, and Supra will seal it. A 2k from him to finish it off. As Nordavind, they are going to regain the lead, but Gorillaz have more than enough money to go for the reinvestment in this following round.
They do, but again, this little detail, Nordavind, that is what I was missing on this too, essentially. What I was missing with this too was that switch of pace. That's something that we didn't see there. Now we see it, and it works out perfectly. They're just being really dynamic with their approach, not allowing Gorillaz to play their game, not allowing them to set up. And now they go back to the default. Now they slow things down. And this is something that doesn't actually allow Gorillaz to feel really well in the server, because look at that, they're kind of nervous at this point. They're going for the aggressive play, realizing, okay, Nordavind, they're trying to play with us. We want to play with them. We're the ones that will be dictating the pace. And let's see, Sunny and Sergey. HS is waiting for it, and he's going to be able to win the fight. Now, Sergey surely needs to continue pushing. He needs to find something. They're in the 4 versus 5. This aggression didn't work out at all.
No, not in the slightest, as Gorillaz, they try and make something work, but Nordavind will punish them. And, well, now Nordavind, they have the cards really to play. It's really up to them where they want to go, what bomb site they want to commit to. As HS is going to be just making his way on forward to group up with the rest of his teammates outside of the A bomb site. A smoke going to go towards Palace. He's just going to lock Tensky out now for the moment, as we are going to see smokes go over towards Abel. Look at that flusher. He's already pulled the man advantage back. The nade will go deep. The spam through the smoke doing lots of damage to the upper, as Esperanto, he's so dangerous here from triple flusher. Just no fear going through that smoke, having a look, but spots out absolutely nothing. Another smoke going to be dropped, trying to get Nordavind players across. Esperanto will go down as Neo Safix through the smoke gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Tensky left. And he has 3 to find. 10 seconds left. The bomb is down. There's no chance. Neo Safix surely has won it for his team. And well, Tensky will fall. Sergey in the back of the head with the USP. But well played there from Neo Safix.
By the way, NATO, considering he is the B-side anchor, he's been so impactful on these rotations. Every single time he's rotated through CT, he's finding kills. And he's finding multi-kills as well. And this is to have your B anchor have almost the stat of your connector player. That's insane, because Sunny, he's currently on 16 kills. NATO is on 13. And again, they're heading towards B. Nordavind, with this broken buy, it's gonna be back to the basics, back to what was working there for some time. It's gonna be the B execution once again. Sunny picking up the kill onto Merbit, once again pushing towards Meadow, but there goes NATO Safix, the two best performers on the Gorillaz side. They're not gonna miss any shots anytime soon. NATO picking up one more, nearly flicks to the third, but there is Flusher with the double to finish it off. That's gonna be 8-7, the first half going in the way of the CTs.
Look at that once again. Sunny leading the charge.
The Mikasa picture, bro. The Mikasa picture. That's it.
I know, it's just, it's absolutely insane. It's the anime. It's just literally the power that it gives to him.
Attack on Titan. He's a Titan in the server right now.
That's all he is, you know. Literally 17 kills. He had 20, I believe, in the first half of the Dust 2 game. And now Gorillaz, they have a 1-round lead going over onto the T side, which we spoke about a little bit, Ted. Gorillaz, they pick up the majority of the T rounds that they do play, a 70% win percentage on it. So, you know, they are very strong. Nordavind, they could struggle a little bit, you know, considering the majority of their rounds are won on the T side as well. So the first half was really going to tell us a lot. But Nordavind, if they can pick up this pistol, then, you know, they might have a little bit of a chance. But if Gorillaz do, you know, just the experience that they showed and just the way that they played their T side on Dust 2, Nordavind, we could be looking at a 2-0 here.
Yeah. You know, the problem is when it comes to Gorillaz to have the chance to dictate the pace. But for now, ladies and gents, as we mentioned earlier already, Coinbase is the easiest place to get into crypto. So even if you're not into crypto, as Jack told you earlier, they have a lot of interesting articles to get you a bit interesting, to fire up that sparkle in you. Whether you're just getting started with some spare change or making a big purchase, they're the place to go. Coinbase have, as we said, a lot of articles. You can become an expert in just no time. And even they have ways to earn free crypto just by learning about it, which is a pretty cool feature.
Yeah, really cool. I don't know if you're involved in crypto yourself, Ted. I, for one, am. I do use Coinbase as well. And, well, you know, I'm actually so involved in it, I had to stop myself from it, because you just see these little opportunities, little cryptos that you want to buy. It, you know, it can make you a lot of money. And definitely, if you haven't looked into it, definitely check out Coinbase and get involved. But for now, we are going to see Nordavind try and pick up this CT round as Mertz tries to replicate what Sunny did in the first, as he will find 2, looking for a third now onto Flusha, as he will take down Esperanto, and he is on for it. He's already got 3, just needs 2 more to replicate it, but Tensky will shut down any chance of the ace coming in there. Neo Safix was actually spotted out there by Mertz, and he is going to be executed. A clean CT pistol there from Nordavind, and exactly what they needed.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't lose a single member, and that's what they need. Not only for the score, they needed to gain some confidence, because, you know, you got absolutely annihilated on map 1. Now you're on your own map pick. You know that your T side is the better one than the 2 of them, and you end up losing it. So now you need to gain some confidence. You need to try and get things going for you from the beginning in the second half. And it's going to be Gorillaz actually going for the force buy, though. They want to shut down Nordavind from the get-go. This is something that we saw on Dust 2. They managed to do it there. They're just not allowing Nordavind anything at all. And well, let's see if they do it again. It's going to be the default middle take. And by the looks of things, it's going to end as an A split.
Looks like that is what we might be seeing, but Gorillaz, you just don't know until the last, 20 seconds of a round exactly what they are going to do. They love leaving it late, as we've seen a lot on Dust 2. That molly going to be dropped is going to force Esperanto out, but he manages to win that aim duel, and Tensky will go down. Esperanto tagged down now to 3 HP, as HS looking to see if anyone has got up in that window smoke. The flash in towards ladder as Fusha. He will take down HS, and now the 2-man advantage, and also the rifle picked up there is going to give Gorillaz a great chance in this round. Nordavind, they have to be panicking a little bit here, as Sunny will take down Super. He has to push for a little bit of information. Mertz with a quick triple though, as he takes down Esperanto, Sunny, and Sergey, and Nato Safix and Flusha now in a 2v2, as 26 seconds left on the clock. The bomb is dropped. The flank coming in here from Merba should be enough to seal the round here for Gorillaz, as he will catch Nato Safix in the back. Spots out Flusha, tags him down low but won't get the kill, and Flusha wins that fight. Spots out Mertz now as well. They know exactly where he is. Needs to put the bomb down, and he will do so. Mertz in a whole load of trouble, as he has to commit now into this 1v2.
He needs to find the ace already with 3 on his name. Needs to make them 5 to win the round. On the back of that choke from Ramp, Mertz trying to bait out a peek, waiting for it, but he's not gonna get it. It's just to confirm his position, and now he realizes, I have a defuse kit, but I need to find both. I'm not sure where they are. He's out of ammo already, and he's even gonna go down probably to NATO Safix, 9-8. This is not a round that Gorillaz should be taking, especially after this triple kill. What more can he do?
I mean, he needs his teammates to help him out a little bit there, but they all went down. 3 players fell without any frag going the way of Nordavind. Mertz, he did very well even to get it down into that situation. And in Merbit, he had a perfect opportunity to find at least 1 kill there, but Flusha managed to turn around and kill him, as he did go down, and that was really the round there. And then Gorillaz now looking to turn the screw a little bit, looking to pick up this round just to kind of extend the distance between these two teams. And, well, it is a forced buy. It is only Deagles out from this Nordavind side. Their economy not looking in the best of spots, as Gorillaz are going to go out towards A. Mertz is the only man here, and he will go down. Nordavind, they are going to rotate on over, but Flusha, he will already have the bomb plant down, and Gorillaz are in really good post-plant positions.
Yeah, that's going to be the save. Nordavind, at this point, they did that. They did that on Dust 2. When you have the force and you just see that it's no way you make the retake work, you fall back, you save the Deagles, you're going to be ecoing the next one. You already know that because you're going to have no money. So you're not gonna give up on having the chance to do some damage on an eco, right? Because apparently you're not going to invest anything, but still you're going to have 1 AK, 2 Deagles. Good enough. You can do some damage, potentially make it a close one, even win it if the AK player decides to go absolutely huge. So Nordavind aren't going to be too sad about this one because they managed to save the AK as well. But still, Gorillaz, again, they're making it on double digits. And I think we might be seeing some flashbacks from the T side on Dust 2.
Yeah, we might already. It's a little bit early to tell, of course. We're only, 3 rounds into this second half, but looking at what Nordavind have to bring to the table in this next round, it's only really the AK on Merbit that's going to have to do a lot of the work, as we see 4 players now towards A. Esperanto isn't going to spot anyone out just yet. It's just jiggling in case somebody crosses towards stairs, as Merbit is left to solo B with that AK. And Esperanto, he might peek out and spot out a few players here. He gets the information, and I love that from him. He actually just backs away, just doesn't want to overpeak, doesn't want to give away any advantage, respecting Nordavind completely, realizing if he goes down, there's no chance of a refrag, so let's just back away. Let's play it a little bit calm, and that's what Gorillaz are so good at doing.
Yeah, exactly. This is when you just see that they're taking this one really seriously. They don't want to overcommit, playing it as it should be. as you mentioned, they don't want to get caught in some pushes, stacks, or something like that. Just holding in the beginning. Now they're going to regroup and play the default A execute. That's a really decent round when you know that there's a broken buy on the other side, when you know that there's not enough utility, not any utility indeed. And they actually gave Nordavind enough time to leave the A bomb side completely open. They're going to go for the B stack. So everything is going to work out perfectly. Gorillaz, with a decent read on the situation, are going to have a free bomb site and a free round to work with. And if they want, they might even keep a lot of the players alive and try to build up that economy. Flusha needs to be careful, though, because there's going to be a lot of guys going his way now. And Supra, hello. He's going to welcome Flusha with open arms. There goes Sergey, though. With the EMP, is going to farm some pretty easy and nice cash. Same for Esperanto. And that's going to leave Murbit with his Fire Serpent in the 1v4. And by the way, while we're at it, which is your favorite AK?
Oh, that's a tough one. I do like the Empress. I think the Empress is clean. Bloodsport is nice as well.
No, your favorite one, like your dream AK.
Oh, I do like just an AK Asimov. To be fair, AK Asimov is probably
Asimov.
Yeah. I just love the Asimov skin. If I could have it on every gun, I would.
You're boring. I would say Wild Lotus.
Wild Lotus. Yeah, I mean that's a nice skin.
What do you mean? It's beautiful.
It's just a matter of opinion, though, mate, isn't it?
No.
Not for you, no. Just a correct answer to the best AK skin.
No, it's not. Oh,
yeah, definitely, and well, I mean, it is a nice skin, yeah. But there are some nice skins on show in this. We spoke about, the knives. We spoke about the knife and glove combo on Sunny. That's probably my favorite, actually, that I have seen. But for now, we are going to see the buyback from Nordavind. 3 rounds in the lead are Gorillaz. And, well, we are going to see smokes thrown over towards B. So this might pull a little bit of rotation. Nordavind, they have a little bit of information because they are playing a little bit aggressive towards the A ramp as Flusha and Sergey, they're going to make their way up short, and Sunny is just going to smoke off towards top connector. So Gorillaz, they have complete control of mid, and they can really go anywhere they want. B would probably be their favorite destination, considering there is only 2 players here, but they're looking to find the entry before they go anywhere.
HS being aggressive towards short might find something. There is a flash from Murbit, but it's not going to do a whole lot of things here. HS getting curious. Oh, this is all timing. It's all timing. Are they going to be aware? By the looks of it, they are. They're just waiting for him. They hope that he pushes for information. Look at that, Sunny already in jungle. And Gorillaz with 30 seconds on the clock. They need to make their move. There is the Molotov. There's the fake from Sunny. He's going to break the window here, and he's going to make his way towards B, actually. There is the flash to try and delay him. Sunny going for the fight, and he's gonna find Murbit. That's an insane kill to have. Even though HS is gonna drop on, that won't matter. Oh, what a kill from Sunny. That's an amazing play, and that's gonna seal it. Surely, you just go for the save. You don't even think about going for the round if you're Nordavind.
It was that player towards the van that was going to do all of the damage. They were relying on really him. And, well, that kill is absolutely insane. Just the little flank through the murder hole. He had to break the vent as well, so there was a sound cue. They knew that there was a player coming from there. But Sunny, he just lined up the headshot. He was able to take it. Gorillaz ultimately take the sight off the back of it, and they will take a 4-round lead. The only saving grace, really, I suppose, for Nordavind is the 3 rifles that they will be bringing into the next round. They'll have the AWP on Mertz, who can pose a threat a little bit. But, I mean, Gorillaz now, they're only 4 rounds away from picking up this series. And maybe, getting into that winner's game where they could possibly qualify for the next stage of this event.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that from Sunny. That was absolutely phenomenal. There is Tansky on the camera. A lot of the Nordavind players as well. They need to change something at this point, Nordavind, though. They're down 4 rounds. You mentioned that they're going to have another full reinvestment, but the money isn't looking great. AWP available for Mertz, and they're going to go for aggression. Supra with the peek towards top middle. There's a lot of grenades going on both sides, and Supra is actually going to find the opening. Flusher going down. Esperanto deciding that he wants to try and fall back, and actually he's going to find himself a kill. Finally falling down, but NATO Sapphix towards A with Sergey are going to shut down the defense, and somehow, some way, Gorillaz, they've capitalized on the noise that has been made towards middle, and they reacted instantly and took the A-bomb side.
It is so so great really how they play, you know, just so reactive throughout the map. Sergey will find that kill, but he will go down. Supra 35 HP, has to try and door out self and make his way onto this site where he'll have the tricky task taking NATO Sapphix out of the round into the 1v1. Does have lots of utility that he is going to expend a little bit of. Drops of smoke now as well. The bomb is ticking on. He has no kit, so it will be Gorillaz picking up the round. They've done it again. And I mean, Ted, you talked about it there. Just the way that they got out towards middle, they capitalized, they reacted towards that A bomb site. They realized, you know, there's a heavy presence towards mid. We can go out towards A. There's probably going to be favorable fights, and they will win the round off the back of it. And I mean, we can't really talk about, you know, we can't really not talk about just how good Gorillaz are on their T side, on not only those two, on this map as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason of that, because they're so good, is actually their skins. And speaking about skins, if you want to sell your Steam waste and get skins, get the skins you love, maybe upgrade your looks, change your inventory a bit, make it a bit fresh, you can do that over at CS Money, as this is the best skin trading platform out there. And if you get the skins, like, it's not something that I'm saying, it's a fact. If you get the exact same knife as a pro player, you're going to become as good as him. For example, I got the knife of Config. I'm still trash at the game, but that's going to work for you, I promise.
That is, I hope it's not shade thrown at Config as we move on into this round.
He's insane. That's the reason that I bought his knife. I was like, yeah, I'm going to switch to his settings. I'm going to buy his knife. Everything's going to work out perfectly. And then I lost 500 Dilo for 2 days.
Well, you can always win it back, as Nordavind, they are down, not elo, but down a few rounds, as they are going to be trying to claw it back here, as NATO Sapphix tries to pick off that flashbang, nearly gets rewarded, as Tensky is going to be full whited by it, but no kill just yet early on. 45 seconds left on the clock, so Gorillaz, they are going to have to make up their mind. They have mid control, and well, Nordavind, they have literally no information where Gorillaz are going to go. So it is just a guessing game for them at this stage, and the majority of the time on their CT side, they have guessed incorrectly, hoping that'll change now as they will make their way. Mertz with a collateral as Sergey and Flusha fall. Merbit backs away towards jail as Gorillaz commit towards B. Merbit will find one. HS takes down Esperanto. NATO Sapphix, it's only a matter of time before he goes down as well. Finds the first, can't get any more done. Tensky is going to put the 9th on the board now for Nordavind. And I mean, that is just, you know, the risk that Gorillaz run. You know, when you wait so long and when you try and get into a bomb site, if the first 2 kills, the first 2 entries don't go your way, then the round is pretty much over. Nordavind rotate, and they're heavily stacked on that site, and it's just very difficult to win the round from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Nordavind finally managed to win another round on their CT side, but they're going to need a whole more of that. And, well, let's see if they're going to be able to achieve it, as Gorillaz aren't going to make it easy for them in the slightest. Back to the default we go. 2 players around top middle, 2 holding ground. They're going to go for the deep smokes towards jungle and stairs, and try and fake out some presence towards the A-bomb side, just to make it a possibility for Gorillaz to fight for middle, and it has worked out perfectly. There is the short peek. You managed to bait that one out. The connector player is close as well. You've done what you wanted to. The question is, can you capitalize on it? Gorillaz, they're trying to drag the attention. They're trying to bait out the players from middle to get into a fight with them, but for now, Nordavind aren't giving them anything to work with.
Oh, not right now, and they very rarely do, as we see HS waiting for that smoke to clear, maybe focusing out towards window. Esperanto is out towards A, and he will find that kill. Now HS pulls one back himself. Mertz going to be flashed off the angle. Has the AWP in his hand. NATO Safix will find another kill going in Gorillaz' favor. Tensky looking towards Palace, tag down low. Will only be finding one. So Gorillaz, they are going to be heading towards A. They are going to be committing to this site. Now Safix with another Mert. Now going to peek out. Drops the bomb on Flusha. Now didn't actually spot Sonny crossing, which could catch him out, but he reacts, takes him down. NATO Safix now left in a 1v2. The only thing going for him is the HP on the side of Nordavind. The bomb is going to be tapped, looking towards Con, expecting a player to come from there. Not going to stick it. Now he's going to punch the numbers in and needs to be careful because the players have made their way out, and it's Mertz to find the hat-trick of kills as Nordavind get in to double figures. And they look to mount a little bit of a comeback now in this second half.
They absolutely do. Losing 3 players in this scenario isn't even going to be that bad because they still have enough money to reinvest. And the reason that NATO wasn't looking actually at CT, he was hoping that Mertz is alone towards CT, and he was waiting for the flank from Connector, Despawn, or Jungle, something like that. He was trying to bait out that player and isolate 2 1v1s, but Nordavind, they played it to perfection. Of course, thankfully, for Gorillaz, they managed to get the bomb plant, which will allow them to get a full buy as well. But Mertz, he's looking hot on his heels right now, 25 and 14. And we said how big of an impact he has. In the moment that he has a strong game, Nordavind, they're winning a lot of rounds and they're looking really good. But the thing is that he needs to continue with this performance. And Gorillaz are going to have a pretty decent buy round as well on their side.
Gonna need to keep it going as we are going to see Supra in a good position here. He is going to drop another nade, which will do a good chunk of damage. Esperanto down to 24, Sunny down to 26. So already the Gorillaz players softened up a lot by the util of Nordavind, which is always going to benefit them, of course. Walking into the site, you only need a few more bullets, and, well, they're taken down. You want them as low as possible before you actually get them in your line of sight. And well, now Gorillaz deciding maybe A isn't the option. Let's back on away. We'll throw a smoke towards top mid. We'll leave Flusha to lurk as we will go to commit towards this B site. Merbit is the anchor, of course. We have HS with a little bit of support from short, but it's going to be on these 2 men to try and stop Gorillaz from making their way out, who still have the util for an execute, but this molly is going to delay even further. The nade, if he throws it now, oh, that's going to do so much damage. It gets a kill, it gets 2, and I mean, that's just perfect utility from the Nordavind side, and that is the save from Gorillaz. They have to back away, and I mean, Gorillaz didn't even see a single man there, and they were just killed by literally grenades.
That's an example on how you win a round with only 3 AGs. Nothing more, nothing less. 3 AGs and a molly, that's it. You don't need anything else, apparently. Nordavind, they managed to keep all 5 players alive. I was just about to say that Merbit and HS are actually the players that are doing the worst in the Nordavind side. I mean, like, they're maybe the weakest parts right now. So if Gorillaz prioritize going for B, this might be the correct decision. But Merbit, apparently, he has an HE saved up. He had a molly as well. HS had full utility, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So it would have been just impossible for the T's to make it work. And as you said, they saved up the 3 rifles. Esperanto and Sunny will be only with the pistols for now. But Nordavind, they're starting to crawl their way back into this. And this might be a bit of a scary prospect for their opponents.
Yeah, Gorillaz, they could be put to the test here. But it is still only 3 rounds for them they need to pick up the round, as we will have to wait and see what happens. But as you can see there, Red Magic, they have launched their new line of gaming phones. So if you haven't checked them out already, make sure to go ahead and do it. 165 hertz refresh rate screen. So make sure to go ahead and give them a look if you're interested in mobile gaming, that is, or even if you just want to watch your streams on your phone in better quality. Red Magic is definitely worth your while. Smoke towards Palace here, as it looks like Gorillaz are going to be setting up for a little bit of a Palace pop, and well, Supra is the only man towards A, which could be a problem.
It absolutely could, especially if Tensky gets smoked off and mollied off. Supra, he will have to step up, has only the MP9, and the timing is really important. This molly is going to be vital, but the 2 smokes and the flash are going to go through. Oh, this Molotov was absolutely perfect from Tensky. The timing, but still Supra, he's up close. They're going to try and jump it. Tensky, good for 1, good for 2, but the refrags are on point for the T's. Again, the utility damage is there, but the kills are going either side. Sunny still not able to make his way onto the bomb side, and NATO Safex is going to drop Merz. That's the AWPA out of the equation. Now HS and Murbit need to go absolutely huge, but they're going to double peek him. HS, good for 1, but that's going to be about it, leaving Murbit in the clutch. Both players heavily tagged, down to 40 HP. Murbit, this Molotov might seal the deal. DH as well. NATO Safex is going to fall. And we go down to the 1v1. Sergey, he has the op, he can't afford to miss, and he's not gonna afford to miss, as he's gonna land the shot, giving Murbit another free haircut. 14 on the board for Gorillaz, 2 away from taking the map and the series.
2 away from taking the map in the series, but I just want to talk about Nordavind's utility usage there once again.
Yeah.
Absolutely superb. That molly just delaying them caused Gorillaz a lot of problems, but they were able to actually react and just go in off that. The nade as well, the molly and the HE on the retake, getting it into a 1v1. Of course, Sergey did come out on top, but Nordavind, they are getting close. They just need a little bit of luck to go in their favor, but Gorillaz, they're just not really missing, as we are waiting now for this tactical timeout to come to an end. Looking at the buy now on the Gorillaz side, there's only two rifles, excuse me. There's 3 SMGs. NATO Safex, Esperanto, and Sunny. The MAC-10s and the UMPs are going to be used, so this will be interesting. It looks like they are going to be making their way towards A. So could we be seeing a fast play here from Gorillaz, and could we see Nordavind caught off guard a little bit, as we see 4 players stacked towards the A side here from Nordavind?
Oh, this might be it. Nordavind, they have the read. It's a perfect one. The smokes, the flashes, but Super is gonna go down. Now 3 more to go. NATO Safex not ready for Merz. 1 for 1, but the AWP strikes Tensky as well. The refrag's working perfectly, but Tensky, he's still alive towards people, and they need to get him out of there. Not able to do quite so just yet. There's a smoke as well. Oh, but he's gonna burn. Sergey has made this one into a 1v1, and ooh, that was lightning fast. What a kill from Sergey, and Gorillaz, they're up to 15.
And I'm seeing so many people, like, when they're looking at this Gorillaz lineup, why is Sergey up and why is NATO Safex not picking up the up? That's why.
Yeah.
That is why he is on it. He is very good. He is lightning quick on it, as he will get Gorillaz onto map and series point. And look at this, 4 MAC-10s in the equation. Sergey, the only man on a rifle, as Gorillaz look to end it fast, and they look to end it now. If failed flashes, Sunny is going to try and make his way out, looking for the first kill. If he can find it, he will get one. Sergey will take down HS. Mertz, he jumps out towards the window, playing around that smoke. Now Safex should find him, but Mertz will hit the headshot. Super, excuse me, gonna jump all the way through as well. He's just gonna sit in that smoke, as he will wait and try and play around it. Bomb has been planted. Sunny is going to spot him out. He will take him down. It's all left on Tensky in a 1v4. And while he is going to be dinked up, he is going to be spotted out. There's not a lot he can really do with 3 Ts looking at him. It's only a matter of time. He's looking to find a headshot. He won't get it. Esperanto will take him down. Gorillaz will win the game. 16-11 on Nordavind's map pick. What a fantastic series. What a fantastic result for Gorillaz, as they go or take their first map and take their first series in the group stage.
What a way to begin with for Gorillaz. What a best of 3 overall. On this 2, it was complete annihilation. And here on Mirage, we actually saw some pretty decent stuff from Nordavind. We saw that there is potential, but again, what I said before the start of the game just was proven once again. Mertz has such a big impact on the success of Nordavind. If this guy doesn't play well, if he doesn't put on numbers, his team is just nowhere to be found. And I think that this is something that Nordavind need to work on. You can't be relying so heavily on one player, because it's just your eyes are gonna go out. You can't be helped but not to see that Mertz is the only way that they win a game, and that's not how it should be.
No, definitely not, definitely not. And well, it just goes to show just the T side of Gorillaz once again, just how strong they are. Just the way that they play, it's a really interesting approach that Nordavind, they just couldn't handle on both maps. it was absolutely superb that the way that they play. They slow it down. They don't rush anything, which is what I love. They just play a really kind of safe Counter Strike, and then they wait until the last few seconds. They execute into a site. I know sometimes it doesn't work out, but the majority of the time they do come out on top. And what else can I say other than GG's to Gorillaz? And that's going to be Nordavind. Going 0-1 in the groups. They'll have a losers bracket game. I believe the next game is going to be Young Ninjas taking on Finest. So that'll be interesting to see who will come out on top on that one. But we'll just have to wait and see who Gorillaz and who indeed Nordavind are going to face.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, is going to be the winner of our next game, which is going to be Finest taking on Young Ninjas. And from what we're getting told, in just a couple of seconds, we should be ready to go for an interview with the man himself, the 3 times major winner and a major MVP, which is going to be Flusha. And we're going to be able to ask him some questions. But for now, for those of you that didn't know, we already said in Nordavind, they're not out of the tournament just yet. They will have one more chance to play to stay here, and they need to win 2 best of 3s in order to get out of the group. But from what we saw, I really feel like they have the firepower. They surely have the potential to do it, but I'm not exactly sure if they're going to be giving the chance. But still, we need to remember that that Gorillaz are a really, really strong team, and that I don't want to steal any credit out of the Young Ninjas or Team Finest, but I really feel like Gorillaz are just a level above the other teams in this group. So it's kind of normal for Nordavind to struggle, and I really feel like on Mirage they did a pretty decent job as well.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. We obviously predicted that this is the way that the series would go, but Dust 2, not quite in that fashion. And well, we are just gonna have to wait and see. I believe, that interview is coming up in a matter of moments, so we'll have an opportunity to speak to Flusha himself, and we'll have his thoughts on well, obviously Dust 2 went his way, but we're gonna now jump into the interview now with Flusha. Welcome, Flusha. Basically, what can I say other than Dust 2? Let's talk about that first. And well, did you think it was going to be over that quick?
Thanks. Great to be here. Of course, we didn't believe it was going to be that easy, since we have the previous matches we haven't played that well. But we knew, like, when we're playing against better opponents that actually has kind of a playstyle that we're used to, then we're doing really good. So I think this is the best team we've played since we started the lineup, and it felt great on Dust 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to ask you a thing or two, because it did seem like you did prepare really well for this one. I want you to break us through the fact that you actually managed to isolate Mert so much, because we spoke about how Nordavind depend a lot of Mert putting out good performances. Was that one of your main focuses going on to Dust 2 and overall in the series?
We didn't really have a main focus. We've just been trying to play our game. Unfortunately, Mertz might have taken the biggest hit of that. But we just played our game. I guess we out rotated him all the time, and it just came down to both luck and good tactics, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, good tactics. You talked about it there. And one thing just to touch on as well, your T side on not only Dust 2, but Mirage as well. You play this really kind of slow, methodical pace to CS, and you just keep Nordavind guessing. You just, they had absolutely no idea where they were going, because they had no info throughout the map. Are you pleased with how you played, not only on your T side, but your CT side as well?
Of course, I'm pleased. 2-0 win is always what you want, and our tactics looked pretty solid today, and our default as well. The gameplay was good from us, but we can still do better. So we want to do even better than 2-0s and 16. Even though we dominated Dust 2, we didn't feel like we were dominating Mirage. So there's always room to improve.
Yeah, you've been together with this lineup for quite a while now. It has been some time. You've had the time to practice, even though you just nearly I think it's been 2 or 3 weeks that you've been playing with native Sapphics now. How do you feel about this roster? Do you really feel that you can get potentially into top 20, top 15 even? Because there is a lot of potential. There are some names in this roster that have shown already, including you, of course, that you can play on the top level. Do you feel like you can achieve something with this lineup?
Of course, I feel like we can achieve something. That's pretty much why we made this team to get back to where we know we can be. I mean, it's kind of the same for all the players. Mika or Sunny has been on the top level a few years ago. Sergey was also before he went to army. It's like all of us has been in great positions in our career, but have kind of fallen off. And I think we're all really motivated to get back to that.
Well, I mean, the results are showing, and I said it before the game. If you guys keep going the way that you're going, there's no doubt that you guys will be up there near the top once again. I'd like to thank you once again for joining us, Flusha, and also GG's on the game. I know you're absolutely delighted to pick up that one. Any just closing words on the opponents that you might face, Young Ninjas or Team Finest, anyone that could pose a threat? I know Young Ninjas. They've been on a little bit of form recently, nearly getting around in the top 30. Of course, young Swedes. Would you be looking forward to maybe facing them?
Of course, playing as Swedes are always fun to me. We don't know too much about the opponents. We're gonna look at the game, see what happens there, and then see what we can take from that. But I think Young Ninjas is the favorites there, and probably them who we're gonna place.
Okay. Thank you, Flusha, for this interview. Once again, GG's on the game. We can't wait to see how you and the rest of the gang perform until, of course, the end of the tournament. And we can't wait to see you play in the winners game later on. Thank you again really much. And it's going to be, we're always going to be happy to have you here in the interviews desk.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you.
Well, that was Flusha, ladies and gentlemen, and just some interesting words from him, of course. And I mean, like, they played so well here today. They, no doubt, they were the winners of that BO3, the deserved winners of that one as well. Nordavind, there were some promising signs, of course, but I think they were just outmatched and outplayed a little bit today on the server. Ted, any thoughts from you?
Well, I really feel like this Gorillaz lineup has what it takes to become a top 30 team for sure. Maybe even a around top 20. From there on, it's really, as Flusha just said, it really depends for me on whether they manage to find the form that we know that they can achieve, that they managed to achieve in previous years. But of course, looking at this one, only time will tell if they have the potential that's needed. And well, for Nordavind, I really feel like these words from Flusha, that this has been the best team that he's played so far, show us that actually they did a pretty decent job, and that it was just Gorillaz being really, really on point today.
And that it was, I believe. We are going to be sending it over to a little break before the next game comes up. I believe it is going to be Young Ninjas taking on Team Finest, so we will see who is going to be going into that winners game, and also who Nordavind will be playing. So still plenty of action to come up over here on the Blast TV channel, so make sure to stick around for that. We'll be back in a moment.
act. But I can listen while I'm wishing, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. I'm closing chapters, looking backwards, and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now, except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Run it and go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you seal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Run it and go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you seal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Run it and go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you seal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Run it and go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you seal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. When I saw you downtown, I started acting like a clown, just to see if you would notice me and maybe get you to laugh. I did get some attention from the girl right next to you. Then all my friends saw me fleeing for my life. Steam blood. Steam blood. I gotta run, run, run. I gotta run, run, run. I gotta steam blood. nobody noticing. Seems like nobody's noticing but me. 'Cause they don't stand for nothing. They don't stand for anything at all. I have made you no promises. so delicate. Life is sometimes strange. Sometimes it takes a big rain to feel the sun again. Sometimes it takes a big rain. Sometimes it takes a big rain. Fill your ears with a country silence. Fill your heart with a sound. Fill your ears with a country silence. Fill your heart with a sound. With a sound. Your pain, let it all go. Your chance, your heavy load. You made it through another day. You're surely on your way. Just put your guitar down, down, and it's okay. here to tell me how am I to climb this mountain? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me climb, watch me climb, watch me. Ain't nobody here to guide me. How am I to cross this river? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me cross, watch me cross, watch me. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Ain't nobody here to teach me. How am I to reach up high? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me fly, watch me. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Run down 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 while I run. Ain't no secrets here to tell me. How am I to reach the stars now? Oh, are you still beside me? Just watch me, watch me. Just watch me. Watch me. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Run down 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 while I run. Ain't nobody here to tell me how am I to climb this mountain?
Welcome in, everybody, to Blast Rising. We are here with our next two best of threes of the day. Of course, some different faces for these games. It's myself and Retro going to be providing the action. Of course, we have got the Group F opening match and then the Group F winners match, the second opening match, of course, of the day. So the winner of this game goes on to play against Gorillaz, if you caught our earlier game just a few moments ago. So yeah, I'm looking forward to our first one, of course, I suppose, just kicking straight into it, breaking straight into it. Young Ninjas up against Finest. A few well-known names on that Finest side of things, and some interesting tidbits. I'll save it for you. You know, you discovered something pretty interesting. And Young Ninjas on the other side of things, obviously, we're seeing a lot of the bigger organizations come in with more and more academy teams. I think, at the moment, Young Ninjas probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest academy team that we've got out there.
No, I would argue the same. I feel like that roster individually built from the bottom up. I feel like every player in that roster has capable, abilities within the server. Very, very strong side, may I add, as you mentioned. Arguably the favorites coming into this contest as well. They are a very, very strong lineup individually, and obviously looking at a team like Finest, as you mentioned, some interesting quirks about it. I mean, one of the players, Shushan, which is actually Flamesy's brother from OG, which is obviously going to be quite an interesting one to watch out for, to keep your eye on. In fact, maybe aim running through the family or something of that regard, where we see some individual excellence. But again, like a fairly new roster. I think the introduction of Ratification and then, of course, Rocking as well quite recently. This roster had some big changes, underwent a revamp of the roster, I would argue. And so, of course, I do believe this is their first showing with this new 5. And I'm interested to see the direction that it takes because, of course, not too much time to prepare for it, but if they have done their homework, if they have done their research, then they could actually be in for a shot at winning this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot more individually based as far as a lineup goes, but on that level, I think there's a lot of potential. And if they can play the Mixie style effectively, if they can get maps that will work for them, they could indeed. I wouldn't call it like a massive upset, but it would be early on in the life cycle of this team. I could certainly see it going somewhere, but at the moment, for me, it would be an upset against a more stable roster in the form of Young Ninjas. So, I don't think you can come in underestimating them. There's a lot of teams at the moment, of course, Gorillaz being one of them moving forwards. There's a lot of projects with, the ragtag bunch of players. Gorillaz maybe a slightly higher caliber in terms of their experience and whatnot, but Finest could be seen as a similar direction, as it were. So there's a lot to prove, and there is certainly a lot here on paper. Maybe if they can find the correct maps that work out for them, that'll be something, I guess, that they have on their side in terms of the vetoes and whatnot, for sure. But a hard one to predict moving forwards. I don't want to, you want to say Young Ninjas just because they have that kind of stability there, but Finest, I do think they could just come in all guns blazing, roll over their opponents, and really catch them off guard if Young Ninjas are not prepped for it. And like I say, how do you prep for a team like this when there's very little to go off of?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. As I mentioned earlier, Rocking being brought forward as the IGL now of this team, try to undergo and work on the map pool. Previously, I mean, Finest, they did play a fair bit of Mirage, Train, and then they also had dabbled in a bit of Inferno and Overpass maps like that. But as we can see on screen, in fact, it is Overpass being picked by the Finest side. Nuke being picked up by Young Ninjas. I feel like a map that me and Newscript both know fairly well that Young Ninjas, they do have potential on this one. And then, of course, it's the Mirage Decider, after Vertigo and Train leaving the pool. So a very diverse one, I would argue. Going from two very strategy-heavy maps, I feel like, of Overpass and Nuke, where Finest experience as team is going to be tested in Young Ninjas. They're going to be tested on their knowledge about Overpass. And then we go on to a map like Mirage, where we see more just not run and gun, but I feel like where you can sacrifice a lot of utility and a lot of time spent for taking map control with outbursts of aggression and just Counter-Strike at its raw. So a very interesting dynamic, I feel like, between these the first two maps and the last.
Yeah, well, I mean, we talk about a little bit, the Finest, the Finest ability to work their way in and play whatever, because there's nothing to go off of. I think Young Ninjas have the other end of the spectrum. They ban away Dust too. They're working on their Vertigo, but pretty much everything else, they have a decent amount of experience, so it's hard to work your way in. But yeah, it is curious to me. I think that pick of Nuke especially, I feel either A, they have to have done some work here and it's like the only map that they've fully worked on, or they are going to come in with a play style that is a little bit harder to follow. Actually, no, sorry, it's Overpass that they picked. Still, I think the same kind of, it applies there. You're talking about the tactical edge, the tactical side, and I do feel that Finest, it's a strange one for me that maybe they've not had as much time there, especially if you're safe to go towards the Mirage. Why not pick that up first? I guess we will see. We might eat our words, but like all three of these maps, Young Ninjas can be really happy with at this point.
Yeah, I feel like it's an easy prediction to make that, you know, Young Ninjas will find themselves quite quickly into this map veto, you know, with more experience arguably than Finest on all three of these maps in officials at least. You know, they're going to be looking confident in this one, but it's up to Finest if they can actually make that happen, that turnaround, and prove themselves not only as a team but a team of individuals as well, because I feel like at this point, Scriv, you know, not really too long to prep on these maps. You're going to rely a lot on individual excellence. I feel like that's going to be not exactly plan A. I would argue more of like your plan B, where you go, you know what, we've got to make sure that we can play individually, because in case someone needs to step up within a round, someone is there. And we know Young Ninjas, they have that firepower, they have that capability. I mean, you look at Fozy, for example. He is an excellent player at that. You know, I've seen some spectacular stuff very recently from him as well. And you mentioned the skill ceiling for the Young Ninjas side is unbearable for most teams, and so for them to be brought forward, I think 42nd in the world right now, you know, they are moving their way on up into this sort of like breaching into a very decent tier 2 team, and we're seeing that slowly but surely. And obviously with ZTR's exit as well to go to NIP, the main team, you know, it was a rebuild that a lot of people were questioning, but I feel like they've done a very good job in doing so. And looking at this veto yet again, we talked about it, Scriv, it looks very favorable in Young Ninjas no matter the outcome, but considering Nuke's in that pool as well, I'm all over Young Ninjas for this one.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like that's the wise decision to go with. CS at the moment, though, and I mean, I say at the moment, it has been for a long time, especially in the online era. Anyone can beat anyone. It really does feel that way, and there's a lot more that comes into, you know, your ability at the time, your mindset going into the matchup maybe is super important, because I think there are so many teams that we can look at and we can say, yeah, they are performing really consistently. All logic points to them in terms of the maps, and then they get on, they're a little bit cold for map 1, and the series just deteriorates and keeps on, you know, falling down from there. So these days, it's very hard, I think, to fully believe in your pick, particularly at this level when everyone's playing so much Counter-Strike. There's so many teams involved in sort of like the mid-level of CS, as it were, and I think that can make things very unpredictable. Saying that, with the way that the veto has gone, I do think that Young Ninjas are the favourites coming into this for sure. Maybe a 2-0 will be difficult. We could see some work on Overpass for Finest, right? And if they have indeed put the time in and they have a bit of experience with each other and whatnot. Obviously, we don't know what they've been getting at in scrims, or if they're just going to come in and the proverbial rulebook goes out the window and they're doing stuff that just doesn't make any sense and it shouldn't work. And, you know, Young Ninjas are not able to deal with that. That can certainly happen. But I do just feel that then Nuke and Mirage are good enough for Young Ninjas that they should be able to take this series regardless. So it could be a close one. Could be a difficult one for Young Ninjas, certainly getting to grips with the way that Finest are going to approach the game. For the overall series, I don't really see that happening, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I feel like, you know, Young Ninjas, they have what it takes to take all three maps. But again, you've got to consider the fact that Finest have picked, you know, arguably one of their weaker maps from not too long ago before this roster revamp. And the fact that they're first picking it, like, they're willing to just throw it on the table and go, you know what, we're going to play this map, is going to throw some concerns towards Young Ninjas. Because, of course, as you mentioned, you know, how much time has been prepped into this map. I mean, if you're picking it first after a subpar performance, I feel like, from the previous team of Finest in Overpass, I mean, you've got to be thinking about that one. You've definitely got to be concerned about that pick and that response there. But of course, as you mentioned, you know, Young Ninjas, I feel like they are got too much determination. I feel like too much determination, too much willpower, as individuals as well. Being stuck together for a little longer than Finest as well most certainly will help. And so, I mean, it's where we're going to see experience, I feel like, that's going to be the difference maker. But of course, as I said earlier, we might just see, you know, individual excellence come again. However, I mean, looking into the Young Ninjas lineup, again, we were talking about them as probably the finest, arguably, of the academy teams or the youth rosters. And, I mean, they've shown some excellence recently. In the last 3 months, they've, I mean, outclassed every other team. I feel like we've seen in terms of academy, and furthermore, I mean, we've seen them nearly edge out series against some of the best in the world, like, you know, your top 30 teams. And so it's an interesting one. They're climbing the rankings, they're proving their worth, but again, you know, a flick of a switch and Finest, they could be on the receiving end of a victory.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think that there is a lot of room for that potential upset. Really does depend on how Young Ninjas come in. Of course, you look across the team finest here, and like I say, some recognizable names, but a lot of names I think that have struggled to break through the ceiling. You know, Rocking's always been an impressive kind of AWPer, and then on the rifle, not bad either. He's not really made a mark at the top level. Fate's similar kind of position. They had that Smash lineup that was really impressive, but has not really gone much further from there. So it's a difficult position career-wise that a lot of these players find themselves in. Will Team Finest be the difference? So I suppose that is, of course, the million-dollar question, as it sounds like and it looks like we are about ready to get into the action, of course. So excited to see how things are going to go down here and what the game plan is for the pistol.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, we'll have to wait and see. As kicking things off immediately, we see Finest on the T side, Young Ninjas on the CT, and Nilo already looking to take the aggression towards middle. We see a lot of that recently. You know, these plays where you peek the one into middle, hope for the best. If you get the information, that's good. And, well, they did gather some of it. They knew there was a player out towards playground, but will they expect the push? Well, Nilo most certainly will be catching a bit of that gunfire, but Finest to try and pressure on out. These flashbangs from both sides, effective to say the least. And Sapek with first blood. Shushin, quick response, quick on the trigger though. Nilo from long, a double to secure a 4v2 scenario, and Fate's against 4 and he's good for 1, but I don't see much else happening as an exceptional pistol round coming out from the Young Ninjas side. And to kick things off with a bang, Team Finest sent back to the chalkboard.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a fantastic start. And on your own map, you know, definitely not the way that you want things to be going on that Team Finest side of things. You'd expect they have a bit of a game plan, and it gets shut down pretty quickly. This is something for me, I think that, you know, when you're bringing in new players on your CT side, the basics of a CT side, you know, I'll play here, let's do some crossfires, I want to get aggressive. Not too complicated. I think your rotational game and perfecting things like coordinated aggression can be very difficult, don't get me wrong. But it is your T side where I think things can fall apart when you've got these newer members, slotting them into executes, maybe in a position that they don't really like playing. You know, you have to readjust from being the entry man to third in, or even a more supportive role. It can be difficult. So I feel like if they can't get this T side off the ground, they're really going to struggle, especially to get back into things. That's another thing, you know, when your A plan isn't working, that indeed you might have worked on in practice. How is your B plan going to happen? However, when the Deagles are in play, we've talked about these strong individuals. So far, just a 1-for-1, but Manon is indeed locked down here, holding it well. He's low on ammo, so certainly could get overwhelmed. LNZ left so damn low. Shushin, however, is not in fast enough, and he gets clapped out by the MP9. You feel like Manon definitely should have gone down there for my money, but they don't quite capitalize. That is a nice shot from Radifaction coming in here. There's a low HP player on LNZ as well. Timing going to be everything. Flash comes in. LNZ spotting him out. Playing with fire a little bit. Needs to be careful, but no, it's his teammate Manon to round out the 4K and to pick up the round. It did get a little dicey in the beginning with that nice 1 Deag. However, Young Ninjas will come away actually only losing 1 player in the end as well.
Yeah, I think it's something to highlight as well, considering, you know, Finest, some people realizing quite quickly that Nerds is playing instead of Relax, which, you know, as far as things go, I mean, to play with the standing in the hands of Nerds, it's going to be an interesting one. Again, that's where, I wouldn't say problems occur, but less communication, less knowledge will happen on a map like on Overpass specifically as well. So, running this standing, I mean, things could get dicey, but it could work out to their favor already. We're seeing this eco sort of brought forward the weaker side of the pistols, and, well, for Sapek, he's good for 3 beautiful headshots, and, well, Shushin, he will be able to find 1, but it's Nilo and Fozy, they'll easily be able to mop up the remaining crew towards short, and just like that, Finest, they're now going to be chalked down 3 behind. But a buy round on the horizon, Scriv. This could be the big one as things are getting interesting.
Yeah, indeed, of course. Shout out to Coinbase here with the easiest way, I think, to get into crypto. Having done a little bit of it myself, it is very simple, and I know you get rewarded as well for learning about crypto, watching videos and stuff. You get a little bit injected into your account. So certainly the biggest and perhaps even one of the simplest ways to get into crypto. First rifle round, though, kicking off. They are just not giving any respect to Crosshair on the Young Ninja side. Absolutely love to see this. I have watched them in the past, and I think sometimes their confidence has been a little lacking, to be honest, for what they're capable of. But early opener, untraded, absolutely fantastic start for the Young Ninjas.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better get-go. And as you mentioned, I feel like we've really seen Young Ninjas sort of come out of their shells recently. You know, these last 3 months have just been an upward hill for them, and they've taken it step by step, and they've been climbing as, yet again, that early aggression ratification out, or ratifaction, excuse me, out of the round. Man, a nice first shot, however, responding is going to be Fates, and that is now a 4 versus 3 Young Ninjas. Going to be tied down towards this A site with that pressure in from bathrooms as well. It's going to be quite frustrating to wrap around, but Young Ninjas set up for perfection here. Fozy up close and then tucked in closer behind LNZ, holding his flank, and so this should be quite a simple round, but Young Ninjas, it could get dicey if Fozy's to go down with no response, and 30 seconds to go. Team Finest, a slight chance within the round.
There's certainly room. Oh, but the timing from Fozy, absolutely perfect. Fate's the only one left here. He's got 20 seconds. He has found 1 kill. He's got a second, to be fair, but Nilo comes in from behind to trade him. Does end up being a bit of damage to the CT side, but Young Ninjas, at the moment, absolutely unstoppable. And, yeah, really solid timing. I think he just heard a pin pull, and he went for the peak. Brilliant stuff. Team Finest, you can see, again, some of these cracks, as it were, in the game plan, in just the very, very basic protocols, fundamentals, who's holding what while I've got nades out. It just isn't quite there at this point, so needs nipping in the bud quickly, or maybe a small timeout, I suppose, to work things out here. However, they're back on the Deagles, looking to try and sneak their way in and maybe pull off a cheeky round with a few 1-deeks here and there.
Have to wait and see. For the time being, everyone a bit slow to the aggression. Team Finest second best towards short as Fates, well, he'll be taking half of his HP immediately. Nilo dropping him down. That HE grenade could have caused terror had it have been thrown a couple of seconds before, but Finest to duck well out of the way and into cover before it really does anything, and so Young Ninjas, small advantage obtained, and well, a big advantage arguably in terms of the weapons, but a first kill. Oh, Sapek found one through him as well. Fates has fallen, Radifaction's gone as well. A good trade to at least put it level, and a 3 versus 3. Nertz doesn't expect the play. The Molotov onto site, rocking. Good for one. Shusha with another, and with a flick of a switch, Finest, they find themselves now in a 2 versus 1. Both players low HP. It's a possible round for Manon though, and he creeps on up. Nice first shot. The peek's in. Oh! Manon! It's crisp, it's clean, it's a double headshot. And the 1 versus 2, you couldn't have asked for an easier lineup. Young Ninjas gifted 5, and that was Finest entry. Scriv, I thought it was all over. I thought Finest had found it within the pistols, and it just was not going to happen.
Yeah, look at him. He's cool as a cucumber there in the end, but yeah, that's a rough one. You can see as well. It's difficult to be on the end of, regardless. You know, positionally, regardless of where it's just making things go from bad to worse here. Young Ninjas 5 in a row now, and that was, it felt like Team Finest's best opportunity. Don't expect them to win the round from the get-go. Maybe that's the one silver lining for them, but ultimately not a great start, and not a great start into this one either. It keeps on tumbling down. Shushin's fallen. Radifaction's left on 43 HP. A few tags onto the CT side, but nothing substantial, to be honest with you. So Young Ninjas, once again, in the ascendancy, looking really, really good. They're not going to have a lot of time to think things over, though. A few simple flashes over the top. Rushers moving in here on that T side, but the 3-man setup, absolutely impenetrable. Not a single kill coming in. Team Finest, as Young Ninjas do not stop this winning streak.
That is beautiful from Young Ninjas. A flawless round, as you mentioned. The winning streak now taken up to 6, and well, we are going to have a bit of a timeout here from Finest. They are going to think things through, and we said not too long ago, Scriv, you know, you were talking about possibly that timeout to think, to evaluate what's going on, what's going right and wrong. And this is most certainly going to be a time to discuss what their next point of call is. Because they're at that money, I feel like it's the most awkward position you could be in where, you know, if you bring forward a buy, you have enough of your AK and your armor, but you're going to be lacking in utility, especially if you want that AWP. It has to come from the hands of Shushin, and even then, that's not going to be enough to get your Kevlar and your nades. And so what do you do? Because a buy could go wasted here. You know, there could be plenty of opportunities gifted within a round, and so we'll have to wait and see what Finest call is on this one, and well, it will be the buy, and we'll see quickly. You know, utility not really where you want it to be. Rocking with one piece of utility. It's 2 smokes across 2 players, and even then we see a molly and a flash on Ratifaction, excuse me. And so into round 7, an awkward buy and an awkward setup yet again for Finest. But with the rifles, success might just be on the horizon.
Ooh. Close. Tiny bits of damage early on, though. Once again, you know, it's Young Ninjas solidly in control. And on the edge of the smoke. Maybe a little overconfident here as he goes walking in. Backturned as well, waiting for the flash. He will get checked. And he will get taken down. So, yeah, certainly proving they are mortal. Biting a bit too much off there. However, oh, the AWP. He's not quite fast enough, as you've seen. Posey will get taken down. Too many targets. Here we go. Team Finest with a little bit of touch-and-go Counter-Strike. Found themselves a 2-man advantage. This is probably the best chance they've had so far.
By every standard, and still a minute on the clock to work with. It's ticking away, and it's going to be working against the Finest side. Sapek, oh, it's all about timing. Nuts edging on out. Sapek drops down, and although he did take a bit of damage, it's actually gifted him a first kill, but Rocking to respond, and now a 4 versus 2. An opportunity presents itself quite nicely for the Finest side. 35 on the clock, but it's safe as could be. The bomb going to be set down, laid in place, and I think a save will be warranted. The double AK coming on forward, and you can afford to do this. You know, Nilo can bring forward an AWP back into the hands of Fozy if required, and then, of course, again, you know, all the players going to be good in terms of utility and riflery as well. So no problems at all. Young Ninjas going to suffer, and their winning streak broke in half. But Finest, signs of life, I feel like. That's what this round is about more than anything. You know, to have 4 survivors as well. A very dominating round, may I say, from Finest. It seems like 2 completely different teams from this round and the last, as they finally show up, and it's an important round that they get under their belt. You know, looking at the money of Young Ninjas, this is going to be sort of a do-or-die buy where they have to bring forward everything into this round. And, well, if it doesn't succeed and if it doesn't stick, then we are going to be waving goodbye to the buy, and probably we'll find ourselves on a Young Ninjas eco on round 9 if they can't convert here. So an important one up ahead for the Swedes. Let's see if they can really nail it down and get themselves a 7th.
Yeah, definitely not all over, you know, in the first half, as it can be sometimes when the run of rounds goes far too long. Ninjas, though, certainly, like you say, there is pressure on them, but they've got a good amount of rounds to work with. And it's really good. It's really nice to see this confidence coming in, you know, some of that brash, young man's arrogance in a way. Similar to the way that I think Gambit came on the come-up. They're very young. They don't really care what the general rules are meant to be or what you think of them. See whether that feeling can stand strong here at the moment. Indeed, it is the case. Rocking, though. That's a quick double. Very nice indeed for the second. He's created a lot of space off the back of it. He's taken a lot of damage in the meantime, and a great touchdown nade from LNZ to wrestle back the man advantage. Bomb will go down. A fully fledged retake here for Fates and Shushin to hold on with. Shushin finding one on the AWP. Pretty key, to be honest, to even things back up just before the full flow of the retake gets started. Now the CTs will move in. I think they know pretty vaguely where they're coming from. Tap onto the bomb. Molotov or deployed. There's no smoke for it as well. Fates wins his fight. All onto Manon. He does take down the player in at Monster. He's got to get this kit, though, and he needs to actually find the frag, he reckons. Oh, and he will. Is there enough time? He doesn't have a kit available, and he can't find it. There was one on his teammate. I'm 100% sure of that, but unfortunately, it went too far astray. And Team Finest, by the skin of their teeth, they will get that second.
I think something to highlight in that round is Rocking's excellence on that double opener. You mentioned it perfectly. So much space created off the back of that one. And most certainly, that was Finest key to success within round 8. And yet again, well, Maybe because of the AWP save, they are going to bring forward a buy, but you're already going to see a disadvantage here. Nilo onto the Desert Eagle. We see an auto shotgun, the XM on Sapek, and while Fozy does have the AWP save from the last, so swings and roundabouts for the buy, I feel like. So heading into round 9, all the same for Finest. Around here, we're definitely put Young Ninjas more towards bankruptcy, and so we'll have to wait and see. Shushin already opening up with a beautiful first kill, but the auto shotgun, it does pack a punch, and Nerds, while blind, most certainly will feel it. There's the unfortunate scenario to be in towards Connector, and a beautiful flashbang, and that is deep control taken by Sapek. He didn't stop at the kill. He wanted to make sure that Finest couldn't trace that kill back and find themselves in any advantage. We'll have to wait and see what their response will be, but Rocking quickly realizing, I can't afford to drop down and jump into the realm of the unknown. And at the same time, there's a fight going out towards long. It's broke out. Shushin is going to take a quarter of his HP, and all in all, Finest, I feel that they are going to be a little bit nerved because of that play from Sapek towards Connector. But nothing stopping them from taking it back towards the later stages. But time is going to be a constraint. There's 50 seconds to go, Scriv, and they're yet to really make a choice. And I guess it has to be this B site.
Found the most success on B, so it would make sense. And of course, the guessing game from Young Ninjas, they have lost it. 25 seconds left though, and with the player so far up, you have to feel, yeah, that it's going to be the B bomb site. They're a little bit ahead of the rotations, I suppose, but not here as fast as they would like. They're just going to give it up. I think they might. Maybe someone can find early kill into the retake, but it's just not happening. No one really showing themselves. They are going to go for it, though, in some sense of the word. Definitely not full sending, but I think if a head shows itself on the boost, or if Sapek can catch one from short, then maybe they will. Dink does land a frag for Manon. Instantly traded back, though. They know that there's one at short, and Fates gets the timing. Speaking of time, there's none available here for the CT side. The kill's going the way of the T end as well. LNZ, no option but to run away, to be honest. Trying to catch an exit, not going to happen. And Team Finest will move up to 3 in relatively easy fashion, working off of the early openers, right? I think that's the way that they like to play at the moment. A simple click head counter-strike, if you will. You know, it doesn't quite come down to that, but in the sense that they just rely on getting the first frag of the round, as they did in that one. And then they work from there, really. So, Young Ninjas definitely hitting a brick wall in the past few rounds.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, at this point in time, you start realizing Finest have potential on this T side. And so the question is, you know, Young Ninjas, what do they want to do? Do they want to try and call a timeout, think things through? Do they want to just try and return to their grassroots of CT side of Overpass, where they found so much success from? We'll have to wait and see. As already early doors, we see an outburst of aggression coming out from Man, and finds his way all the way up towards Playground, but Shushin has found the first. Nilo, though, an LNZ. Now, hold on a minute. That's 2 guns gone. That could be retrieved from the Young Ninjas side and really turn things on its head. Nerds getting way too aggressive on its own. It's Sapek with one, whips out the AK. A second kill could be on the horizon. Denied by Fates, but Manon in behind. And Rocking alone. He does have the bomb in hand. A first kill granted. Now Rocking, he needs to step up once again. An eco from Young Ninjas boiling down to the 1 versus 2. And Rocking, he's done the hard part. It's now the 1 versus 1. If he can find this plant, he's way ahead of the curve that LNZ realizes. And so this could really set them forward. And Finest, way too many casualties, but they're focused now on round success rather than focusing on the financial loss. And for them, with 45 seconds, Rocking, plenty of time to work with these smokes. His cross, going to be looking to punch in those digits and get that bomb down.
Might not expect this flank, you know, it's relatively quick. Bomb's only just gone down. He's going to move towards long, but as you can see, oh, a little apprehensive. We'll spot him out in the end. And the spray down, it comes so damn close. 8 HP, and he was on 8 HP for the longest time. Welcome to the clutch indeed. Oh, Rocking. That was a rough spray down on the other end of things. He does so well to react quickly and to find it. All that training in Spray Master, of course, coming to full fruition, as he will get that 4th. And yeah, closest Young Ninjas have come in a little while. Team Finest looking to even things up here, and they definitely do have the potential. Of course, the buy is in for Young Ninjas this time around, though.
Yeah, it's going to get intense for sure. Now Young Ninjas can match the buy and match the economy of Finest. They are going to be in a bit of a pickle, and Finest most certainly showing up recently as well. I think that's going to nerve the Young Ninjas side a little bit, knowing that Finest, they have great potential on this T side. I feel like I doubted them within the first 6 rounds, and rightly so. I mean, going 6-0 down on T side on your map pick, it's alarming to say the least. However, they've done nothing but exceptional work to find themselves now only 2 behind. But this is going to be the difference maker. A do or die situation once again from Finest, considering the mass casualties in the previous. And so, we even see a Galil being brought forward for a faction that the Young Ninjas, well, as you mentioned, not going to be too bad of a buy at all. There's an AWP in the hands of Fozy, plenty of utility as well. Already some of it being expended, and with 50 seconds to go, it is going to be some A pressure. 2 players in from long toilets, 1 from short. Nerds, he needs to go huge. A multi-kill will most certainly put a stamp to round 11. Can he make it happen? That shot from Fozy, it's disgusting. Sapek to double down, it's Ratifaction to go. And all of a sudden, Team Finest, they're reduced to just 3.
They found the change. Maybe a bit more of their mojo. However, still not quite over just yet. Fate's finding the first. Will be traded out from this player at short. LNZ as well in a bit of an off angle. Does get tagged down low, but he deals the same damage as he takes. And well, there's a player sneaking around. They know that there's one more somewhere. They can't track him down though. And the 2 of them together in tandem will clean up the A bomb site. 7th round in for Young Ninjas. It comes a little close. But of course, they still hold on to their lead. CS Money as well. Once again, shout out to more of our sponsors, as there's an awful lot you can do on their platform. Of course, the best skin trading platform at the minute. You can sell all your waste, get some skins that you love from Steam into CS Money, and indeed get a few good deals along the way. So shout out to them, as always, for the support. We really do appreciate it. Nonetheless, moving forwards here, there's a force buy coming in from Team Finest.
Yeah, an interesting choice, I feel like. Fozy might just be tested, though. This party peak, oh, it's all about timing. Unfortunately, there is no party for Team Finest right now, as no kill found on that narrow miss. The AWP backing away once again, nuts. Oh my goodness, it's all about timing. Fozy back and forth on the angles, and oh my goodness, yet again, it was a whisker away from being peaked as he had his knife out. This man, a halo over his head, but this time he's gonna have to more than just a halo. This is a first shot, piercing the first player. It's Fates and Nerds both to fall. Rocking, nice trade, Ratifaction to go. Rocking second and that as well, and LNZ will double down on the back of the site. AWP had some early success, but more to the point, it's a devastating push from Team Finest. And Young Ninjas, they secured themselves halftime success. It's 8-4. It's now about more than just impact. It's making a statement here, Scriv. As so far, it's been back and forth. Team Finest, a streak of success toward the middle stage of this first half. But it's been Young Ninjas besting them in these last 2, and that is going to be the difference maker.
This is the issue, isn't it? A slow start can cost you massively. And I think that's exactly what has happened here for Team Finest. The 6 in a row. Yes, of course, some of those come off of the pistol. Can be a bit hard to deal with. But you very quickly have to get back on the board, particularly if you're on that T side. You know, you're expected, especially these days, to do some good damage early on with your stronger buys, your stronger economy, ultimately, even if you are on the losing streak. And the 4 rounds, they look good. Some of them come a bit close. Some of them were quite dominant, in fact. But I think the uphill battle is just a bit too steep. Oh, Sapek! What? How'd he get away with the 2? Oh, no, rocking with the team flash, I guess. By the looks of things, must have blinded them up. I thought surely he was going to go down. He fluffed that spray down completely in the beginning. And then he just transferred across and instantly gets 2 kills with, like, 3 bullets. That's a bit mad.
What?
They will be frustrated that they don't drop him either. The round, you don't expect them to win it, though. So Young Ninjas come away with the 9, and now moving on. Moving swiftly on. You know, that's what Team Finest want us to do. Now they absolutely have to be finding this round, and probably the next as well if they want a good shoe-in for half 2.
I'm in absolute shock. That was ridiculous. I've never seen that before.
Oh!
But that is beautiful. A great opener from Nerds. Lightning fast reaction to catch up Fozy. It's LNZ who will find the trade. It's Nerds to fall. And a 4 versus 4. It's been explosive these last 2 rounds. Already kicking off with a bang. And as you mentioned, as things dull down a bit, Finest, they desperately need these last 2 rounds, I feel like, to at least try and make up for the late start to map 1. It's their map pick as well. That's the alarming factor. Manon getting way too aggressive towards Long. It's going to cost him his life as Riot Faction to find another, sandwiched by the kill from Sapek. And so now the rotates are in. LNZ patiently waiting for the play to happen. Sapek to rotate on up as well. A minute strikes on the clock. The bomb still in spawn, however, Scrape. That is going to be problematic. Although they have control towards A, it's buying so much time for Young Ninjas to get back up onto this site and to show their worth once again. And if they push before the bomb's even set down, this could be ridiculous. It really could be the round changer and the difference maker for the rest of this half entirely. And a maximum of 11-4. That is going to be a harsh scoreline for Finest to come back from. You can argue that the CT side is slightly easier. But will it be 7 rounds easier? Well, it seems to be that it won't be. As Finest gets down the bomb, it's Sapek against 3, Rocking, Fates and Shushin all to play up against. And I mean, this is going to get interesting by every regard. Sapek, he will go for a little bit of a peek. First spotted, no trade, no kill. But in fact, Rocking to swing from Car. It's a late push, but it more than easily makes up for it. 5-9, Team Finest. They do have a chance to find the last as well, but a last-ditch effort fall by from Young Ninjas could silence the streak and find themselves in double digits within the first half.
Double up setup as well. Something new to deal with on that Team Finest side of things. They do hit the absolute minimum, but I think they would have liked more out of their T side of their own map pick, as you are saying. CT side, it is starting to swing that way a little bit more on overpass, but all the same, Young Ninjas are going to have something planned for sure. Speed is there, even before Nilo makes it towards the barrels. Manon will trade back Shushin. There's so much utility raining in. I think that's a collateral. He doesn't get both kills, but he comes awfully close, and he sets it up for the rest of the squad. LNZ is here nice and fast. Manon's still in the smoke with the orb, though. What is going on? This is absolutely mental. LNZ still alive and still finding frags. That's the key thing, and he gets Rocking as the smoke dissipates as well. LNZ, the hero of the round, the hero of the 10th round for Young Ninjas as we move into half number 2.
18-9 for Sapek, an individual excellence. And Manon, not too far behind, may I say. You know, we've seen some ridiculous stuff from him so far this game as well. I mean, you can see the frustration from Rocking. It's understandable. So many rounds here, I feel like Finest have been a whisker away from converting. It's just been one versus one where we've realized, okay, that is the tipping point for this round. You know, Finest, they're going to lose this round because of that 1 versus 1. And I wouldn't say it's a coin flip situation. Sometimes it really is disadvantage. Like in that round, I would argue, you know, it was the 2 versus 2 and the push through the smoke there from LNZ was absolutely absurd to find the kill. And I feel like Finest, you know, who would expect that realistically? In a 2 versus 2 and a player playing toxic barrels, I mean, I for one wouldn't have anticipated that play. And so I feel like for Finest, it's a frustrating one. And they know that if they'd have found that kill, that round was theirs. But speaking of, a little bit of Magic going to be dropped forward. Of course, Red Magic. Make sure to go and check them out. Their new phone. 165 hertz refresh rate. It is, I think, it says the world's smoothest smartphone. I would argue the same. 165 hertz. That's quite impressive. I'm stuck with my 60 hertz. I can't lie. So something interesting from them. So make sure to go and check them out. Of course.
Yeah, I'm somewhat up there with my 7T Pro, OnePlus 7T Pro. It's got 90 hertz. You know, I remember when that was all the rage a couple of years ago, mate, and everyone was like, "Whoa, this is amazing."
165
now, of
though.
Course, yeah, I know, that's crazy. That is crazy.
That's better than my
and
monitor.
even just going from yeah, same actually. I'm on 144 hertz.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I think that's kind of, if you want to play at a competitive level, that's kind of the bare minimum. But you're 165, like that's going to make your mobile gaming so much easier.
PUBG
playing all the
players
Raid Shadow
scoring.
Legends.
Yeah.
I must admit, I'm not much of a mobile gamer, but
I'm not. No, but you know what?
I
If
think
it's
there's
there,
potential
it's there.
for it, though. Yeah, absolutely. I know there's a lot of like popular titles getting moved over to mobile. Anyway, there's no time to talk about it because Team Finest, we're getting awfully aggressive here. Nerds does spot them out and just about makes it away. Getting all this information in as well as they drop down connector, so
around the world.
Yeah, pretty good stuff, to be honest. There's 3 ready and waiting in on the B bomb site. It is about to be a bloodbath. It's just a question of who comes out on top. Faction, good for 1. Maybe could have found more from there. Fate's trying to fight his way out here. Runs out of ammo somehow. Able to swap across to the P250 and even find the frag before being traded. Shushin's still alive, but he will get taken down. It's bought time for the rotations, and the rotations are effective. LNZ cannot get it done. What a mental pistol round that is. It's somehow Finest to come out on top.
What was that round? There was the players everywhere. There was whiffs, there was multi-kills, there was everything you'd want in a pistol round. And interestingly enough, Young Ninjas, they run out towards A. They go, you know what, nope, we're switching the around-the-world strategy, as some call it, down connector out towards B. And they nearly find themselves the round. No bomb plant and no impact, I feel like, from these pistols in the long run means that, you know, we won't see a full buy from them. Instead, you know, a couple of upgraded pistols here and there. Other than that, though, it really isn't all too much to play for. Sapek playing in an interesting angle. You know, we usually see this angle from the monster side, and oh, no way is it going to work. Ratifaction. Oh, no, never mind. I thought Sapek was going to stab his knife into the back of Ratifaction, but no, it's the Glocks that have found 2 out towards B. Alarming to say the least. Rocking, flash, 1, not good for a second. It's an M4 on LNZ. It's no SMG, and that's going to turn the ties completely. Post part 3 versus 2 as well. Team Finest, they've got more than just their work cut out for them, as no kit between either player as well. That could be the costly part to this round, and somehow we see an M4 in the hands of LNZ.
What has happened here?
No.
LNZ going to find both frags at the end as well. Oh my god.
What
that
on earth?
Is a disaster. You know, and you have to argue in a round like that, aggression from the MP9 not necessarily needed. And this is one of the things, newer lineup and everything, right? When, you know, it hits the fan, sometimes they can find it very, very difficult to recover things back. You panic, you overcompensate, we try and be the hero of the round. There's maybe not a voice going, well, okay, guys, relax, relax, relax. We lost a silly kill, but let's not, you know, everybody just chill. We spotted 3 at the very least outside of B, so let's use our brains a bit here. But no, they just try and play things instinctively, and it doesn't work because Young Ninjas have got much stronger team play. And in the end, that is what prevails, as it so often does. As it so often does here. Nobody on the B-bomb site. Well, Ratifaction holding from jungle, but ultimately nobody on the B-bomb site, so it should be an easy cleanup on the Young Ninja side of things. Worst case scenario right now for the CT side, they are really up a creek without a paddle, to be honest, Retro.
Yeah, it's difficult. And post-plant again, 5 versus 3. The force buy not going to work out for them by every regard. Sapek actually killing one through connector there. And Shushin, the last man left. Peaks on out. No kill granted. Nilo sent to 7, but it's not 0, so he remains alive. Yet again, the lead to extend. Young Ninjas 12. Team Finest 6. And, I mean, I want to say this game's over, but Finest now on an eco brings us arguably Young Ninjas 13. The buy round, if they are to lose, that's 14. They have to eco the next, unless if they want to force, it's going to be Desert Eagles. It's not going to be a great buy. It quite literally is a do or die situation for them. Yet again, we're going to see an eco coming on out. They want to rely on the guns within the next. But promise has been sin on Overpass, I feel like. That's the thing I want to take forward from this. And into Nuke, yes, it is Young Ninjas map pick, but maybe, just maybe, they have something up their sleeves, patiently waiting. We'll have to wait and see. Into this round, though, Fozy. Beautiful aggression. First player isolated. A second. A third. Think no conversion. Sapek, however, there. Desert Eagle does its job. Fozy, a multi-kill to an extreme. A masterclass performance against the Pistols. It's out towards B, and it's a quad kill within the round. Young Ninjas only 3 away from victory, striving to success. Beautiful from them. And speaking of beautiful, let's talk about Coinbase once more. Arguably one of the easiest platforms to trade on. Scriv, you mentioned you're not exactly an expert, but a beginner, and I feel like Coinbase is the place to be. Of course, as you mentioned as well, you can earn crypto just by learning. Coinbase, legends.
Yeah, it is a very good platform for the beginners because there's an incentive, and also you can learn quite a bit about the way it works, different systems and whatnot, and, you know, referral links for friends, etc., etc. It's got everything going on, really. And probably in the future going to be, you know, a very big banking system, maybe. if you think about it. So that's kind of cool to think about, the potential that's there. Nonetheless, Young Ninjas, yeah, in prime position, to be honest. And you can see the buy from Team Finest that is essentially to save the map is really not ideal. No AWP in play, a UMP, a lack of utility. Very, very difficult here. I could say you could blame the buy moving forwards. Absolutely. Often times I'm like, look, the buy is not the excuse. But in this case, I think it could be a little bit. Your economy has just escaped you. Like I say, losing that second round is probably worst possible scenario, to be frank. Nilo trades back. We are seeing a man advantage for Team Finest. 40 seconds left, and Young Ninjas, they've got to come up with a game plan to get back in. Maybe it's catching Fates off guard. No. Okay, flicks across, finds the frag, and now really starting to hammer this round home.
Beautiful from Team Finest. Finally, they can find themselves something we were talking about, or rather I was talking about, you know, the problems that Team Finest might encounter if they are to lose this round. Although this round still is up in the air. The point being, oh, okay, I was going to say they had the man advantage and they had everything to work with, but Sapek, a double kill out towards short. Beautifully done. Fate so quick to silence him. Sapek now required with 4. And he's already found 3 within the round. Shushin the last man left. Time not going to be there, unfortunately. And even spams down, tries to find it. That bomb was key to success. And unfortunately, nothing found from it all in all. Team Finest, I mean, some success. But again, looking at the money, you've got to count your losses, count your wins, whatnot. And that most certainly was not exactly a win in their favour. Because yes, they are one step closer to tying things up with Young Ninjas. But I feel like they've taken 2 steps back financially. As we see an MP9 and a FAMAS being brought forward to round 21.
At what cost? I think that's the big question at the end of that round. At what cost does it come? And it seems, to be honest, quite the cost. Yeah. Rough one to be on the end of. Absolutely. But we'll see. They get it on the board. That's kind of what they want. Oh, rocking. Could be massive. Could get clapped out instantly. Going to catch a player with his back turned. Does get 1. Instant trade's not necessarily ideal. He was maybe hoping for them to speed up the stairs a little bit more. Tag comes in. And, well, Nert's overwhelmed from all sides. Shushin also going to fall to Manon, who was... oh, in towards short. Beautiful find from Fuzzy as well. Now all left onto Radafaction. Seems too good to be true the previous round. Into this one, they get overwhelmed. Radafaction does manage to find one. There's a player in from long, though. Yeah, and he was not long for this world. 14th in for Young Ninjas. They seem to be, once again, back to the usually scheduled programming. And things looking pretty solid here to clean out their opponent's map pick.
Yeah. 2 steps away, and those 2 steps aren't going to be too big, because Finest, interestingly enough, they are going to eco within the round, playing for overtime. And you know what? I respect that. I respect that, actually. I feel like it's a better move than forcing, arguably. I mean, you're going to, bring forward Desert Eagles, and let's be honest, what are Desert Eagles going to do against the rifles of Young Ninjas? Maybe an odd kill or 2, but... and we haven't really seen much success from them overall this game. The only time I can think pistols have worked out was the second round of this half, where Young Ninjas beat them out with Glocks. And, well, this round, you know, USPs, they tried their luck towards middle. They'll be gifted nothing. Nilo, yet again, 7 seems to be his lucky number. Sent down, but still... oh, sorry, 14 this time, excuse me. But still alive in the end. All is well. All is well. And so, delving into arguably the last round of the game, Team Finest... they're going to have a decent buy brought forward. Shushin does have the AWP. Everyone else on the M4's a fair bit of utility as well, stacked up against them. Young Ninjas going to be put to the test one last time. The question is, will they succeed and will they pass with flying colours? We'll find out, as yet again, Young Ninjas look to explode towards this B site.
Yeah, the million-dollar question, I suppose, as I always say. Up with 3 on B. Could be the correct call. There's a lot of presence here from Young Ninjas. Even quick presence as the utility comes over the top. Radafaction going to get caught. Yeah, instantly. Turning away from flashes. Not really working for him. However, down in the pit, there are 2 players ready and waiting. One of them dealt with instantly. Nert's still alive. Finds 1 frag. Looks at the wrong angle, but actually spins back around to find Sapek. Has he created enough room here? The answer will be no. 16-7. Young Ninjas will come away very decisively indeed on their opponent's map pick. no sweat off their brow, almost no contest, to be honest with you. Under 10 rounds, for me, always feels like a decisive victory these days. Maybe even dominant, you could say. So things really not looking good for Team Finest moving forwards in the best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the difference between the emotions of these players, right, as they come up on screen. You know, you're going to see frustration from the Finest side because I think we all know, them included, they could have done better on this map pick, I feel like. You know, a little bit disheartening they weren't able to really pick apart their opposition, Young Ninjas. I mean, look at too happy there, man. He's living life, Scriv. But all in all, I mean, an impressive map, I feel like, from Young Ninjas. For Finest, I hope for more of the same from them. I feel like they're going to have a lot more success on Nuke than they do Overpass. I feel like that was basically a taste test, I feel like, to get a feel for Young Ninjas. You know, they are going to have to adapt to the new map of Nuke, but then again, I mean, you know, what's not to say we don't see Finest come out and absolutely dominate like Young Ninjas did then. It's an interesting one, of course, Scriv. I'm excited to see sort of where this one develops, because Nuke, I feel like, not a similar structure in terms of the map as Overpass, but I feel like you play it to a similar sort of standard where you go, you know what, utility means everything on this map. Taking map control, and especially on A on Overpass, and arguably, again, outside on Nuke, I feel like 2 areas of the map where you've got to go, okay, I've got to take this map control, because if I don't, the other side will, and it's so much knowledge gained for the opposition. So I feel like it's going to be that same sort of tactical advantage, I feel like, for Young Ninjas, but at the same time, Finest, maybe they'll have a grip on Nuke. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I guess so. I think the chaotic Counter-Strike is definitely what they were going for, particularly on their T side. I really did like from Young Ninjas, though, that confidence that we talked about a little bit of, the youthful arrogance was really, really effective to get the game kicked off. It definitely hit a ceiling and stopped working, but they were looking really, really good in the beginning, and we saw in that first half it was the beginning that did indeed make the difference, and then because of the lack of room, not getting off to a good start in half number 2, really, really hindered the Finest side of things. But we'll see. Like I say, chaotic Counter-Strike, can it work on Nuke? We'll have to find out after the break.
It all seems so far. Getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. I'm closing chapters, looking backwards, and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so fun. They don't seem so fun. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so hard. When I saw you downtown, I started acting like a clown, just to see if you would notice me. and maybe get you to laugh. I did get some attention from the girl right next to you. Then all my friends saw me fleeing for my life. Steam love, steam love. I gotta run, run, run. I gotta run, run, run. I gotta steal.
Well, what a start for Young Ninjas on that first map. Their opponent's map pick of Overpass goes swimmingly. They only dropped the 7 rounds. Really, really effective stuff. A fantastic start and a pretty damn good finish as well. Finest will be kicking themselves a few opportunities in there that they could have clutched up some rounds. They lost the 1vx's a few times. And of course, losing to the Glocks in the second round of half 2. Really not how you want to kick off your potential comeback, as it were. And from there on out, it just felt like it was all but inevitable. Now we move on to Nuke, the map pick of Young Ninjas. Pretty effective map for them. I think things are looking good for the 2-0.
Yeah, I think you make a very valid point. You know, Finest, I feel like they should have won a lot of situations in the last game. You know, we had that replays in the halftime, and I even said to you, Scriv, you know, watching them back, it's painful to see the amount of situations that Finest should have had something, but just couldn't convert in for whatever reason. And it's unfortunate, but it happens in a game of Counter-Strike. Very, very unlucky, I feel like, from them. That game, I feel like the scoreline misinterprets the game. I feel like, you know, maybe it should have been a little bit closer, but it happens. And now going on to Nuke, bearing in mind Young Ninjas' map pick, I think it gets quite interesting. Realizing quite quickly, you know, hold on a minute, this is their map pick. They know that they're good at the map. Everyone knows that Young Ninjas have great success on Nuke when it's thrown about. I think it's an interesting one to see sort of how this one goes, Scriv. And I feel like, as you mentioned, a 2-0 really is on the horizon unless Finest can pull out an exceptional, and I mean exceptional, second map here.
Yeah, there's a few things for me. I think certainly the Counter-Strike on the T side, I'm starting to see it become much more effective in the same way that, you know, your Mirages and Cash got to a point back in the day. Dust 2 has gotten there just because of its life cycle. This iteration of Nuke has been around for a while. People are getting very, very used to it, and I think that therefore leans into you know, your outside execute that perhaps at one point was so nuanced, and there are many subtle differences and little things that people learn, like the Molotov early on and all that kind of stuff, now has become much more widely known, you know, and therefore I think much easier to pull off. And playing your faster pick-based Counter-Strike certainly can be effective on Nuke, and we're seeing that shift as well to a much more even playing field on Nuke, as it were, between the sides. There is also the fact for me that it felt like Fozzy was a little bit missing with the AWP, right? Not that he was necessarily needed, but not as flashy, maybe not as loud as you would like, and that certainly could come into play here on Nuke, a very important AWP map. In the same strain, however, I do feel that Finest, we didn't really see much of it from them. It's not very common on the T side, that's fair, especially the way that they were playing. And their CT side never really got off the ground, never really got the cash. But all the same, I don't think we saw it at all from them. I could be wrong, but I think there was... no, maybe not at all. There was definitely a couple rounds, but it just wasn't as common and wasn't as effective as you would like. So I think that's something that on Nuke is really up in the air as to whether we are going to have another quiet game from the likes of Fozzy, or whether the AWP, you know, on that Finest side comes out all guns blazing and you know, shuts people down, really. Shushin did have a nice couple rounds now that I remember, and all coming back to me, right? But I think we need a bit more from the AWPs here on Nuke.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that right now it's been a battle of the rifles more than anything. As you mentioned, Fozzy, I feel like there's a couple of rounds where we saw him sort of come alive. He's a bit animated towards that A site on the CT side. I mean, you know, that double kill towards toilets rings many bells for that one. And you know, there was a couple of other plays here and there that you thought, okay, that's a nice kill from Fozzy. That's made a difference to the round, and they have won because of it. But again, I feel like we need that little bit more oomph, that a little bit more of a wow factor from the AWP if it wants to be effective on Nuke, because of outside, how long and narrow it is. It's sort of like train in that sense, where, you know, like realistically on outside, there's only 2 angles you're holding. You're holding close towards the back box position, you know, as the entrance to outside, or you are holding for the silo peak. And so for the AWP, it's an interesting one, I feel like. And so whether it's brought forward here, the second AWP towards ramps, always a say on the CT side as well. I mean, there's so many options we could see here on Nuke in terms of that sniper rifle. And at the same time, I mean, we could be looking at a situation where we give up the AWP. We look towards going close outside, you know, maybe that thrown into the works as well. There's so many different variations, I feel like, to a map like Nuke that we'll definitely have to wait and see how that one goes. But again, I think it's safe to say our prediction firm with the Young Ninja side. And I do see that I think by the time this goes out onto the stream, it would have been over. But there's a prediction out for the you know, to bet your channel points on for the Blast TV channel. And interestingly enough, Just around 100 people have voted on it, and I would say 73% of all channel points have been spent on Young Ninjas. So, again, heavy favourites heading into this one.
Yeah, I think it's fair. And they will have a bit of a fan base, you know, just coming from NIP in general, and it's nice to see the Academy team doing really, really well. But for me today, we have talked about, you know, how effective teams are, or how effective teams need to be on the day. It's a little bit of a cliched thing, especially in conventional sports, to be like, you know, they came up to play on the day and all that. But it certainly is having a much bigger effect, it feels like, especially in this series. Young Ninjas, for me, we're seeing a few things that we've not seen from them in the past. Like I mentioned, I even just caught them this past weekend, and their confidence seems to be way higher and way more effective, I think, is the thing as well, that perhaps they have worked on that and perfected it. As soon as you get into that first rifle round, you know, there was that aggression through Monster, instant kill, instant back away, and that just kind of set the tone for the first half. Really getting into the heads of Finest early on. So I think that if we can see more of that on Nuke, they could be kind of unstoppable, particularly, you know, that CT side. It hands itself to it in a very, very good way. You're outside aggression, and like you're mentioning, maybe we can see the AWP on ramp, maybe we can see it go contact, you know, and get aggressive off the back of some noise being made in Hut, for example, something like that. I do think that they can rely on this individual prowess. We are straight into the pistol, though. No messing about. And I say straight into the pistol. It's all about Team Finest right now. A rush out from Young Ninjas. Super fast, super hard to keep up with. I suppose he's found 2, but he's the only one to have found any kills for the T side. Will he continue to find all 5? That's a nice one tap onto that first of the clutch here, but still 2 more to find, of course, and very little information to work with, as well as the bomb being in the hands of Team Finest.
Yeah, I mean, you blink and you miss it. That was an explosive pistol round, and Fozy actually making his way towards heaven. Interesting. I don't think they'd expect this either. I know Fates is on the back of the site, and if he doesn't get checked from heaven, this could be scary. Fozy edging on up, no noise made. This is beautiful stuff. Gotta be careful. Will we get the first opportunity? Now 1 versus 1. Jiggles, knows, locates. Will it be the headshot in his favor or Ratifaction to take the round? It's going to be close in the USP to best out the P250. Team Finest find themselves the pistol, but that was way too close for comfort. I feel like, Scriv, a big round for Team Finest. Young Ninjas suffering, and with no bomb plant. I mean, Manon's already taken the time to invest in this round, so we'll see that from the rest of the Young Ninjas side. But a promising start, I feel like, there, Scriv. Ignoring the fact that it was originally a 1 versus 3. A round on the board for Team Finest. A possible second as well with the heavy gun advantage. The eco on the third. We are shaping up for Finest to be onto a great start of Nuke here. Much better performance, I feel like, here already than we have on Overpass. It seems to be the team cohesion together as well.
Yeah, looking a little cleaner so far. It is early doors. Do let it come down to a 1v1, which is very questionable indeed. Oh, the instant trade here towards a ramp as well coming in. Another one needs to happen. It does indeed. Rocking going to fall pretty quickly. 3-on-3. Looking very good indeed for Young Ninjas. They're going to get the bomb down at the very least. They've done big damage. However, the man advantage does swing out of their favor. Nert's not wanting to go too far. Oh, he's getting flanked out as well. Yep, Nilo going to drop him on Fates. Oh, Nilo with the huge 2K. That could make all the difference here. The double peak comes in for the MP9. Transfers across. Somehow survives it on 1 HP. What kind of deal with the devil has Ratifaction made coming into this second map? But what an explosive start. The pistol nearly ends in an ace clutch. And this round, well, it ends at a 1 versus 2, but still a very, very nice finish coming from Ratifaction.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. 1 HP with the MP9 and he survives. I think the worst thing about it as well is had that trade not have happened, had that swing maybe not have been there, I mean, we could have seen absolute carnage. And Young Ninjas, if they'd have found themselves a second, that would have been ridiculous. But an alternate universe we live in, and Team Finest, while they find themselves a second, and that's certainly going to put confidence in both teams, I feel like. You know, coming back from a 1v2, Team Finest going to be happy to win that one. Young Ninjas quickly realising we just nearly won on a force buy against the rifles and a couple of SMGs. Beautiful stuff from both sides, I feel like. There's only positives taking out of this round. And into round 3, yet again, we see a buy from Young Ninjas. The confidence on this team, and they managed somehow to squeeze out a better buy, I would say, than Team Finest. You know, they had a couple of disadvantaged players, the SMG and the Desert Eagle, but that can work wonders on a map like Nuke. And that Scout as well can be lethal towards the outside part of this map. As I say that, a first kill found. Nice trade. Shushin has found Nilo, though, in the meantime. And so a 4 versus 3 to ensue. AK to be picked up. LNZ taking a fight with Rocking, sent down to AHP. All in all, fairly even, I would argue, and especially since that second AK picked up as well. Scriv, a spanner in the works, I feel like, to round 3. Young Ninjas proving themselves yet again.
All quiet here with 45 seconds left to go. LNZ, great angle. Oh, can't get it done. He's done so much damage. The kill's not converted. I have to rely on the AKs here. And that's all they have. So a very, very tough 4-on-2 to break into a bomb site, really, with no utility. Don't really see it happening. However, Fate's going to get caught off. He's one of the healthier players. Red Faction at the back of the site. It's only on 30 HP. Going to let them close the gap. Needs to guess correctly. Good timing on for the first, and the second as well. It looked like, for me, he was going to get traded. He also, again, survives on low HP. 3 this time. It's not quite the 1, but it's damn near enough. So he's getting very lucky in some of these rounds. Nonetheless, Team Finest moving up to 3, putting off the fast pistol, the fast force buy, and then a slightly more calculated, you could say full buy, I guess. It was a bare bones full buy, let's say. Nonetheless, really looking solid and not thwarted by the result of the previous, you know, coming in with a fresh slate here to Nuke.
Yeah, I think it's interesting as well to see how proactive Young Ninjas are to these buys. I don't think we've seen a round where they've actually taken a full eco. You know, it's been every round we see a couple of players with Kevlar, a full buy, you know, whatever it is. They've invested a minimum $700 into the round. Rocking good for 1. That flashbang from LNZ is going to be better than worse because of that kill onto the rifle player. Nilo's going to make his way on down as well. This AK, oh, it could have been big. It could have been huge. LNZ just needs to get that bomb down instead. Charges forward, and that most certainly is round gone. Sapek against it all, and against all odds, I don't think he's going to have much of a say within the round. He's going to hear at least one player, knows, knowledged, but not going to be accurate. The P250 getting beaten out by, rightfully, the M4A4. And Team Finest, they're up 4-0. Impressive, to say the least. And speaking of impressive, Scrivy was talking about it last game. Red Magic, one of our lovely sponsors of this tournament, 165 refresh rate on the on a phone. I mean, impressive, as I said, to say the least. Make sure to go and check them out. I do believe they're in the cards below, so you can go and have a little look and possibly even order yourself a lovely 165 refresh rate phone.
Young Ninjas, I've noticed, really trying to battle individually. And that's exactly what Team Finest want, right? We talked about the strength of said individuals in the pre-game and how put together they might be a bit shaky. But there is potential, you know, for 1 or 2 of these players to come alive. Kind of what we're seeing here. Red Faction at the moment yet to die. Team Finest yet to drop a round. I think Young Ninjas need a big change-up. Like I say, they're really trying to take the game to Team Finest, and just isn't working. Maybe a bit disrespectful in the beginning because they feel that things are indeed already over, you know, in the way that we've already called it. They're moving into their own map pick. Dominant finish on Overpass. Feels like it is all but over. Team Finest, though, looking to rewrite history a little bit and defy that. Get themselves, at the very least, a 3rd map. Walking down secret, there'll be 4 players, though. Red Faction ready and waiting for this. Only good for 1. Needed more from him there. It is a 4-on-4, but of course the even trade's always going to work out. Nert's caught in transition, but is sprayed down clean. The bomb being dropped. Young Ninjas overstepping a little bit. Fuzzy was watching behind. They weren't ready for the push in. He's going to get mollied out here. Sapek was the player on the flank. However, he's left very low after that frag, so surely the 3-on-2 should be convertible here. Trying to get the catches. Fuzzy, he's now the only one left. Whoa, spots the jump peak, not quite able to find it. Tag through the wall. The gap closing time against him as well with only 10 seconds. So that'll be the round. The saved AWP is, well, even that Doesn't look too possible. Can he make it out here? They're hot on his tail.
Oh my
I think
God.
he will just about make it away. He's trying to find a hiding spot that works for him without as well. Yeah, revealing himself to that possible flanking player. They were so close. But he just makes it out. Nonetheless, it's still a 5th round for Finest. And again, the streak continues.
That was ridiculous. How close that was, Scriv. He was living life so close. And there is a technical pause coming out this round. So a little bit of an extended one, I would argue. And I mean, looking back at that round, that was close. That was incredibly close to the I feel like to the whistle of the end of the round. That AWP, I think an extra second, we would have said goodbye to that AWP. And considering it was after time as well, that would have been no money in his pocket. So very fortunate to stay alive there and keep the AWP. You're seeing right now everyone just sort of relaxed, maybe everyone thinking things through, going, you know what, okay, let's take our time, because of course players can still talk to each other, all of that jazz goes on through these technical timeouts, you know, to fix the problem. You can't exactly get everyone to sit in silence, so everyone's just going to be talking things through. But I think something that needs to be addressed for Young Ninjas quite quickly is where the direction of money is going to go. You know, Fozy having that AWP saved after time, no money, literally $0 in his pockets. For everyone else on Young Ninjas, they can afford to buy in the next. So will they forfeit the AWP in this one and just hope to save it? Or are they going to look to force around it? Well, it's going to be the first of the two. They are going to eco, bring forward the AWP and hope for the best. We'll have to wait and see, though. Now into round 6, Scriv. All the same for Finest. An exceptional start from them on Nuke. But on the CT side, I mean, things can change quite quickly when you flip. Because Nuke, one of those maps where CT side arguably much easier than that of the T.
Got to find a way in. Absolutely paramount. We are seeing a repeat of map 1, but of course in the hands of the opposite team. Pistols out here, just looking to go for a later burst than usual. Still quite early on in the round though, so not really working many positions. Flashes ineffective. Nerds on high has to be successful here. There is a player, I was going to say, that has crept in. Fozy able to find one, but that looks to be all trying to stay alive. Actually gets the no-scope up close. Can he make it out? No, he can't. He will get traded. That's wacky in isolation, but it's a 6th round nonetheless. Team Finest keep on going. And only losing a couple players there, they will be happy with that. Young Ninjas, it needs tightening up. The flash, like I say, completely ineffective. Does not blind anybody. So they struggle to get out. They struggle to get the bomb down. And Team Finest riding on a high.
Yeah, 6-0 they lead. And heading into this one, well, you know, all the same for Finest. Again, Young Ninjas bringing forward a buy. Losing that AWP. Fozy forced back onto a Galil. I guess the loss bonus there to at least allow him to buy something. But, I mean, talk about aggression from Finest. We just caught a glimpse of it there. That ramp control that they just took. That deep smoke as well, thrown from the get-go. That allows them to clear the passageway. But Rider Faction trying to slip down towards the vent, maybe getting spammed through Sapek, catching him out. And a 4 versus 5 Finest. For the first time this game, I feel like they're going to be tested as they are down the man. And they now have to try and work that back. But being on the CT side, I feel like it's a little more affordable and a little more forgiving to go 4v5 on CT than it is on T. But we'll have to wait and see how they deal with that added pressure in round 7.
Does feel for, I think, the first time in the game, Young Ninjas are in control. But when it's been, you know, a chaotic start that somehow they find an advantage. That's frustrating to watch, though. Manon just walking around outside, gets completely caught, gives the frag back. They'll move in from Squeaky Door here. It's a tough angle for Nerds to survive from, indeed. Oh, I was going to say, are they in fast enough? But they're just winning the fights. It's a 1v3 for Rocking. He'll burst up the ladder, trying to find the player out at Squeaky, but can't get it done. Young Ninjas are on the board. It comes in a fashion that, honestly, I had been knocking, right? Trying to play individually, trying to just win fights against Team Finest. That's exactly what they wanted. They'd found great success for 6 rounds in a row. But finally, Young Ninjas will crack the proverbial nut and find themselves around.
Yeah, they needed that as well. I mean, looking way out of the spectrum, you know, you realize that if they didn't find that round, 7 in a row to Finest, admittedly, you know, CT's side, I feel like getting 10, 11 rounds is a good standard. anything more, you're looking great. That was a desperate round needed for Young Ninjas because momentum heavily shifting in favor of Team Finest. And yet again, maybe a little bit of frustration there from Rocking. A bit too aggressive towards ramp. It has cost them the first. And well, now it's time to relax. As I say that, another fight taken in which it's fairly even in terms of HP dished out. Both players hitting around the 50 mark. Fozy a little worse for wear, I feel like, in that regard. But yet again, Finest fighting from the man down. Something a little new to them on Nuke so far. But a great start nonetheless. A better one than that we saw on their map pick of Overpass. We'll have to wait and see if they can hold up to it though. Shushin taking a bit of damage as well. And Young Ninjas are doing very well. Not even to work the kills, but the damage going their way. It does make a huge difference in these later rounds. And with 50 seconds to go, Young Ninjas yet to pull the trigger. But having two softened up players, it's an easy squeeze to get out onto this site and find themselves a conversion.
There comes another frag for Sapek. Looking good here. Nert's going to try and get aggressive and maybe catch a player unawares. Certainly potential for this. Sapek seems to be on his way back in, but he is playing things, passively and safe. Realizing that he might be tracked down. Fates has to move back in. Nert's going to get caught moving forwards. That will be all she wrote. Shushin, I would imagine, going to try and hold on to the AWP, but even that may be difficult. He's being tracked. That's a hell of a flick. However, he's got 4 more to find. Oh, yeah. Nice idea. I like that. Can get on board with throwing the AWP out of the map. Maybe take a few more names, but no, not going to happen. He will go down. I think he knew that that was inevitable. Second round for Young Ninjas. Key thing is that they string it together. That therefore means that Team Finest have got themselves very little money at all. But the complete antithesis of very little money, of course, comes from our sponsors, Coinbase. You can get on there simply and easily. The best place to trade crypto at the moment, to be honest. I have used it, and it's very beginner-friendly. Certainly get on there and make yourself a bit of cash so that you can be buying up every round. Yeah, in theory. Yeah. So
get that AK in every round with Coinbase.
yeah, absolutely.
Don't forget your armor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Legends, as you mentioned, easy for people like me, absolute noobs at crypto. You can go and check them out, and you get rewarded for learning. That is something I wish I got back in school, but we live and we learn, I guess. But into round 9, all the same, at least for Young Ninjas in these last 2 rounds. Repetition to success, I feel like, within the previous. And so this one, it's all the same for Finest. Well, they are going to be very disadvantaged into this one. And oh my word, Sapek lightning fast to the vent. FaZe has found his way in towards lobby. He found nothing. But with that early aggression, and I feel like that Molly must have masked a fair bit of the noise. I'm not sure if he caught onto the ladder just before he hit the ground, but I, for one, didn't hear the drop. And that's going to be an alarming factor. If Finest didn't pick up it, and if I didn't pick up on it, I mean, this could be the flank of a sentry and could cast them to success in round 9, simply off the back of this play. And, well, here you go. Look, lobby crunch inbound. They're going to quickly realise, hold on a minute, no one's here. And then that's when Young Ninjas, well, they've already pulled the trigger towards Secret and Molotov from Sapek, the spam inbound. And that will be quite easy, I feel like, to convert that 3rd round. Smoke on the left, Molly on the right. And the cross is going to be inbound. Easy as could be. Young Ninjas, a nice first shot from Manon. And a 5v4 post plant. And a very well-constructed round, I feel like, that has left them with great success.
Yeah, Red Faction just chilling. Oh. Rocking, sneaking in. Does manage to find one, but that looks to be all she wrote. Maybe the Deagle finds a cheeky head here, but yeah, not going to happen. 3rd round in for Young Ninjas, starting to close the gap now. Team Finest have got to put a pin in it very quickly indeed. They will have a buy available into this round. Will there be an AWP out? No. It's looking much, much better for Young Ninjas. They need to do what Finest could not, though, on Overpass, right? We got up to the 4 rounds, and then the return came in. Bit of a shaky webcam here for Rocking, but nonetheless in the zone, as you can see. So, yeah, Young Ninjas have got to keep it going. Sapek feeling confident with the vent drops as well, by the way. Really, really, really fast in there. Rocking, though. Perfect positioning. Coming away with 2. Almost a 3rd. Onto the AK. Could keep going. They deal with him quickly, and thank goodness. Yeah, that was looking mighty dangerous. He's still done an awful lot. 2 and then some kills. So certainly setting it up. Fozy, there he is, going to go down. Sapek loses the all-important fight. The bomb plant will come in, but it's still 3 for Manon to find all by himself.
That is ridiculous stuff. And Manon, Ace 3, has found the first. Gifted a 1v1, and a second one could be on the horizon. Oh, hold on a minute, man. He's volleyed way out of position, but no. Ratifaction turns up when required. Finest find a 7th, and I thought just for a moment, a sick 1v3, play of the day, arguably. That could have been, but no. Denied, pipped at the post, and that will be a 7th on the board for Team Finest. Young Ninjas, though, with a plant, and you see the money skyrocket. You know, the loss bonus, it dwindled, but that is second round loss bonus, I do believe. And so, for them, they're not going to be too afraid of picking that money right back up, converting that money into rifles and giving it another crack. And as you mentioned, the start of that round, Sapek feeling it towards that vent drop, and it's created so much space and so much room. Finest not really doing all too much to counter. I haven't really seen all too much of a molly, you know, no grenades really being thrown here and there, and we'll just see a little bit of a time for everyone to just talk and everyone to just chill out. Sapek, look at him, he's chilling. Adjust the hat, that's what matters right now. And Nilo, I mean, everyone looks comfortable, I feel like. And that's a change I think we saw to map 1. We saw, you know, Finest look a little bit more on edge, I feel like, on Overpass, considering it was their map and wasn't really going their way. But now it seems to be they're settled down and not really, you know, bothered all too much by every round now and again from Young Ninjas. Still a lot of work to do, don't get me wrong. But it's definitely a start. A better one than we saw on their map pick.
Absolutely. A lot of it down to the big man, though, Ratifaction. I believe that's his 3rd clutch. I would say the 2nd key clutch, absolutely. So, really solid stuff when the chips are down. And he is also the highest fragger at the moment. Really looking good. Fate's come close to finding a head through that smoke. Not quite able to get it done, though. He's just spamming away. They will once again make their way down secret. I think they have discovered that they consistently get bomb plants here on the Young Ninja side of things. That's what they're after. And therefore the B play, the B hits, more and more popular. It has drawn a lot of attention as well. We've got 2 players hard posted up on B, ready and waiting. Are they going to continue to move forwards off the back of it? That's the big question here for Young Ninjas at the moment, just kind of hanging around, making noise.
Fine, well, it'll be ticking. Young Ninjas, yet again, look, cross smokes inbound, and then when the smokes go, they're like, you know what? No, we're not going down secret. You can read into this play all too well. They know at this point in time that Finest have gathered that knowledge that this B site is a vulnerability, and so that double stack is going to be unfortunate. And somehow, they've shifted all the way out, and no noise made on the heaven jump as well. This could be perfect. If Young Ninjas can be gifted a kill here, it could be big. Fate's running back as well. Oh no, this is so about timing. And here you go, Nerds. Oh, there's players in towards heaven. And he's lost his head quite quickly. Ratifaction in for 1. Fozy, quick trade, man. And of course, the silence Fates. And well, that will be that. So round 11 chalked up to Young Ninjas. Playing so smart towards outside. Waiting for the smokes to fade. Shifting around. And the heaven wrap was perfect. The noise made by Sapek as well to draw in that second player from heaven was quite literally the round changer, the difference maker, as he drew the player from hell that could have stopped that whole heaven push. That was beautiful stuff from Young Ninjas, and rightly so, gifted their 4th.
And it's the slow round as well. I think that's the key thing, right? For me, they've been going for rushes, or they've been going for bursts, which both of those things in the equation are equal to fast, you know, equal to speed. Definitely what they've been going for. And then they go for a slow round that's much less telegraphed, and it works very, very well. So we'll see whether they continue to employ that moving forwards. A couple kills lost there. I mean, quite nice for Chushin, actually, on the kill bonus to get $600 moving forwards, especially with a USP. But no worries at all for Young Ninjas. They move up to 5, and they're looking now to close the gap as best they can.
I think something quite alarming, Script, that I talked about in the pre-game is the fact that Finest, you know, at 7, but Young Ninjas now at 5. Now, I don't want to say this game's gone just simply because of the fact that we see this play here for Young Ninjas finding 5 rounds, but at the same time, you've got to be concerned if Finest best is 9 or 8. I wouldn't say it's an easy CT half, but it's easier than what it should be. And Young Ninjas definitely don't need easier things thrown at them. We've seen their perfect plays on overpass that led them to success on map 2. Trouble, though, it feels like, to kick things off. And already they are suffering as Sapek tries the vent dive. Not really going to be gifted all too much. LNZ, the last bullet out of the orb towards heaven. Oh my goodness, Fate. He is so lucky he jumped there on accident because he would have been shot by the AWP, I think. Or at least the AK spam. It could have been damaging, but nonetheless, it's Shushin out of the equation. M4 of Fates needs to go huge. Has to reload. Backs into one enemy and out into the other. It's a beautiful pinch there. Nilo to be successful from it. And a 3 versus 3. And oh, Nilo not checking. Oh my word. What was that from Nilo? That is unreal. It's a 2 versus 3 now, Young Ninjas. What has just happened, Nilo? That is one of the most disgusting shots I think I've seen in a little while. Adjustment towards locker room. And there is no surviving B. Bomb site! What is this round, Scriv? Another from the depths and Ratifaction against 2. Oh, it's crumbled. Finest down and out for the count. Door swung open. And you're not getting past the brick wall setup that Young Ninjas supply. From 0 to hero. The Swedes. What just happened?
What a recovery. What a recovery. It starts with a beautiful bit of team play outside, right? The fake out onto Fates. He's caught reloading. There's a player ready to get in from behind. But my god, then it's all about the individual, you know, the mechanical play. Fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And Finest. Hard to bounce back from in a mental standpoint kind of way. Sapek does go down vents here. He's left on 4 HP this time. They are ready. They're very ready, okay? Guns up. Easily sprayed down by the pistols. It is just a half by here, but that's a great start. If Fates can find something on the Deagle here, of course. What's the shadows? That second one.
What?
Instantly headshots out Fozy. That is amazing stuff. And it has set them up in great stead here. It is a 3-on-3. They've managed to recover it back, but low HP bars across the board. However, as you so often do on the pistols, moving a bit too quickly. Man advantage will swing back. But yeah, that opening is just madness. It really is.
I don't know what's going on. That's... I'm at a loss for words. Again, explosive. 2 rounds here, and as you mentioned, 2 players low HP. That is going to set them up quite nicely, especially... They head towards B. Rocking, posted for success here, up towards the heaven position on this B site. We'll have to wait and see what the next move is. Ratifaction has gifted himself an AK as well. And here you go, noise made, utility on out. Rocking will edge his way on forward. Nilo, quick headshot. Ratifaction against 3. I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. Might try and pick up the AWP, throw it out, or at least should throw out the AK, but no, instead... He opts to just walk away and not really give Young Ninjas any chance in grabbing this one at all. And, I mean, rightly so. Bringing this up into the next round would be big, considering the money for Finest isn't looking too good. And heading into the last of the half, I mean, this is absurd. I'm at a loss for words. How well Young Ninjas have performed towards the latter part of this first half. And then, again, Team Finest kicking things off with a bang. If they can find an 8th, it would be good. But now we're tied up at 7 apiece. Now we're level. That's where it becomes dicey for the Finest side. You know, losing so many rounds in a row, not going to be too great in terms of confidence. We can only wait and see. Bomb ticking away. And, well, it's going to be now all tied up. 7 Young Ninjas, 7 to Team Finest. Nice shot from Ratifaction on the exit. Going to take out Sapek, but money at the masses for the T side. And so no problems at all with that casualty. However... Speaking of money, if you want to find yourself some discounted skins like the ones shown on screen, then make sure to go and check out CS.money. Awesome deposit methods and, of course, deposit bonuses as well. Get you some awesome skins at a very good price, may I say. So make sure to go and check out CS.money. Arguably the biggest and the best trading platform there is out there right now, Scriv.
Big time. Into the final round, though. Counter-Strike. Oh, and it's Roy's form. We've got a fast A push coming in. So much noise here in on the A-bomb site. This is definitely not expected. Ratifaction was the only one hard posted. They had presence outside and more presence on B. They've kind of conditioned them in a way, you know, that it's going to be a B hit. It's always been a B hit, but no, fast A. Really well read by Young Ninjas. A 4-on-4. Definitely not impossible to retake from, but time is ticking and very little utility used to get into the site. Now they've got plenty to keep them out of the site on that T side. Fozy getting the man advantage. And it has to be a desperate attempt here. They've pushed in through the rafters. One comes through for rocking. A double, in fact. Nerd's going to work off the back of him. It's all onto Fozy by himself. Tap onto the bomb. Even the hold. That flick is ridiculous, but the hold, it's just there. Nerds, he does get off the bomb, though. Oh, why? He's got onto a kit. He goes for the tap. Fozzy just trying to play it around him. Is there enough time with the defuse? No, there isn't. Nerds would have gotten away with it if he just held. If he just went for it, the balls of steel play would be the best one. But he, unfortunately, second-guesses himself. And that indecisiveness, it ends up costing Team Finest the lead moving into half number 2.
And Young Ninjas with 8. That is absurd. That has got to be some sick T-side nuke performance from Young Ninjas. Out the gate, I think it was 6-1 down they found themselves. And now they're at 8-7. You see, like, the joy as well, the relief on the faces of Young Ninjas. Not so much for the Finest side. I know, again, this has got to be such a frustrating standpoint for them. You've got to think, you know, coming into this game, having such a lead, such an advantage, and it's thrown away at an instant as Young Ninjas proving their value. And we are going to jump into the second half. Young Ninjas now on the CT side, arguably the easier side, the more, or the less skillful side, I feel like, just holding down these sites. Obviously, I'm not saying it doesn't require any skill, but for the T side, making entry onto A or B, considering through B there's only really 2 points you can get to it, or 3 in fact, I feel like it's difficult. It's very, very difficult considering the maps are layered. I think the only map, right, other than Vertigo, that has some verticality to it in the active duty right now. I know that Ancient doesn't, Train doesn't, and all the rest, yeah, they definitely don't. So, you know, I feel like it's one of a kind in that sense, and Young Ninjas know even if Finest take forward half the exploits that Young Ninjas found, they'll still find themselves in front. And so for Finest now, it's all about refining what Young Ninjas did right and what they did wrong, and making corrections on what they did wrong and throwing it right back in their faces. Because now we're live with the second half. It's all up to Finest. They need this half to stay in the game. They need the map to stay in the server and to stay in Group F. We'll have to wait and see, though. Time ticking away as we jump into round 16. The second pistol and Young Ninjas on fire through this first half.
Yeah, big time. They've really done well to pull it back, but Team Finest, they had a good start. Maybe they can tap into that again. We'll have to find out. A quick couple of nades here towards the vent. Nyla with the spam away, though, is able to find the head. And it's all a bit of a bait play. Trying to jump in through ramp. There it is. The distractionary player works out beautifully. Fozy from behind on the Julies. Trying to find what he can. It's only one, though. He has, at the very least, slowed them down. Made them reassess. I think for a split second they thought about rushing back towards A, but unsure whether there's more presence in lobby at this point in time. Minute and 20 left, and it's come to a bit of a standstill.
Well, they might actually... Oh, I thought they were going to go up towards heaven, but actually... Oh my good lord, what is Finest doing? Somehow they get away with catching off LNZ. The isolated man going to be punished. Nilo walks right into the dual Berettas as well. Bit of a meme buy, I feel like, but... In recent times, we have seen nothing but success from the dual Berettas in the server. And the bomb set down once again going to be tested. Sapek against 3. No kit just yet. I do believe there is one dropped. A smoke picked up as well. A big opportunity here for Finest to level things out. And furthermore, hinder the progress from Young Ninjas. We saw reckless buys on the T half to kick things off. The question is, will we see it on the CT? But it may not even be the case. I was going to say... If the 1 versus 3 happened, it most certainly wouldn't. But at the end of the day, Finest, they'll come out on top. And now the money, poor to say the least, Young Ninjas stand. And for Finest, the dual Beretta play from Radifaction secures Finest at now level.
Certainly seems like we've got a game on our hands here on Nuke. Definitely not what we were expecting. As you can see, a bit of jubilation for the victory of the 3v1. Not fluffing it up, as they did a couple times on Overpass. Certainly looking more put together, if you ask me, here on Nuke. We do unfortunately have a technical pause, so bear with us. But yeah, looking really, really good from the get-go here in half number 2. I think Team Finest are set up to get themselves a nice opening few rounds. Once the rifles come into play, we'll see. Because Young Ninjas, if I'm remembering correctly, and I will double check my facts, of course, but I do believe that their CT side is where they find more of the success here on Nuke, where they have a bit more confidence. Yeah, not massively, but that certainly seems to be the case, like a 55% win rate on the CT side of things. So I think getting rifles in play, if they can win that first rifle round, they could set themselves up in pretty good stead. And we did see, of course, a fantastic start from them in terms of the aggression, especially on overpass. So they can tap into that again. It would be difficult for Finest to deal with. I think finding the pistol, of course, will ease some of the pressure moving forwards. Getting back into the action, though, the full spy coming through. Couple scouts here, as they will try their absolute damnedest on the force spy, and a couple deagles to work alongside it. Manon also going to join in, probably just deciding what utility he wanted to pick up. So definitely have to respect this here on the Team Finest side of things, but it should be their round.
Unless the unthinkable can happen, I do believe it's going to be boat out for Finest. And, I mean, it should be quite a bog standard round for them. To take it slow would be good, but I think one of the alarming factors is bringing forward 3 AKs. Now, it could work out to every advantage, and I might eat my own words here, but, I mean, there's track record of people losing rounds because of investing into too many AKs, it going into the wrong hands, and when it does, I mean, it's shock horror for the opposition, for the T side, to have AKs torn away from players with Desert Eagles that have found themselves an AK. It can be very frustrating, and they've got to realise this and pick up on it quite quickly. We'll have to wait and see how things develop, though. And for the time being, I think it's safe to say Team Finest are going to be quite patient towards the ramp plate. Fozy, giggling, patiently waiting. Oh, that is a nice first shot. Spots out a second, a third. Manon, hold on. Oh, hold on. Manon's done a great job. It's a double kill from the depth. Shushin down to 25. Nice shot there. It is going to be rocking to take down Fozy, but that is exactly what I was talking about. These Desert Eagles can ruin your day, and considering you have AKs, it most certainly punctures a hole in your economy. 30 seconds to go, and a 2 versus 3 out of the hands of Finest, and well in the ball court of Young Ninjas, because both players sub 30. It's going to get dicey, Scriv. I mean, it's already a dicey round, but it could turn to absolute horror for the Finest side if they can't find anything. With 15 seconds to go, they've got to make it quick.
Okay. Woo. Well, for a second, Shushin was going to get away with absolute murder. That could have been massive for him. LNZ with the recovered AK as well finishes it off. Yeah, I think that got to a point, to be honest, when you were saying, like, that it was already dicey, could get even worse. I think it was then Young Ninja's round to lose. 2 on 3 full HP, I'd maybe give it to them, but with the HP that they had, or the lack thereof, don't really have a chance, if you ask me. So, yeah, once again, the very first hurdle, as it were, in gaining the lead in this case, they fall flat on their face, losing to a force spy, not Glocks this time around, but all the same, still not ideal, to be honest. They're really, really struggling in some of the, you would say, quote-unquote, easier rounds, but the ones that can escape you, the ones that can get away from you. And I think it's a lack of core fundamentals, you know, a lack of maybe trust in areas, and also a lack of roles, I would say, in terms of people being comfortable with them. Not that they don't have them, but just, yeah, finding themselves out. It's been a real trouble. Fozy's already found a head here. Massive damage onto Rocking. Shushin, oh, he had an opportunity to maybe get in behind. Fozy does need to be careful. Making a lot of noise. Shushin could get a freebie here. Absolutely has to convert this. We'll check his angle cleanly. Oh, going to go for the knife. There's the first of the day. Gets away with it. How much more can he find? He's got the confidence thanks to that knife. Clean headshot onto Nilo. Gives a 3-on-3 and a possible chance here to the T side.
Both players, at least Rocking and Radefaction, low HP though, and that's the only concerning factor. 2 round 18, 40 seconds to go. They come back up from ramp. Manon does not expect a thing. It's the M4 to remove another man. LNZ going to hear it. All the noise being made. Surely he knows at this point, okay, it's going to be the B site. Sapek, get down here. Let's get the retake going. Bomb set down. As mentioned before, 2 players on low HP, and that could be the table turner, the difference maker for Young Ninjas to find themselves in this round. Nice first shot, LNZ. No problems at all. Does find one with no repercussion. A second on the horizon, quite possibly, but Shushin will take down Sapek, and now into the hands of LNZ. The rifle needs to go huge for the Young Ninjas side, and one player being very low HP. Oh, okay. Jushin has just hit that through a smoke. The double dink, in fact. And Finest at ease will find 9. Beautiful stuff. Back and forth Counter-Strike once again. And it's going to fare off better for the Finest side as the Young Ninjas money in the gutter, as they are going to be required quite possibly to force, because Nilo and LNZ sitting on that double eco.
Well, the back and forth, to and fro begins. Did an awful lot, especially on Nuke, man. You know, 4 spies are so wild to keep up with. Bozido going to go crazy outside, off the back of a flash, finds the opener. Can we get any more here? Oh, Rocking will catch him off. Just a few too many targets to be watching. Manana as well, caught in the open. Looked good on the initial couple of exchanges, but now looking pretty solid here for Team Finest as they've worked their way outside, dishing out the damage, finding the frags, gaining themselves a solid advantage as well. So looking good, but still not over.
Yeah, could just be the case. We'll have to wait and see. Well, it'll be ticking. And again, Young Ninja's disadvantage now in players as well as riflery is going to be a bit of a problem. And, oh, a bit of a lobby push. Sapek gifted the first. An AK in the wrong hands, and now the reaction has to come from Finest. They have to find themselves something somewhere. And Nilo, again, stopping them in their tracks at least temporarily, looking towards the ramp play. Nothing gifted just yet, but what's not to say you can weave his way through and find an advantage in every scenario. Ticking away. It is not going to be too inflicting right now, but in just a few moments here, they are going to have to push. They are going to have to play the peak, and Nilo, very low HP, does drop the flash, dips on out towards sight. Rocking, takes a couple of shots to the body. A 2 versus 3. Nilo buying beautiful amounts of time, and a second kill from Nilo. It should not be allowed. Taps down one, Fate, and Sapek to find another. Yet again, the underdogs to the round win the contest. Young Ninjas, the first to make double digits. That is exceptional from the Swedes. And while we find ourselves yet again begging for more. Scriv, what a round from Young Ninjas. And I mean, a fumble yet again. And you see Nilo, after that double kill, he knows what he did there. He knows exactly how well he played that. Beautiful stuff from him. Beautiful. Exceptional on that B site, delaying everything. And well, as easy as could be, they find themselves up.
This is what the chaotic Counter-Strike leads to, right? The way that the approach from Team Finest is being employed onto this T side. Sometimes they find themselves dominating, other times they get caught. But a walk outside, you know what I mean? You should never be getting away with that. And yet, they just go for it. I think that's maybe why it works, at least initially. It does get traded, of course. And the Deagles, they show presence. They keep on going. They will not let go of W. Will not pass go as Rocking finds the head of Fozy. Sapek, though, going to get the kill onto Nerds. There's just 1v1s happening across the board, and Young Ninjas are the ones coming out on top. They have the advantage for now, but how long does it last? The push in towards lobby. Oh, I was going to say, might change things up. Radifaction, though, he's dropped back. He could get caught here, but he could also catch them in the back. Plays his cards right. Sapek going to creep round, though, and takes him out. That's the bomb dropped as well. So now Rocking to find 3 to keep the back and forth going. I suppose Young Ninjas looking to break the curse.
Yeah, exactly that. Unless if Rocking can pull off the unthinkable. A fairly quiet game from him so far. And, well, there'll be silence once again in round 20 as Young Ninjas pull ahead now. 2 rounds at the scoreline of 11-9. And, of course, well, heading into this round, all the same for the Finest side. They are going to be put onto the eco. But, oh, we are giving this little bit of downtime. Make sure, of course, we've talked about it before. But we'll address it again. Red Magic, the lovely people. A beautiful phone. Better than my monitor, the refresh rate. We're talking about this, Scriv. It's disappointing. But revolutionary, I feel like, to mobile gaming. And an interesting one. No CSGO on the mobile. I think it's safe to say, fortunately, as that gets me off the platform and avoids me messing with everyone's elo. But, for the time being, at least the players on the server not be too affected by it. At least Nilo, good for 1. A second, Shushin. Nice shot with a Glock. Fozy a 3rd, a 4th, and it should be a 5th as he swings wide. A triple kill for him within the round. A full house of frags between himself and Nilo. And that will be a 12th on the board for Young Ninjas. 4 away from victory. This 2-0 series most certainly seems to be on the horizon. And heading into round 22, a bye from Finest will determine their fate within the series entirely, it feels like.
Yeah, absolutely. Things are starting to come crashing back down to reality here. Not good. Not good at all for Team Finest. They will have AKs into this round, though, of course, and relatively good amount of utility. Early nadage being thrown through. Oh, rocking, sir. Burning to the Molotov, down to 12 HP. That is a massive oversight from him. I think that was even a team molly, to be honest with you, although the damage was pretty big, so I'm not entirely sure. Nonetheless, it is needlessly taken. It's going to retrieve a bit of damage through the smoke as well. Ratifaction, though, off the back of the flash. Very, very simple. Takes down Sapek. The hut peak, super effective, and they've got themselves a man advantage.
This position from LNZ could gift everything. Time of the essence. Finest can play their time, play their moves, make their plays before at least executing. But a man dropped towards outside. Manon, a beautiful first kill. And now, well, LNZ going to be tested towards A. A player in towards the vent. Got to be careful, but still out of harm's way. Nice first there from Nerds. Ratifaction, excuse me. He's going to find his way on out. LNZ. Oh, okay. A second. 1 HP left on Nert. Swings open the single door. Bomb set down. Will there be a grenade? No, there will not. The bomb set down. And an easy kill for Nilo. Molotov on top of the bomb, but it will not matter. Success there once more, but a bomb plant at least will save them financially just a little longer. But Young Ninjas now dipping even closer towards victory. 13-9. And Group F spicing up once again. As the Swedes, again, 3 away from victory, counting down the rounds, and an exceptional performance by Fozy and Nilo within the Nuke has really sent us to success through this best of 3.
Yeah, it's wild to see, though, isn't it? They get that opening pick. Not able to work off the back of it. So, to me, that always speaks to some relatively serious issues. Definitely not world-ending, but some pretty big issues here for the Finest side. We'll see. We'll see. I think certainly the tactical timeout for me, again, could have come a little bit earlier, but it's difficult. What kind of things do you talk about? You know, you are playing the 1v1 based Counter-Strike, kind of losing it. And I don't think that they will have a super deep strat book, you know, that they can go towards and go, okay, you remember that one that we've worked on and that worked against XYZ team? So certainly a tough scenario that they find themselves in. It's often a telltale sign of a newer lineup where you are seemingly down and out. They can very much struggle to come back into it. But at the same time, could have one of these individuals, Ratifaction, particularly Shushin, who has been playing very well here on Nuke, actually, could just come alive out of nowhere with these deagles. The rules and the gloves are off. So Young Ninjas have got to be on their toes here, ready and waiting. Make sure they don't catch themselves up against the ropes.
3 rounds from victory as they try to success once again, man. And beautiful aggression early outdoors. Will find some pressure towards Red Box. Won't actually find anything. It's Shushin to find the first. Fozy will find the trade. Nilo's got to be careful. That grenade, oh, it's going to do huge damage. And there you go. I mean, a little bit of each, but a big chunk taken out of Fate. A nice shot could have been found by the AWP of Fozy, but ducked out of the way. Rocking now making his way on forward. Bomb in hand, waiting for a chance. And, well, he'll be delivered on a plate. A first kill towards B. A second in the round. Sapek will be the third to go at the cost of 1 more soul. And a 3 versus 2. Now leveled out. A nice quick snapshot from Fozy. Bomb will be set down. And actually, it could have been denied. LNZ a whisker away from taking it out of the round completely. And Nerds against 2. Tucked in towards the Astralis corner. Can he do anything about it? Grenade sent towards Dark. Will they expect him here? It's going to be alarming. And Fozy shifts on down, finds the kill. Young Ninjas in a bit of a pickle. And a bomb set down for Finest is going to be the only 2 positive taken out of the round. As Young Ninjas, yes again, now only 2 from victory. As they find themselves up 14-9.
Looking solid, isn't it? Looking very, very good. Even when put under pressure, to be honest with you, I feel like with the Deagles in the ascendancy there, it becomes, again, another scenario where maybe you could argue, it's definitely not definitive, but you could argue that's Team Finest's round to lose when you're in the 3-on-2. The Young Ninjas, under pressure, All calm and collected, able to get it done. And I think this is another reason why we start to tout them as the best academy team out there, because the mental aspect is a big thing, especially for these young players, right? You look at the likes of Gambit for a long time. They really did struggle in the biggest scenarios, you know, the LANs or the big finals or a matchup that they were not necessarily expected to win. And once they were able to crack that slightly bigger analyst team, and you can also argue Hobbit with the experience and whatnot, really able to speak to those players, that's where things turned around. Mechanically, very gifted, and that had always been noted, but they would sometimes drop off a cliff and get in their own heads, you know, when they lose the first map or when they're a man down. Young Ninjas seem to be cracking that kind of nut a little bit earlier. Now, Finest are not the most difficult team in a mental sense to deal with, that's for sure. Aussie opening up, though, again, looking good. Manon as well as the rush through the smoke. You know, it's a desperate attempt from Nerds. Not going to find anything at all. This is probably the round to save the series. And we're going for crazy plays like that. All the kills going the way of the CT side, looking all too easy. Nice little one-tap for Rocking. However, as you can see, a lot of players in tow. Manon goes a bit wide, but he dishes out the damage. Maybe you'd argue that makes things more doable. Radifaction, though, is up on the ramp. It's an unorthodox kind of plan, an unorthodox expectation here for Young Ninjas, maybe. Not going to be ready for the player on ramp. LNZ, though, taking it patiently. Should clear this cleanly. It's just a question of whether he wins the fight. Radifaction was watching the other side. All onto Rocking. With 6 HP, not going to happen. And Young Ninjas move up to 15, 6 to do it in, and the map and match point coming in.
Yeah, 1 round away. That's all it is for Young Ninjas, and it's looking very likely now. And, well, it is going to be an interesting one to see if Finest can hold on for any longer. Speaking of, however, don't hold on to anything. Coinbase. Very, very easy to get into the world of crypto. You can go and check them out. Coinbase.com. Sign up, all that jazz. Paid to learn. That's the key point here. That is an interesting one. I think the only one to do it, in fact, all of them, and arguably the biggest. I feel like I know them, or at least, you know, when you speak about crypto, the biggest name out there has to be Coinbase. So, you know, go check them out as always. And speaking of, it seems to be Team Finest going to check out within 2 maps as a third very unlikely. 6 rounds in a row required for the T side, and I just don't see that happening. I don't see Finest being able to piece it together, and, well, we'll have to wait and see if any response can be found, if anything is heard and echoed. And Nerds, well, he's good for the first, a beautiful first at that. Low HP taken. Shushin will find a second, and Young Ninjas tested. 3 versus 5, make it 2, and at least the first kill found, but Sapek against all odds, against 4, and Rocking yet again a multi-kill with the AK-47, and he'll find himself now a 10th for Team Finest.
Pretty good stuff. Takes a fair chunk of time, but Team Finest have managed to find themselves another round. The question is it a consolation? Or is it the beginning of the comeback? I think Young Ninjas, you can definitely see in that previous round, getting a bit too confident for my liking, right? They're really pushing in on their own, a bit too quick, no real support. So, feeling good and feeling a little bit immortal. Fuzzy holding for it. Shushin not this time around, not going to win the opening duel. Radifaction also left very, very low off the back of a nade. So, the worst possible start for Team Finest into a key round. They try and flash their way in towards Lockers. Fuzzy goes in for another peek. And he finds another kill. Just getting away with absolute ridiculousness. Radifaction taking out LNZ, however, might make things a bit more doable. Quick move around. Sapek, though, sees him as the smoke dissipates, I suppose. Maybe hearing him scope in. Takes him out nonetheless. And now the 3-on-2 back in favor of the Young Ninjas.
Beautiful stuff. Fates to make his way out towards heaven. Will anyone expect this play, though? That is going to be the key factor. No one holding it, and so it should be calculated by the Young Ninjas side. Fates gathering all that information. Here we go, flashbang in, and, well, it seems to be Sapek knows all too much about it. He does pick up another flashbang in the process. Nerds coming in from the main position from outside. Let's wait and see. Tap out from heaven. They know now of the location of one. Sapek patiently waiting. The Molotov is in. 30 seconds remaining. Molotov through bomb going to be set down to the hands of Nerds. Sapek caught out, and that will be now a 2 versus 2 restoration of hope. But Finest, 5 in a row, and it has to start here in a very intense 2v2.
Oh, Fate's going to win his fight. So important to do so. He also drops Nilo. So well done for him. He's not really had a great game, to be honest with you. He's 12 and 22 before the start of that round, but comes up big in a pretty important way, finding the 3K there to pull his team into their 11th round. 4 more to go. This one should come easy, as it is just the Deagle for LNZ, who's a bit richer. Rest of the squad's going to hold on to what they have. Fozzie's got a little bit of something, but of course he wants that AWP, so not spending an awful lot at all. Still, there's pressure. There is potential. As between the two of them, they could find some damage. Maybe snatch away an AK. They've got armor. You know, you can see it happening in your mind's eye. Nert's going to find the first onto Manon, though. Oh, that's a bit awkward. Nilo gets stuck on the exit. I think with those 2 kills coming in, it should be easy here for Finest.
Yeah, it should be, but we know Eagle could throw up some turmoil, and furthermore, you know, a couple of added pistols to the table won't exactly harm the side. LNZ going to get mollied. Nice peek. Oh, and the bomb. Could have been a second as well on the horizon. Ratifaction taken to low HP, but still well within the realms. And Fozy, nice shot. A second. Oh, it could have been foul. Rocking denied. And Sapek now against 3. 2 players available to have 1 bullet to the head and they will die. And an AWP in towards ramp from the fallen player. So it's possible for Sapek, but at the same time, do you want to risk the AWP or do you want to exit with it? Well, I would argue saving at this point is going to be better than anything. Bomb ticking away, not really all too much thrown into his way, and so it will be a 12 on the board for Finest. It's getting back into this one that's going to be the difficult factor, I feel like, for Young Ninjas now, because Finest, they're starting to gain some momentum, but this next round could mean everything, as we saw the eco in this one. Buying the next. Sapek, oh, he could be looking for an exit here. Nice bit of damage, and oh, there you go. 1 kill on the exit, not bad. It's an AK gone. AWP will be picked up. And now, 15-12. You'd hope it should turn 16. If it doesn't, question marks are going to be thrown everywhere towards the Young Ninjas side. So I'll have to wait and see. But 15-12 as we stand. And Finest, 3 more shots at success. And finding all 3 will grant them into overtime. And that's going to be the thing they're aiming for right now. To keep them alive and to try and hope that they can make it out of Group F.
It's a very telling round here, isn't it? Very, very telling round indeed. Oh, Sapek in with the spam. There the dink lands. He's also gained a frag as a member of Young Ninjas, you know. As a team, they are looking good here. 5 on 4. Big damage landed. Oh, great. Great watch here. Manon covering his teammate. Got his boys back. It's absolutely genius. In for the next as well. Manon's still just holding it, and I think that will do it. 5 on 2. They tried to work their way in. Not happening, though. Every single kill going the way of Young Ninjas. Almost too easily, you might argue. Shushin, the only one left. He's had a great game. 23-21. Pretty impressive stuff from the AWPer. Looking really, really good here. Especially for me, it's the debut of watching this guy. So I am thoroughly impressed with the individual performance. But it might just be a bridge too far here to find all 5. 55 seconds left. He does have the bomb on hand. He's got a lot of utility. That shot will give his position away, though, and now the containment begins.
Yeah, Young Ninja's going to be ready for this one, as you mentioned. Individual excellence, I feel like, from Young Ninjas across both maps, and, well, it's going to be over in just a second here. LNZ to find the headshot, Shushin to fall, and that is going to be 16-12 Young Ninjas. They take this series 2-0. A great, great way to end it all. Finest mounting a little bit of a comeback, but all in all, it's no problem for them at all. They're going to be happy with that one. You see LNZ, nice, and rightly so. I feel like it's a good performance from them. You know, a couple of rounds slipped, but that's to be expected. Their performance on Overpass, nothing shy of excellent, and of course on Nuke being their map pick, tested a little bit more than usual. But Finest, I mean, they did put up a fight on both maps, I feel like. And as a new team, the underdogs to the contest, Grivu were talking about, you know, minimal time to prepare for this one. I feel like they did a very, very good job in at least, you know... Oh. Do you know what? I love that appreciation. I love that.
Oh, man.
What a legend.
Oh, what a
you know that Vine where the guy like squeezes the chicken and they all, yeah. Flashbacks to that, man. But no, very well
My
played individually, I feel like, from Finest. You know, they find themselves, interestingly, a fair few rounds, I feel like, on both maps. A lot to learn from Scriv, obviously, as a new team. But the point still stands. They got 12 rounds against Young Ninjas on their map pick. You know, Overpass can be worked on a fair bit, and I think they know the mistakes they made were quite obvious. But all in all, I think it's a very interesting one, and 2-0 to say the least. I mean, a beautiful beautiful performance and great excellence from arguably both sides. A good showing from Finest, but obviously beaten out by Young Ninjas 2-0 to be expected.
Yeah, I think so. Particularly on that second one for me, they did a good job of kind of adapting and bouncing back, where on the first map there was a little bit of that, but not as much. They also had control in that first half. You know, it was Young Ninjas that were having to do the work. So I think very impressive stuff from Finest to bounce back as well from the first map. I mean, not just within the context of that map, but to come back from pretty decisive. You know, they had some nice moments, but very, very messy moments as well. You know, they lost a few clutches where they were the ones you would expect to win. And that kind of thing on your own map pick can set the tone for the rest of the series. And I think, honestly, maybe even Young Ninjas a little bit, which is perhaps why it comes so close in the end. But we did as well, thinking it was over. You know, map 1's won, second one should be a nice little shoe in here. But it just speaks to that point that we were making earlier, where you really can't write anyone off these days. The stats can be a bit misleading. You can't rely on them fully. You can't even rely on a team from one map to another. There's so much potential for things to be upended, as it were, throughout the series. So really impressive stuff in that sense. But yeah, Finest definitely with the short-term notice that they've had and all that with the newer lineup. I think certainly there's flashes there. There's bits of hope. Shushin looking good individually speaking. If they can tap into that and they can utilize that moving forwards, I think they could shape up to be a relatively impressive team. I'm looking forward to see what they've got in the future. However, we do have a winners interview. Enough about Finest. It's all going to be about Young Ninjas here. We've got LNZ on the line. How's it going, mate? Congrats on the win.
Hello, boys. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So I wanted to kick off and ask, it's probably something that you've talked about a little bit, but how are you guys now adjusting that, you know, ZTR's been out of the lineup for a fair amount of time, and you are looking pretty solid at the moment within your own right, you know, in the top 50, I think is a good achievement for an academy team. How are you guys feeling with your current lineup at the moment?
Yeah, I feel like we are very comfortable and we are very confident as a team, and we all believe in each other when we're in clutches and everything. So I feel like in every matchup, even against teams like Dignitas and Skade, we always come with the confidence that we need to actually make it a good game. And I'm not sure if they played long enough, like with ZTR, before I came in to, like, for it to be a big thing for them, because we've been playing for 3 months now, and I think they didn't even have that much practice with him anyway. So
fair enough. A change that I feel like has worked out great. Obviously, coming into this matchup today, you were heavily favoured coming into this one. Finest, of course, a fairly new team. Well, not a new team, but I guess a revamped roster as such. The performance today from them, was it expected for you guys? Did you expect Finest to do as well as they did on Nuke and show some signs on Overpass, or were you expecting what they throw at you?
I was actually expecting more, to be honest. I feel like every player in that lineup are really good players, both individually, and they have played in a good level for a long time. And I feel like they could have put up more of a fight, but I guess we were played longer than them, and they just changed 3 players. So I guess you can't blame them either. I think they're all really good players.
Yeah, we saw a bit of that. I think there were some nice individual moments in places, but like the team play, it did feel like, you know, there were a few clutches, especially on Overpass, that perhaps they should have won, you know, not to discredit like you guys or whatever, but they were in the ascendancy, like a 3v1 or whatever, that kind of slips away from them, that is always difficult to be on the end of. How do you guys feel with, I guess, your structural play at the moment? Because I've noticed that, you know, I've watched you guys a couple times over the past few weeks, and one of the things we mentioned, particularly on Overpass, you looked very, very confident on that CT side, a lot more coordinated aggression, finding success as well. Is that something that you've been putting a lot of practice into?
Not like particularly. We haven't had a lot of practice since we've had so much officials, but
Well, yeah.
we've learned from every game, and we have improved everything that we have done. Checked our demos and then asked ourselves how can we do it better, and then we've just done it.
Yeah, fair. Coming into this next game, you've obviously are playing Gorillaz after this one, about an hour until we kick things off. What scoreline are you expecting here coming into the game? You know, Gorillaz a fairly strong side. Excuse me. A lot of excellent individuals on that team. Again, the favourites within this one. Do you expect to beat them here and make it through top of Group F?
I feel like if we don't expect it, we might as well just not play the game. We're here to win.
True. Yeah, fair enough.
There you go. All right, brilliant stuff. I think we'll let you get off and have a bit of a break ahead of that next series. Wish you all the luck moving forwards, LNZ. Thank you for giving us some of your time, pal.
Thank you, boys. Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
There you go. Yeah, beautiful stuff. I mean, it's nice to get the insight in and see. It's a fairly good point that he makes about, practice and so many officials at the moment really making that difficult, I guess.
Yeah, it's interesting, I think. Coming into this one, there's no discredit, I feel like, for the finest side, of course, the winner's interview giving us great insight to the Young Ninjas side. But what I do want to say, something I feel like I want to comment about finest is how good they looked, considering, LNZ was saying he expected more individually, but as a team, considering they've only been together for less than a week, it's excusable, that loss. And I feel like there's a lot to learn from, but a lot of potential with that lineup. And not to even talk about the fact that they were playing with a stand-in that game, Scriv. It wasn't, it wasn't the original 5. It wasn't the 5 that we expected. We didn't have Relax in the lineup. There was a stand-in in the in the mix. So I think that they did a very, very good job considering. And I hope to see more of them around, because I feel like that is a team, as LNZ said, a team of great individuals, a great lot of skill. And so coming into this one, maybe a little bit underprepared, but who's not to say we see them in future tournaments and actually prove themselves as a team. Limited time, but they did a great job considering.
Now for Young Ninjas, we've got a big test coming up as well, don't we? I think that Gorillaz, as you mentioned, kind of the favourites going into it. They expect themselves to win, of course, naturally. But Gorillaz, very, very scary. And you would say a lot of these players, particularly the likes of Flusher, would be players that Young Ninjas have probably looked up to in their come up as young guys getting into the game a few years ago, before maybe even the thoughts of going pro and all that. So definitely going to be a difficult one mentally to get over. We'll have to see how things go down, though. The veto for me is going to be really, really interesting. But yeah, we've got that one scheduled for 6 Central European. As far as I'm aware, I think it's hard set, so we might have a bit of a break here. Maybe we can convince the guys to get started quickly, though. We'll have to find out. For now, though, it looks like an extended break for us, folks. So do be sure to stick around. Make sure to drop a follow and all that so you can keep in. Things are looking good, and definitely just got it through. Definitely is going to start at 6 Central European, so there's unfortunately no acceleration on that. But yeah, shout out to all the sponsors, of course, Coinbase, CS Money, Red Magic, for providing everything that they do. We will be back with that Group F winners match in just about 45 minutes time.
it all go. Close your tired eyes, sleep for a little while. Just put your guitar down and it's okay. Play it safe. Your mistakes, let them all go. Your broken dreams, your high hopes, love so delicate. Life is sometimes strange. Sometimes it takes a big rain to feel the sun again. Sometimes it takes a big rain. Sometimes it takes a big rain. Fill your ears with a country silence. Fill your heart with a sound. Fill your ears with a country silence. Fill your heart with a sound. With a sound. Your pain, let it all go. Your chance, your every low. You made it through another day. You're surely on your way. Just put your guitar down and it's okay. here to tell me how am I to climb this mountain? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me climb, watch me climb, watch me. Ain't nobody here to guide me. How am I to cross this river? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me cross, watch me cross, watch me. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Ain't nobody here to teach me. How am I to reach up high? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me fly, watch me. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Run down 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 while I run. Ain't no secrets here to tell me. How am I to reach the stars now? Oh, are you still beside me? Just watch me, watch me. Just watch me. Watch me. Just watch me to myself, I have no explanation. Twisted games and tricks, all tangled up and wasted. Double down and the bus sucked into faking patience. Haunted dreams awake still. I love to be so hated. I did it to myself. 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 Boat it up and lose the key. I've got no motivation, got no will to breathe, growing more and more complacent. Train wreck at my feet, this monster I've created, running out of steam, but I can't fight the craving. So on and on, I train alone. The pain it slips away. I did it to myself. 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 I did it to myself.
I came to Philadelphia with a rod in my hand. I sure am no saint, I am no righteous man. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It takes some adjusting, and I know that I can. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. They all like to treat me like a wanted man. They come from far and wide just to spit in my hand. I came in September to run from the cold. The young they tolerate Philadelphia, from up north Newfoundland. My mother, she was a teacher, my dad a fisherman. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It'll take some adjusting, but I'm sure that I can.
but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Yeah, oh my Lord, watch me sway. Darkness falls and we all pray, hoping for the light of day. Down to the river, I have held the devil's hand, felt the weight of my own sin, burdened by the heart of man. Down to the river, down to the river. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, saying, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Mama taught me how to live, Daddy taught me how to give. Both of them had their own sins. Down to the river, every man has felt the shame. All our blood, it runs the same. Father, hear us as we pray. Down to the river, down to the river, sing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, singing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, sing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek, yeah. Oh, kerosene creek, down to the river, yeah. Down to the river.
I thought you'd leave me, but you never tried.
always leave a mark in me. This highway's never ending, it brings you to your knees. But no one's love is like it is. You got no one above you, and so they say you're free. But that's not all that bothers me. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. Somewhere in this desert, I will find my peace. I don't know how long it will be. My shell just keeps on breaking. Inside, I long to see the pearl that shows you what is real. Many people gathered from side to side, but that's not all that's on my mind. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. I have never said a word about it.
Welcome back, one and all, to Blast Rising. We are here with Gorillaz up against Young Ninjas. It's that Group F winners match. Of course, a difficult matchup for the Young Ninjas, but they're looking good, to be honest. They looked very, very fresh on that first map. A bit of a struggle to close out the second, but ultimately they were in full control across the course of the series. A couple of moments where they had to show themselves, they had to bounce back, but ultimately a very, very solid 2-0 against Finest earlier on, and now they have, I would say, a tougher test against the Gorillaz.
Yeah, an interesting one. Obviously, as mentioned, Young Ninjas still favored in the world rankings, but of course, that's when you get to the individual skill. We'll talk about it in a little bit later, but you quite quickly realize Gorillaz is made of a team of individuals that can perform to the highest level, and I think it's safe to say that one individual there, I mean, it can account for a whole team's worth of play. So we'll have to wait and see how that one sort of develops, Scriv, but I mean, a very interesting matchup, I feel like. We've got a very disciplined, strong, you know, side of Young Ninjas, and I feel like on Gorillaz, I mean, maybe not the same discipline exactly, but it's that raw talent I feel like that we're going to be looking into and quickly realizing, you know, hold on a minute, this team is nothing to mess with, and quite quickly we'll pick up on that hopefully as we jump in hopefully soon to the veto. I'm interested to see sort of where it goes. Scriv, you left us off with an interesting one. You're excited to see sort of how that one develops and where Gorillaz go with their veto, because it's a very important one. I mean, looking at it realistically, their best chance arguably would be on Mirage, considering Young Ninja's permaban is Dust 2. So I think that's probably their go-to map. I feel like within this series, but we'll have a little look into it in just a moment here. Anything you've got in mind to the veto at all?
I think you're about right with the pick that comes in. The thing is, for Gorillaz, I think that they have the element of surprise available with where it ends up. Young Ninjas can't really pick against them. I do feel as well, we've got a lot of players in here who have a massive amount of experience. Sunny and Sergey, obviously more recently with each other on the Ents lineup, it didn't end so well, but you've got the young gun and a good amount of experience. Always been a fan of Sunny and the way that he approaches the game, so I think it will be really interesting. As you can see now, the veto fully panned out for you guys. Yeah, the Mirage, it makes sense. The Inferno coming in, I would say it is probably Young Ninja's favorite map, and their most successful, so I think that works out for them. Nuke as the decider is also not a bad result for Young Ninjas because they've just played it. It was a difficult one in the end, but I feel like they could be fairly comfortable with the way that this one has gone. But like you say, difficult matchup, not really the favorites coming into things, kind of just because of the experience. But the team play that we've just seen from them was pretty damn effective. And it's essentially, you would feel like a similar, in the life cycle, a similar kind of team to Finest, where they're going to play that kind of bare bones Counter-Strike, rely on the individuals. It's just a step up from playing against Finest. It's the same sort of play style, but better.
Yeah, I think it's very alarming to have Mirage in the pool. Obviously, that was going to be our decider, I do believe, to the best of 3 just previously gone. So again, Young Ninjas, they're going to get that one out, and as mentioned, as we talked about, it should have been the pick by the Gorillaz side, and so they'll happily take that one on board to the best of 3. Inferno, I think it's an interesting one that we see that from Young Ninjas. It's not. In fact, it's second best to Mirage, actually, their win percentage. So, 2 very favourable maps to Young Ninjas, and then our third one being new, because you mentioned we just saw them play. I mean, maybe Gorillaz were watching the stream, they did their research on it beforehand as well. That could be 2 possibilities. Thinking about it as well, I mean, there could be all sorts of preparation done for Nuke. We'll have to wait and see. And bear in mind, Gorillaz currently on a three match winning streak. In the last 2 games they won, or in fact, it would be a 3 match winning streak, beating Nordavind and SJ 2-0, and then beating Lingby Vikings 2-1. And then for Young Ninjas, apart from the Dignitas loss, they've been on a fairly big tear, as we talked about in the first game. So 2 teams that I feel like that are up and coming, a lot on the line as well for both of these teams to top Group F. It would be very, very vital for them to do so, and so it'll be definitely something of interest to see. And of course, then tomorrow on the 15th. We'll see Nordavind play Finest, that losers game, to determine who's knocked out, and then the decider there between the 2 teams. So whoever wins this is through, out of the groups completely, Scriven. So there's that added pressure, I feel like, for both sides to scramble out of Group F today and not have to worry, not play any Counter-Strike tomorrow, maybe in other tournaments, at least for Blast Rising. No real need to try and play games. You can just take that day as a breather. Maybe do some research in opposition, but other than that, I mean, this is going to be a fairly even matchup. I feel like the most even as it'll get, I think, in that sense. The fact that we've got two similar sides in some senses and 2 completely different sides in others, I feel like. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one by every regard.
Yeah, you want that stress-free passage, basically, I think is what you're getting at into the playoff stages off the back of this one. And for me, it certainly is doable. When you look at the individuals, you look at the experience that Gorillaz have, it is going to be tough. But I think Young Ninjas could pull it off. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm curious, however, how they play behind, because for most of that series, in the early portions of Nuke, maybe not so much, but they wrestled it back. But for most of the previous series, they were in control, and they were on the front foot, as it were. I think into this one, Gorillaz are going to make them play from the back foot. They're going to have the aggressive start. They're going to find success early, and Young Ninjas will have to adapt and overcome, as the saying goes. And I think that will be difficult. We've not seen as much of that from them, and I think it's another thing as well when you are a young academy up-and-coming kind of team. You have to find ways back into the game, and that kind of adaptability is something that comes with time, with practice, and with confidence in your back pocket strats, as it were. And I'm not sure that Young Ninjas will have as much of that. As mentioned from LNZ in the interview that we had, they've not really been doing that much practice. They just, kind of come up with things and do it in the officials, but actual going, and it's very much like VOD reviewing, demo reviewing kind of stuff, rather than I guess doing dry runs and things like that against other teams to see how they respond across the board. You know, you play in your scrims. There's not as much time. There's not as much room to do that. Gorillaz, I think they might have been doing a bit of that behind the scenes. And, you know, we've got the experience, yes, but we've also got a few of the connections. You know what I mean? Sonny might give a little phone call to the Ents boys. Can we do some scrims? Flusher might say, yo, Fnatic, can we give it a go against, you know, a top team? And maybe even further beyond to some of the other teams in the scene. So I think that they will have a little more than meets the eye when it comes to the stats available to them. But like I say, don't get me wrong, man. They come in hot and not necessarily bothered about the matchup and the people that they're playing against. You know, the legendary status that some of these players have. I think Young Ninjas could indeed pull off a little bit of an upset.
Not to mention as well, this is Gorillaz' third best of 3 of the day, Scriv.
True, very true. And
So-
it's only 5 o'clock. Like,
Yeah,
you
I know. Must have been playing from early doors. I mean, well, looking at it, it was obviously the Spring Sweet Spring 2 regionals, which I guess happened not too long ago, probably while this previous game was going, the Young Ninjas game was going previously, and then they played SJ in the Spring Sweet Spring. Then they played Blast Rising this morning against Nordavind, where they beat them 2-0. Now we're here today, right now, with their third best of 3. Interesting, to say the least. Well prepared, I would hope, Scriv. You know, 9 hours of Counter-Strike is nothing to sleep on. This team most certainly on the grind, and I feel like a lot of question marks are over their heads from the get-go. You know, with this team being put together, is it really a team, or is it more of just like 5 individuals looking to play with each other professionally? That was the real question coming into this one. But I feel like they've proved themselves, considering, you know, they played against Copenhagen Flames in the Flashpoint qualifiers not too long ago. They did lose out on that one 2-0, but losing out to DBL Pony in the Elisa Invitational Summer. And then after that, they've been fairly consistent with their victories. The only loss since then has been against Galaxy Racer in the Spring Sweet Spring 2 regionals. So it's an interesting one. I think it's very, very intense to sort of see how this one develops. It's 2 very evenly matched sides, I would argue, at least more even than the last.
Yeah, it's a good question that you raised, though, I think, to be honest with you. And we do want to start the game, by the way. We're just waiting on a player to get in.
Yeah.
You know, we do like talking, but obviously here for the Counter-Strike, so don't worry, we'll be into the game nice and short. But yeah, it is interesting whether it is a stopgap for some of these players, whether you could say that a couple of the players for sure, like Flusher and Sonny, the slightly older members, you could say past their prime a little bit, you know what I mean? And then trying to recover back to where they were, trying to do what they can in their final few outings, or whether this is a lineup that sticks together. But, you know, it's a difficult kind of roster. FPX pick up Emmy quite early on into the life cycle of this idea that they had. And then, of course, Calix, you know, when it very fully came together and, you know, they made their tweets and we've got Flusher and all that kind of stuff, Calix very quickly, like, moved on from the team for whatever reason. So curious, very curious indeed. But I think that, I mean, if they want to stick together, it could just be another kind of team where it ends up being a stopgap, a place to prove yourself for prospective orgs coming in. But at the moment, as we all know in Counter-Strike, there's not as much room in the game for sure. There's not as many orgs getting involved at the moment, with the state of the world as well, let alone the game itself. Either way, it looks like we're about ready to get into the action here with the rosters up on screen, as you can see. Esperanto, always fun to watch for me as well. A guy, I think, who has had a few unfair I suppose chances, but you know what I mean, like unfair turns of fate, twists of fate in the past few years. Really do feel that he's got a lot of potential behind him. Sonny, like I say, always a fun one to watch. And you know, Young Ninjas, you caught him earlier. The likes of Fozzy looking really, really good. LNZ, beautiful leader as well. We had him on for the interview and he seems very, very switched on. So I'm excited to see what they can do with the team. And interesting to note that he did say, you know, there's this kind of storyline of ZTR getting removed. How did they adapt to that and that kind of thing? But he did mention that actually he'd not been in the team that long. So it's not like he left a massive, massive gap. He just proved himself very quickly and you know, the main team picked up on that.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, the insight that we got off of that. It wasn't much, but I guess it's learning a lot about, you know, how Young Ninjas have sort of adapted to the ZTR departure And then again, I wouldn't really call it a departure. You know, just getting moved up to the main team. They need the player in, and he was a perfect fit. I mean, individual excellence from early 2021. You know, in the Snow Sweet Snow tournaments, we saw some great stuff from him, and furthermore, you know, in the qualifiers and things like that. The man has been amazing considering. And so for Young Ninjas, you know, it was a big loss, I feel like, in terms of skill, but more than made up for in the new roster. As mentioned, it is Gorillaz, the well, you would say a mix, but it isn't really a mix. It's a collection of excellent individuals. And for Young Ninjas, a well-structured Swedish team that are looking to go 2-0. Back-to-back best of threes for them. Gorillaz a little bit of a break between that they went and played another tournament in, but they are back now with the action. It is going to be Young Ninjas starting on the CT side, and Fozy to draw first blood. It's Sergey, the first man to fall. And already Gorillaz reduced down to 3 as Flusher caught out from Sapek as well from default box. And Mirage, I mean, what a kickstart for the Young Ninjas side. Gorillaz suffering, it seems to be. And an interesting factor is now it's the majority of the utility well and truly out of their hands. In fact, they didn't bring any utility on forward other than the initial outburst on from Sunny. And so, I mean, now Gorillaz just have their aim to work with. No utility to throw and execute or anything like that. It's going to be difficult for them to get back into this round.
Trying, though, there is that presence in the middle. No one showing. Oh, but the flank from Nilo. Perfectly timed. Sunny will find one as they're forced forwards. LNZ from on high will take down Esperanto. That is a fantastic start. And that's all I've got to say.
Yeah. I mean, they absolutely demolished them at their own ball game. And while for Gorillaz now, you know, you see the buy. It's not going to be too great, Scriven. That's going to be an alarming factor. You know, a couple of Desert Eagles, Esperanto. I mean, we've seen some excellence with him. Actually, my first time casting him, but I definitely watched him. And he has a talent, to say the least. So with this Desert Eagle, I mean, anything can happen. But against the well-equipped Young Ninja side, it's going to be quite difficult to do so. And so heading into this one, all the same, at least for the Gorillaz side, they're going to be looking to try and pick them apart. And Nilo, with first blood, as easy as you like. Young Ninjas find themselves a 5 versus 4 and possibly escape to success, but quickly pulled back into reality as Sergey demolishing Manon through middle. The 1 dig on the entrance, and that will give them a 4 versus 4 and possibly could be a rifle in the wrong hands if they're careful.
There's a chance. This is where we talk about those individuals. I think this is where it could come, you know, fully to a head. These kinds of rounds were much looser, much faster. Have to be on the ball, have to be on your toes. You do well to trade it back. Doesn't mean that Gorillaz have full control, but they are heavily set up, ready to go towards that A-bomb site. Oh, and Fozzy is sticking around. Dangerous game. Yeah, goes for the swing, and there is Sunny up at short, taking his head clean off. Now the 4-on-3. And this is where it gets dangerous. They've got no one left on the A-bomb site. A nice push around and a good read here from Gorillaz. Bomb plant should come easy. There's maybe an unexpected flank from middle, but I think, unfortunately, Nilo, the window of opportunity has passed. It is being watched by Sunny on the scout here, primarily towards short, but you know what I mean? He's still going to show himself. They're so unsure. Sunny finding another head as he just keeps on fragging here with this scout. 2 for him on the round. Will eventually get taken down. And it looks like they are going to try and go for it, at least for now, while there's an opportunity presenting itself. Nilo, the only one left, though. And they are everywhere. Sergey swinging out, taking his head clean off, and Gorillaz showing us exactly what we were expecting. A little taste of what is to come as they pick up the force bite.
Yeah, I think that was something that I talked about literally as we kicked off this round. It isn't the fact that Gorillaz are disadvantaged because of the teamwork. It's because of individual excellence. And although I said Esperanto could deliver some magic to the round, he was the first to fall, but it was obviously the main man himself with a scout to step up where it mattered. And a full house of frags between Sergey and Sunny gifts Gorillaz their first. And, I mean, a beautiful way to kick things off. And more importantly, heading into round 3, it's Young Ninjas in the situation Gorillaz were in quite literally last round, where you've got Desert Eagles across the board and you're looking for these shots to pick up the rifles and make the difference with. And so into round 3, all the same, utility going to be dropped towards middle and a little more cautious in their approach. You're seeing, you know, Gorillaz, even though they are an aim-heavy team, not too many months together. I do believe their first game was this year, back in the, I think in the, April 14th was their first game. So not too long together, and already they're showing signs of at least some teamwork and cohesion, but it's the aim that gets them there. But Fozy most certainly looking to deliver as a near miss onto Nato Safik. Sapek will trade, however, and a 2 versus 2 to ensue. Sunny, out towards Connector. Somebody needs to take him down, and it might just have to be Manon to step up and find it, but the M4 on Sapek could be the difference maker.
Time will tell. Anybody's game right now. Manon, yeah, in between both of them here. Esperanto going to spot him, has to go in and loses the fight. He had to move for that. He absolutely needed to try and capitalize, but it's just not going to happen. Sapek with a good timing catches Sunny in at middle. And there you have it, Young Ninjas. Okay. That's kind of impressive. Getting one back, looking really, really solid, doing so, and giving Gorillaz a taste of their own medicine. Of course, shout out to Red Magic. They have that 165 Hz refresh rate. It's pretty nice, as you can see, the 6 Series, smoothest smartphone in the world. Very cool indeed. And a shout out to them for providing the sponsor here. Nonetheless, Gorillaz, can they battle back? Can they get another force buy under their belt?
Well, you can only hope so. With success in 2 rounds ago, you can only hope again that we will see the excellence shine once again. Esperanto, individual excellence once again could be on the horizon. A very quiet game from him. It's been Sunny and Sergey to really throw the game into fruition. And of course, being Mirage their map pick, you'd hope some success to happen. But this back and forth, trade for trade, blow for blow in terms of rounds will benefit the Gorillaz side more. It's just a matter of breaking the Young Ninjas economy. As soon as they find a second round chained back to back, that's when Young Ninjas are in the gutter financially. And I mean, weapons in this round, they are good, but the utility with it isn't. And Flusher to kick things off, an AK in his hands, and it's provided an opening, and a great one at that. It's the B short player gone. Fozy, nice response. Esperanto taking some serious damage, but Nato Safix from Connector. Sergey out from ramp, and Manon now pinned towards CT. Beautiful tap. Nilo dishing out the majority of the damage, but a conversion required as things dipped back level. Nato Safix looking to at least pressure on forward. Of course, recent departure from the Lingby Vikings side, looking to get his teeth back into competitive scene, and again, good opportunity presenting itself. An AK and a Desert Eagle up against the 2 M4s. 2 different variants, but matching the same level of skill. And Sunny now against 2. This is going to be a huge round. He has to step up. A first kill denied by LNZ. The second nearly there, but Young Ninjas now piece together a second round. But 4 casualties at the helm. Scriv, we saw exactly last game in Nuke what it's like to be on the receiving end of this. And I think it was Young Ninjas that were on the flip side of this one in the last. As you know, you're going to see very poor money, near enough. You have to basically full eco this one to provide yourself AK armor full utility within round 6. And so that's exactly the steps Gorillaz are going to be taking to get into this game, at least you'd hope.
Indeed you would. Things very hard to predict early on. I mean, it is perhaps the way that Gorillaz want to be playing the Counter-Strike, you know, down and dirty with it. Not finding all that much success, though, to be fair. I would say Young Ninja's now starting to edge ahead, and as you mentioned, this round, not really that doable. So we'll see. Moving forwards, things are looking very quiet, very still here on that T end. Really just hoping to catch off some aggression, but nothing coming just yet.
No, and I think a very big change of pace for the Gorillaz side. We see a lot of immediate stuff from them, looking to take that initial control, but this is one of those situations where they go, okay, let's just relax, take our time, take presence towards middle, look towards A, and here we go. Manon going to be tested, does some serious damage. It's the first found by the FAMAS, but the 25 bullets is going to be a disadvantage. The USP most certainly isn't, though, and the MP9 in for 1. Sunny, will he be checked? Of course he will. Manon to find it in a flawless, or near flawless round, actually, found, and the M4 picked up by Fozy in the closing second there to give Young Ninjas their 4th, but now going to be tested. The full buy inbound. Gorillaz now, well, this is where they're going to try and prove their worth in this one. Mirage being their map pick you can only hope with some success in the near future on this map if they want to see the light of day within it. And this is going to be a great start if they can pick this round apart and put Young Ninjas back to a second round. And furthermore, I think that this is beautiful stuff from Manon. A first kill. Esperanto is going to be absolutely removed from Palace. Saul Fozy, gotta be careful, ducks out of the way of those shots. Nato Safix dishing out a fair few rounds as well. But all in all, a fairly bog standard start. And Esperanto being out of the round most certainly is going to put them in a bit of a disadvantage here.
Starting to believe a little bit in the Young Ninjas. They're looking really good. And this is, you know, the first rifle round that we've had where both teams are happy with the buy. You know, no one's sacrificing down or whatever to facilitate some kind of a force. Therefore, the rules of engagement are a little different. And Young Ninjas still coming out on top, at least initially. Milo. Patience as he doesn't go for the repeat. Gonna readjust. Still a bit dangerous, but info in. Oh, they line up. Gets a bit of damage. NATO follow up. That might be NATO going down. No, it doesn't make its way towards him. However, Sapek on at ramp, not expected at all. NATO getting shot in the back. And now into a 5-on-1. As that kill is robbed away. Nilo, though, finding the final. This is glorious stuff. Young Ninjas moving up to 5, looking really good.
Yeah, you could have said it better. Honestly, Gorillaz, we know that they can provide individual excellence, but Young Ninjas, as you said, they're just picking apart the rounds, you know, working man by man. That's 2 rounds in a row now where we've had, you know, next to every survivor. I think in the last 2 rounds, you know, 10 available slots to stay alive. We've had 9 of the 10 players kept alive in these last 2 rounds. And so, an interesting one. I feel like Young Ninjas starting to build up the economy. It's not really there just yet, but we'll have to wait and see if that can continue. If Gorillaz can develop a new style to counter the Young Ninjas' passiveness. Well, on the T side, it's quite hard to do so, but I think it's an interesting one. We'll have to wait and see how things sort of shift and develop. Flasher taking a shot through the wall. Bozy very close to picking off Sergey there through the wall, and nearly again, just millimeters out. Sapek, oh, this could be huge. That grenade, oh my good lord, just finding its way past Sergey. That could have done some serious damage, but they are going to slip away with it. For the time being, though, it's just going to be a basic hold. And a minute strikes. Griv, we're yet to see an ounce of action for Gorillaz, an ounce of justice to why they are called the Gorillaz. Wait and see, though, as this round might just be the difference maker. As all this boost, it's all about timing. Nothing found of it just yet. 40 seconds, and there you go. First to strike, Esperanto chirps up in round 7, and a beautiful way to kick things off. And now a 5 versus 4. Milo to level things out quite quickly, though.
Sonny trying to wake his way in there with the AK, not able to do so. You'd still hand it to the CT side here. That nade will finish off Sergey. A few bullets to help out. First, you're going to find NATO. Looking good here. It's a bit of damage. Oh, nice little... Oh, Flusher, no! No! What has happened there? Oh! I was going to say a nice bit of damage for Flusher. But before I could finish my sentence, he died. Oh, God. That's painful to watch. That is very painful to watch.
It hurts. Well, into round 8. Griv, let's hope Flasher can convert this round. And I think that Gorillaz desperately need it. I mean, looking into the statistics of the game so far, I feel like Gorillaz have always worked from the man down. They've always worked from the 4v5. And yet again, similar situation. Esperanto, a common theme. And hold on a second, Sapek absolutely mowing down the ramp push. Flusher out of the equation alongside Nato Safix. Sergey at least going to take him down before a third removed from the round. A 4 versus 2. The pressure in towards Palace. Beautiful stuff from the Young Ninjas. And you start to realize why they're there. You know, a lot of people, I feel like I saw a couple of threads on the very trustworthy and knowledge HLTV, you know, wondering why the rankings are at where they are. I mean, I think Young Ninjas starting to prove their value at number 42 in the world. And as you mentioned, you know, arguably the most successful academy team there is right now within the Counter-Strike Online era. And, well, they're going to prove it again against really a an experienced team, but most certainly an experienced team of individuals. And, well, they are going to be put to the test, and a test that they are passing with flying colours right now. Sunny in a 1 versus 4. He has found the first against 3, 35 seconds bomb in hand. A flashbang to his name as well. That could be the key to success. But a player deep in Palace, he's going to have to flush out Manon before he even makes his way onto the site to plant. And that is not going to be easy task by any standard. And as he crosses on forward to try and find the man, Fosey's in for the kill. And Young Ninjas 7. Gorillaz 1. Scriv, we were talking about quite possibly a very even game, and Young Ninjas throwing it right back in our faces as 8 rounds played, and they found 7 of them. Impressive stuff to kick us off. I mean, this could be over a lot quicker than we expected.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Things are... Wow, taking a turn for a worst. I don't know. I'm very surprised, to be honest with you. I did not expect it to go down like this, but here we are. Gorillaz, can they adapt? Cheeky little one-way in towards middle. Sapek looking to utilize it. Flash comes in. I think less of a one-way, more of a massive gap, to be fair. Nonetheless, charging up middle, charging into connector. And Ninjas need to be careful that they don't get caught off here. But, of course, Gorillaz putting the brakes on. Hoping that an overstep comes in. Or hoping that Flusher, who has snuck through to stairs... and catch a player off guard. Sapek, yeah, very uncertain, and he can see the barrel, can Flusher, he can see the jump up, but he can't land the shots. That gives his position away, and now things are looking good for the CTs to recover. It's a beautiful adjustment. He just goes a bit too deep. Flusher lucky to be alive, but you feel like his days are numbered from there.
Yeah, I mean, 28 HP's pinned to that wall as well. If he peeks out, he's going to get caught out by the AWP, and if he swung the other way, well... he most certainly wasn't going to keep his life. Fosey with another as well at 3 versus 5. Make it 2. Oh, Manon. Nice little tap down there. Sunny, good for 1. It's a headshot onto Nilo. Not required, but delivered anyway. And, well, while they were able to find 1, they can't find anything else. It's 8-1 Young Ninjas. They're sailing into the lead now, Scriv. And that's going to be an interesting one, I feel like. To jump into round 10 being 8-1 down on your map pick. I mean, questions are going to be thrown about. Luckily, this is the winner's game, Scriv. So if, I'm not saying this is lost, but if Gorillaz are to lose this, you know, while it is shorthand embarrassment, they do have another chance, another stab at making it out of Group F into the playoff stage. So we'll have to wait and see how that one develops. And Molotov going to catch off Fosey early doors, and Flusher dishing out a bit of damage there. Nilo, a third of his HP quickly shaved off, and still a 5 versus 5, but advantage is slowly falling in the favour of Gorillaz. But again, not really working from the man advantage. They are in this 5 versus 5. And, oh, was that Sapek that just shot Fosey through his own smoke? Interesting stuff. But at the end of the day, it was a body shot, not a headshot. And so, still at a suitable amount of HP to take this AWP and try and run with it. As Gorillaz, again, methodical towards middle, looking for the control. It's Nato Safix orchestrating this play towards jungle. And, well, unfortunately, it isn't really going to do all too much as time ticking away, a minute on the clock. And Gorillaz yet to find their stamp towards A. But with this connector control added, it could be an added spice to this push that Gorillaz desperately need to get themselves a second.
Unfortunately, Nilo's got other ideas. So does Fosey. Bye-bye, head of Esperanto. Sunny does find his frag as maybe Manon getting a little giddy, wanting a piece of the action. Ito's also made his way up connector here, so looking to catch off some rotations, and a bit of noise being made in towards window. He'll stick around. Fosey, though, still at CT. There's no smoke available here on the T side to deal with him. 20 seconds left. They've got to make a move, and there's so many open angles. It is a dangerous one. They'll try and molly off what they can. A key fight for Sapek to be winning, though. The flash over the top, ineffective. Sergey gets tagged up as he tries to make it out. This is the shot. He will get it second time around, though. It's still a 3-on-2. He needs to go huge here. Sunny's going to be that last man, you know, to hold the bomb down, try and clutch up in the end. Sergey holding the open angles, gets another. Oh, the tag comes in from Sunny. He doesn't quite find the frag, and now there's 2 for Sergey. He can't quite find it as Sapek Ferrari peeks him out. The defuse will come in just in time. It's certainly a fair fight in the 2-on-4, but Young Ninjas move up to 9.
That is ridiculous from Sapek. That peak, that is... you blink and he's dead. That was so well played there from Sapek. And as you mentioned, now standing tall, Young Ninjas one away from double digits. And it's interesting to see that Gorillaz take a tactical timeout so late, Scriv. I feel like it should have been called just a few rounds earlier. And I mean, if you're Young Ninjas right now, you must be on top of the world. You're thinking nothing but the best. As against a team like Gorillaz, again, we talk about individual excellence. They are throwing them everything they've got, and everything's sticking, it seems to be. Only 10 rounds played, and they've only lost 1. I think it's definitely a bit of an alarming factor for Gorillaz. But for Young Ninjas, it's definitely accurate and pinpoint. I feel like their game so far on Mirage. And of course, we've got Inferno up next there, map pick. And you can only wonder, you know, Gorillaz being 9-1 down, obviously your focus is on this map. But at what point do you go, you know what, let's forget about it, mentally reset, ready for Inferno, don't worry about this one. I think this is definitely going to have to be at least something in the back of their minds, knowing they're 8 rounds behind. However, an explosive start to round 11, already short control obtained. You see this triple smoke, the connector, window, and short play, and another smoke dropped in towards connector, and maybe just the B split, but needs to be, there's 3 players waiting, 2 on site, 1 on short, and the double nade in towards apartments might give false evidence that short's going to be clear, but instead, Manon on the line, patiently waiting, but Gorillaz deterred by that Molotov, and they'll be looking elsewhere, as connector control obtained by Flusher could be the difference maker, but Manon, oh, it's all about timing. Will he check that angle? Will he look in towards connector? Or will it be the surprise factor, the wow factor, as well as that Sonny? I've just realised he's in jungle. He is in jungle. With 45 seconds, Sapek, he's holding the cross. He's going to go, guys, no one's crossed. But little do they know, there is a lurker within the A play, and this could be Gorillaz' chance at a second.
Yeah, we've said that a few times, though, haven't we? Fozzy always chiming in. Nilo as well at Sandwich. Solid stuff. Fuzzy will go down, but Nilo's still alive. It's all on Flusher, and he can't get it done. Nilo with the triple coming in. A huge round from him. And another flat showing from Gorillaz. It's very, very difficult for them at the moment. Whatever you say about difficulty for Gorillaz, though, you can't say about Coinbase, okay? They are very simple indeed to get involved in. Probably the best trading platform for crypto at the moment. Investment platform for crypto as well. You know, if you're in it for the long game, not just the short game, those quick pumps. There are a few out there that have got a lot of longevity to them, and you can earn while you learn as well. So do be sure to check them out. There's all those banners down below that you can get involved in. But yeah, Gorillaz, I think for me, Young Ninjas are very, very confident in their retakes at the moment, which is allowing them to leave middle open and allowing them to hold towards B. Hold the point, though, because Nilo, he could have gone huge. He gets one. Still set for Fozzy, though. All the information in. He can't quite get off for that second. It is so close. The game of inches right now. Flusher absolutely has to stay alive. Watching on towards short. He can't land the spray, though. It's another difficult one for the big man, as it will be back into the 2-on-2. The bomb's gone down. It's certainly the best chance that Gorillaz have had for a while.
You mentioned is the best stab at success Gorillaz have had since that first round win. And this might just be the play. Esperanto and Nato Safix, 2 very quiet members of the Gorillaz side so far, looking to step up, but Sapek even wider to the peak. Nato Safix is able to find one. The grenade landing just shy. Bomb so far ticks Sapek. Is he just going to stick this? No. Oh, it's all about timing. Gorillaz with a second to spare. Nato Safix finding their second off the back of the 1 versus 2. Beautiful stuff all in all. And once again, we find ourselves still Young Ninjas exceeding that success. But Gorillaz now 1 step closer to tying things up. A hell of a road to travel on before they find themselves in double digits. But what's not to say that it's possible? And heading into round 13, I mean, you see Young Ninjas' money, even after winning, you know, 5, 6, 7 rounds in a row. It's not looking too good. 1 more round, but they're on a do or die buy, and that is going to be the alarming factor. Nato Safix to peek in towards under. Fozzy. Oh, nice first ducks in. Got to be careful. A second man patiently awaiting. Caught between 2 players. Doesn't know where to shoot. Flusher will be able to catch him off. A 4 versus 3 is Esperanto to dart out towards A, and he even gets his way onto site. 14 points of health, looking for the 1 tap. Manon to deny, and a 3 versus 3. All in level, though. Manon low HP, Flusher low HP, similar utility as well, slightly favouring the side of Gorillaz, and so round 13 still yet to be drawn into a conclusion, but LNZ looking to change that.
Well, he will be denied, as the case may be. Epic, though. Trade it back, and now Flusher's low HP does become a factor. The CTs are split, but so are the Ts. Definitely room here for the flank to be pulled off. Oh, with perfect timing. Manon starts to pick up the pace. Still walking in. Pressure from short here as Flusher is taking his time. He's going to get caught eventually. Player in from behind. He's just become savvy to it, though. Someone must have mentioned it. He gets his timings absolutely perfect. The A player that could be flanking around. Genius move. And now Sapek's so unsure. Where's the second man? Don't know. Bomb's gone down. Sapek going to move up to short. Lovely movement, of course. I mean, you get to this level, you kind of have to make that jump. It is important, as we're about to see. Could make the difference for him. Flusher watching short, or will swing out and take him down. 3k in. I had mentioned the big man was having a rough game. He was only on 3 kills before that round, but when it is said and done, he is certainly the man that has made the difference there in round number 13.
Incredible stuff from him. An interesting factor. One that I think Gorillaz now, they are aware of. Individual talent starting to shine, but maybe a little bit of a late bloomer to the server, the Gorillaz side. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe, just maybe, Gorillaz can find something. Esperanto, the bottom of the scoreboard right now. However, one round could change that. Most certainly. We head into the penultimate one of the half. Yet again, Young Ninjas on a bye. And you're starting to realise now, if you look at the money, it's a bit of a problem. If Gorillaz find this round, we'll be looking at a 5th for Gorillaz, quite honestly, as Young Ninjas' bye will be torn down to, you know, a FAMAS, possibly the Deagles, and basically that sort of forced by last-ditch effort. LNZ going to be tested, though. Oh, that molly is not going to be good, but Esperanto does not care. It's an opener. It's beautiful. LNZ, oh my word, they're just... How many dinks does he want to take through that box? Or through the bench? I do not know. And there you go. 3 players left alive. It would be a smart decision to save, and that is what they will do. Very well played. Gorillaz find their 4th on the brink of 5 as well, as money going to be quite low for the Young Ninjas side, and Sunny not quite happy with the outcome of the amount of players done just yet, as he'll be looking to find even more.
I think certainly now you are beginning to feel that Gorillaz are a team you can never truly write off, right? I think that is something they're going to have in the back pocket throughout this series. Such a great start for Young Ninjas. To be fair, though, if they can get the 11th, would be pretty solid. But that kill coming in from Sunny, he's not going to go for more. They themselves are not super duper rich, I suppose. But all the same, he gets them below 3. That's an achievement in and of itself. So, solid stuff. See, moving forward. So, I mean, this is a difficult one, to be honest with you. There is an awful lot that Gorillaz have had to overcome. This is kind of the final hurdle of that first half.
Yeah, going to be an interesting one. And now, the last one of the half, we see 2 FAMASs brought out. Exactly as I expected. You know, not really too great. That's a very interesting flashbang. I don't think I've seen that lineup before, but that is cool. Mato Safix dropping one down in towards underpass, and now just holds passive. Patiently waits for the peak. Expecting someone to walk into his crosshair. Unfortunately, no one there just yet. Gorillaz looking possibly to sell this A fake. Esperanto smoke in his hand, lined up ready for the jungle smoke, the stairs one as well, and that might just pull the player across. But look at LNZ's positioning. He's up close towards apartments. These smokes will mean nothing. They're going to think it's the A play. Guys, hold on. There's lots of utility. It might even draw a 3rd player around, in which it does, but LNZ still in apartments. Peeks on out. Does get the information. No one's there. Might look to drop away ever so soon, but if he does, there's a lot of B control they desperately need there. But Young Ninja's going to be quick to realise, hold on a minute, these guys aren't running out towards A after that utility. It's going to be B, and so he's ready and raring to go.
Oh, nice find from LNZ. Looking for more. Esperanto absolutely has to find this, and he will. Sapix found his kill onto Sergey meanwhile. Flusher is on the flank, but the rest of the squad, the frontal attack, the vanguard, is faltering. Sonny, the only one left, will be spotted out here. And Sapek with the pre-fire, able to just demolish him. All onto Flusher. He's been spotted, and he also will be dealt with by the hero of that round. Sapek with the 3K. Looking solid, but Young Ninjas throughout looking solid. A 10-1, as you can see, with the 9 in a row, ending 11-4. So I think they can be happy with that. You know, the 10-5 would leave perhaps a bitter taste in their mouth.
Yeah, I think you're completely right there, but something to highlight as well is, you know, Gorillaz, after finding some late success, a minimal amount, but some success, might give them a bit of hope, a bit more hope than I think they would have had it have gone 13-2 or whatever it may be. And so, well, for the Young Ninjas side, confidence to say the least, but Gorillaz, you know, their map pick, maybe they've got something prepared on the CT side. We'll have to wait and see, as it seems to be the Young Ninjas side looking confident. They did in the last, in this one, yet again, a good performance. You're starting to see, you know, these players really loosen up and start to get warmed up into the server, and I would expect so considering their second game of the day. For Gorillaz, it's their third, not quite meeting the match right now, but as we jump into the second half, you can only hope Gorillaz to mount some sort of comeback to make this map sting less, and maybe even they make the comeback and win the map completely. We'll have to wait and see, but Pistol on the horizon as we ended the half. Young Ninjas 11, Gorillaz 4, but now the mix, or arguably the GT side, they need to find themselves something good within the round. And speaking of something good, you find yourself some amazing skins over at CS Money. Awesome trades, bonus on your deposits, all that jazz, and fair pricing on their skins. You can go and check them out and get your inventory looking as juicy as ever. As Manon flexing his knife in his gloves. I must admit, I'm a fan of those gloves. I can't lie. They're looking quite nice. I think the not the newest edition, but I think out of the one of the newer collections.
Yeah, I mean, my skin knowledge, you know, I ain't no scrawny really. That guy's got a deep database of skins for sure. But I think you're right. I need to look into it though. I was big into the skins in like 2016. But that's even before gloves and stuff. You know what I mean? But these days, not so much. Maybe I'll head on down to CS Money. You know what I'm saying?
And get 25% extra on your deposit.
Exactly. Spend a bit of cash holder and get it rolling. Either way, how are you in market? Man, he does get clapped, but the fact that he gets there so fast. Maybe they've done some research here, because this looks like a setup from Gorillaz ready for this. They find the opening 2K and the bomb as well going to be dropped. I think there's a P250 dropped by one of those players. Fozy not really wanting to stick around though to try and retrieve it. Nonetheless, a 5-on-3 for Gorillaz straight out the gate. Really good start.
Excellent stuff from them. And I mean, the problem was the bomb was in jungle. Had Gorillaz have taken control of that, it could have been a different story. LNZ taking a long distance fight. The P250 slightly inaccurate. Oh, Sapek, that's unfortunate. 1 HP to the name of Nato Safix. If he finds this kill, it would be absurd. A first on 1 HP, and now time wasted. Flusher with a second, and now LNZ against all odds. 3 players, quite literally one shot to this P250. They are going to swarm the back of the site. Flusher and Nato Safix in for a second. That is beautiful stuff from Gorillaz, as they're now 6 behind at the scoreline of 11-5. Young Ninjas a little reckless on the pistol. That double push towards jungle, as you mentioned. Somehow, they may have done their homework there, but at the end of the day, Gorillaz deal with it quite nicely. And heading into this one, it is going to be heavily favouring the Gorillaz side within this round, as Young Ninjas, they are going to be suffering. They are going to be on the full eco, though, so an expected buy within the next, and while bringing the more fuel to the flame, most certainly. Young Ninjas looking to get back on their feet, as they're willing to throw away this round quite quickly with an immediate B push.
Ooh, okay,
no.
Only the one. Yeah, I would have said you want a bit more out of Sergey there. To be honest. Especially when you're going for the crazy aggression. Sonny. Just need to be careful. Little spot coming in. He hears the reload creeping through. Nobody watching for him, and he finds 2 heads because of it. Esperanto also chiming in. So, honestly, round like this where you're just on the Glocks, any damage is good. You can be happy with the 1 kill. You know, taking an M4 out of the equation as well that I don't believe was retrieved. So you can be pretty happy with that. And now maybe they will drop Sergey across, or he will have to, more likely than not, demote down onto a weaker weapon. I think they're thinking about it. Yeah, Sonny's got the money to do so. He does obviously sacrifice a tiny bit of utility here. Does he get a kit? Does he get a molly? Or neither? He's just going to hold on to the $600. Okay, there we go. He eventually gets a molly. I guess just going for an early smoke. Nonetheless, the buy-in from Young Ninjas, they have to find success with this. As Gorillaz are looking very scary early on. Their CT side, I think, is going to be difficult to get through. You know, we talk about the individuals and the strength that they have. Brick wall across the board, you know what I mean? It is going to be a hard nut to crack when these CTs are holding angles and perhaps have the slightly sharper reactions with their current form. Young Ninjas, though, looking to turn things upside down. Nice little flash through. They've got 3 players into jungle.
I don't know how this is happening. Yet again, Young Ninjas exploiting the mid play, it seems to be. Well, we'll have to wait and see the response. The echoed requirement for Gorillaz to find themselves a 7th, and it has to be quite quick here off the back of this jungle oppression. You can only assume it's going to be the A play, considering we also have Manon in Palace, and here you go. He's going to start peeking out, try and clear the underparts. LNZ's just opened up with a lovely double, though, and a 3 versus 5 Gorillaz. I think they're going to wave this one off and try and save, especially if Flusher goes down here to the hands of Nilo. A flashbang, it's not good. Nilo realizing Flusher's not blind. Oh, hold on. Sergey on the back lines. Good for one. A miss spray onto the second, but he does convert in the end. The MP9 from Nato Safix peppering Manon down, but in a 1 versus 3, it's looking unlikely. The flashbang to go high and LNZ to dispense of that last man quite quickly. 2 guns saved. It's 2 AKs and Young Ninjas at 12 now. It becomes interesting to say the least, as Gorillaz now, well, they're forced to either force or to eco. If they eco Sunny, not going to be great financially, but if they force, you're throwing away a possible buy to the hands of every other player on that roster in round 20. So I think they're going to take the better of the options and not really bring all too much forward. And instead, they're now going to be pressuring round 19 with just these pistols.
That's a hell of a start. Yeah, it was only the USP, I believe, for Sunny. It's curious to me, you know. I guess they've got a bit more money across the board, but minimum loss bonus, I don't know why you don't just go for it. Even out the economy. A philosophy thing, for sure. You know what I mean? There's arguments for both. But for me, I would have, especially with Sunny on 1400, like, he is screwed next round. You know? Sergey's a bit richer. And NATO's going to feel the burn moving forward, especially because he loves a good AWP. I know that we've seen with the first half there, you know, not really sure whose AWP Sergey was on it a fair amount of the time. Nonetheless, run-of-the-mill stuff here. Esperanto does manage to find one from ladder room there. NATO sat on the CZ, on the empty pillar. He has been spotted, though, and he has been left low, so he will be finished off. 13-6. Young Ninjas sending a message here. It was looking worrisome. You know, those early rounds in the first half, very scary indeed. And then the rifles come in. Back to what we know, you know, Young Ninjas just dominating really solid stuff. Of course, Red Magic, shout out to them with the 165 hertz refresh rate screen. And I mean, just from the ads there, just from the roll, the ticker, it looks awfully sexy, I must say. So do be sure to check the banner down below if you want to get yourself one of the smoothest smartphones in the world. Or, well, I mean, they say it is the smoothest smartphone in the world. So there you are. You might want to get one in your back pocket just to test that out, just to test that theory.
Mobile gamers most certainly will be happy, but in the land of Counter-Strike, there is no mobile. But speaking of Nilo, more than mobile, he's nimble on his toes as he finds himself a double out towards B, and you realise quite quickly, Gorillaz go, that's not worth it. All 3 players stunned. Didn't even make entryway onto the A site, and already they lose 2 players, and it's unfortunate that Young Ninjas now at 14. Decimation towards B to the hands of Nilo. This is some of the most disgraceful entry fragging I think I've seen in a little while, and disgraceful in a good way. Nilo just putting both Flusher and Nato Safix to sleep at an instant. And well, slap out both and it will be round 20 in their name. 14-6. And the veterans are going to be shown up by the youth of today. The Swedes looking strong as they're more than double the round count of Gorillaz now. 14-6. Scriv, I can't get my head around it. It's ridiculous stuff from the Young Ninjas side, and there's no discredit to Gorillaz, but Young Ninjas, they are exceptional, and you start to realise why this team is ranked where they are.
Yeah, really looking good, aren't they? Very, very scary stuff for Gorillaz, of course. This, as you can see in the top left, being their map pick, Inferno. Up next is a favorite of Young Ninjas. They've got 30 played in the past 3 months. 60% win rate, if I'm remembering correctly. Might be a little higher, you know, like 62%, but all the same, solid map for them. And if this is the way that Gorillaz, their second favorite, Dust 2, their favorite at the moment, gets banned away. This is the way their second favorite map is going. Well, it's not looking good, is it? So we'll see. Early tags coming in here, though. And left on 35 HP and somewhat trapped over at Delpan.
Little problematic. 35 HP as well. It's definitely taken down a notch. We're used to these explosive rushes. Young Ninjas displaying that in the last. And this one, I feel like they're just trying to play mind games with the Gorillaz side. Up until the final whistle, you know, we're seeing they just literally go, you know what, guys? Let's relax this round. We don't have to push. They're going to expect a rush here. And I think we already saw... And, I mean, we can see, look at the utility on the Gorillaz side. No Molotovs, there's no smokes, there's 2 flashbangs and a HE grenade between all 5 players. And so this onslaught of nades towards the A site can't really be combated. It's going to be relying on these rifles to do the large amount of work. And here we go, Molotov towards Sandwich, there's wall of smokes towards Jungle and Stairs. And this is where it becomes quite hectic. You already see Esperanto backing away, more defensive angle. They're just going to wait and basically go, you know what, let's play for the retake. 5 versus 5. I think they have a better chance at the retake. And well, now Sergey's found the first. They're now looking to go on the offensive. Sunny. Oh my god, a reckless push. Sergey catch him blind. Fozy will be able to close it out. Sapek getting spammed down by Esperanto. It's now a 3 versus 4. Oh my god, toe-to-toe within the smoke. Esperanto will lie. The bomb going to be set down. Fozy a first. Dinks onto a second. And Mannon's converted in the meantime. It's a 2 versus 3 from nothing though. Flusher against all odds. He's against 3 and has found the first. Picks up a Galil. Whether he's willing to take it or not, that was a different story. Both these players, one shot to the Desert Eagle. Oh, missed shot. Fozy to clap him out. And it's a 15th on the board for Young Ninjas. Map point to their name, Mirage. Most certainly a start to an amazing best of 3. And it looks to be they're getting it done in 2. Because this is exceptional stuff from the youth of the Ninjas in Pajamas organization. They are looking on fire within this game, may I say. And Gorillaz, there's no discredit to them. They are, I would argue, you know, some of the best back in the day, and, you know, maybe not as good now as where they were previously, but most certainly they're nothing to turn your nose up against. But Young Ninjas, I mean, exceptional standard from them, and they're looking to close this 16-6 as Manon opens with a beautiful first.
Esperanto does trade him back through the smoke. They've got a lot of presence here on both sides. LNZ, though, chiming in. NATO in the smoke. Difference maker. Ooh, okay, making me worry a little bit with that one. Nilo also going to fall. Manon and Fozy the only 2 left. Trying to recover the pieces. And yeah, a very chaotic round there. Everybody getting caught up in it, of course. And now Fozy over towards the B-bomb site. 1v3 would be a hell of a way to close out the first map.
Bomb set down. May just happen ever so slightly for Fozy. Against all odds. He's going to need this. He's desperately wanting this. A big round to step up. AWP, 65 points of health. He has a Molotov as well, and he'll throw that deep. Esperanto's cut off his circulation. 2 plays towards apartments. Fozy in could be with a first. Knows the players drop down. A first kill found. A second could be on the horizon, but a no-scope. I think that was a bit of a misplay there. Holding the angle could have been a better one. The no-scope most certainly required, but pulling the trigger way too early. And Nato Safix knows time between shots is quite a long time, and he'll just run out and gun him down. And a 7th on the board for Gorillaz. But, you know, while the no-scope missed, nothing will be missed on Coinbase. You can catch up on all those lovely statistics, take control of your finances, and you can join the world of crypto with arguably the easiest platform to learn from. Check out Coinbase.com. All the lovely people over there, and while you learn all of that jazz, you know the drill. But make sure to go and check them out. Amazing stuff to get into, especially if you're a beginner at crypto. It's fit for all, I feel like, and that's where that's where it deserves to be number 1, and it is.
Well, here we go. Gorillaz on the run back. Can they get it done? Oh, it's a fast round from the Ninjas. They catch Sunny. Esperanto's still alive here. The AWP tags him up. Oh, half HP. Sergey chiming in, though. Down goes Flusher. It's so hard to call. Wrestling back the man advantage here on the Young Ninja side of things. A cross comes in. A shot misses. There's 2 at CT. Nilo up on triple. May not be needed. As the kills keep on coming in, he gets aggressive, and I think that will seal the deal. There's 1 at middle as well. What's he doing there, NATO says. He's closing out the game. 16-7. 8 rounds the difference as Young Ninjas, my goodness, very, very impressive stuff. They keep it going as well. You know, a great start to that second half for Gorillaz, to be honest. But once the rifles come into play, it's all about the Young Ninjas. Fantastic. And you see what it means to them as well. You know what I mean? We talked about experience and the age and all that. These guys, when they were young, absolutely guaranteed they were watching the likes of Fnatic, you know, on the come up and whatnot, and supporting them at Cologne, supporting them at Cluj-Napoca, you know, when Flusher was in his prime. And now they're able to take him down. It's pretty, well, with one map. Still, a decisive 1 map is nothing to shake a stick at.
Absolutely. I think you raise a very good point. You know, looking up to the likes of Flusher, and they have just beaten him on their map pick. Arguably, you know, not exactly an old-time team, you know, a fairly new one to the stage. I think exactly a month ago they started playing together. And so, you know, you've got to quickly realise, you know, maybe not at their peak form just yet, but they are still looking on fire. No discredit to the Young Ninja side. Gorillaz, they started to show some signs later on. Now, Scriv, if we're going by anything, you know, Young Ninja's very good at closing out the opponent's map pick. They struggled on Nuke last time. Now, talking about the second map, Inferno, you know, a new one to the Young Ninjas arsenal, and I feel like, you know, being their second best, bear that in mind. Well, you know, what do you think about that? It's going to be maybe an easier game, but against a harder team, it swings and roundabouts to it all, I feel like. And so heading into the second map, Scriv, I feel like it's all up in the air.
Yeah, and a team like Gorillaz as well, where looser, faster style at the moment, still working things out. When maybe the pressure's off into their opponent's map pick, they could just come in with a all guns blazing kind of style and just roll things over. Definitely is possible for me. But look, man, Fozzy having a hell of a performance there. Nilo having a hell of a performance. Only 9 deaths, 24-9 for Fozzy, 102 ADR as well. Like, are you going to be able to shut this guy down? I don't know. The opening duels, he's looking pretty damn good on that AWP. It doesn't have much of a place on the T side of Inferno, but the CT side most definitely. And it does seem on the other side of the equation, there's not really anyone to shut it down. Very even across the board. It's not like one guy trying to do all the heavy lifting and the rest of the team not there. It just wasn't working for the vast majority of them, to be honest. So, yeah, big shift needed moving into map number 2. Young Ninjas, like you say, though, they did struggle last time on their own map pick. We'll see if that is a similar story after the break.
From up north, Newfoundland. My mother, she was a teacher. My dad, a fisherman. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It'll take some adjusting, but I'm sure that I can.
don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Yeah, oh my Lord, watch me sway. Darkness falls and we all pray, hoping for the light of day. Down to the river, I have held the devil's hand, felt the weight of my own sin, burdened by the heart of man. Down to the river, down to the river. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, say, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Mama taught me how to live, Daddy taught me how to give. Both of them had their own sins. Down to the river, every man has felt the shame. All our blood, it runs the same. Father, hear us as we pray. Down to the river, down to the river, sing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, singing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, sing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek, yeah. Oh, kerosene creek, down to the river, yeah. Down to the river.
Thought you'd leave me, but you never tried.
Yo, what's up? Welcome back. We are here with map number 2, pretty swiftly into map number 2, might I add, between Young Ninjas and Gorillaz. If you are just joining us, it was a decisive victory on Mirage. The pick of Gorillaz by Young Ninjas, 16-7. Very, very one-sided affair indeed. Fozzie popping off. Really looking good here for the young Swedes. It absolutely is.
Yeah, you couldn't have said it better. I feel like Gorillaz at this point in time suffering a little bit. Maybe not the firepower there, considering it's their third best of 3 of the day. I mean, you know, maybe the fatigue starting getting to them, you know, things like that, where you're just playing constant Counter-Strike. It can be, you know, quite exhausting at times. I know myself, not really up to the level that they are, but I can understand the exhaustion that comes with it, playing so much Counter-Strike in one day. But let's hope they can stick it out and give us a feisty best of 3. Of course, as you mentioned, a very one-sided victory, I feel like, for the Young Ninjas side. Slipping a couple of rounds here and there that maybe they shouldn't have, but all in all, it's been a fairly one-sided game. Gorillaz heading into map 2. They're now on Young Ninjas' home turf. They have to beat them out on their best map, I do believe, or their second best, either of the two being of Inferno. A game that we haven't, or a map that we haven't seen from them today, but we both know, Scriv, that it can be a lethal one at that. I mean, I've seen it in the Snow Sweet Snows, the Spring Sweet Springs. I think I've watched it a fair few times across the different tournaments as well. It's very, very decisive. When they get into the groove, it's quite unstoppable for them, and so we'll have to wait and see if they can find that mentality and that movement. But for the Gorillaz side, I mean, what will it take is the real question, because I want to see a map 3, I can't lie. I would like to see a map 3 between these two teams. As a 2-0, I don't think justifies the skill that comes with the Gorillaz name, the individuals there, but at the same time, we know how powerful and well-rounded the Young Ninjas side are.
Yeah, I think certainly looking deadly. I think down to a little bit of being warmer, as it were. We'll have to see. It's a tough one for me. I think Gorillaz, they need a few more of those individuals that we're talking about to come alive. You know, I did mention at the tail end of the last one, across the board, I think the discrepancy between the kills, it was like 3. Top fragger 13, bottom fragger 10. You know what I mean? Which is very, very close indeed. And I think they need the likes of Flusher even. You know, maybe you would expect him, or Sergey, the young gun, to come alive and really take over the game here. I'd be curious to see as well, you know, NATO Safix throughout the years has become known, got a reputation for being a bit of an everyman. You know, he does a bit of everything. However, for me, I've seen him on the AWP more recently. He's not there on this Gorillaz side. It's Sergey who seems to be picking it up. Is that going to be the case on Inferno? Is that going to be the case just for the series in general? Do they feel confident enough in Sergey's AWPing? It's difficult to tell. You know, the hodgepodge of players here certainly trying to navigate their way through, and I just think that they need a few more individuals to step up for me.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with that. You know, we see, I feel like the last 2 games now, Scriv, in the last 3 maps, rather, we've seen an individual or 2 individuals step up for Young Ninjas. And we sort of had the same in the previous game, where we saw, you know, Rocking turn up on a couple of rounds and whatnot. But this time, I just don't see that happening with Gorillaz. As you mentioned, it is very, very tight between all 5 players. And I think this is definitely an interesting one to see, of course. I'm excited to get this one underway again, and I'm hoping we see some flair and some fire from the Gorillaz side. But at the end of the day, Young Ninjas, as mentioned before, they seem to be the kings of Group F right now. They can't be touched, and I don't blame them. They are a very strong team. We've seen it before. We'll probably see it again, to be quite honest with you. But I'm just hoping there's some flair in the Gorillaz side, a change of pace. I know that you know, back in the Lyngby Vikings days, NATO Safix, he was looking great with that AWP. I remember there was I feel like a 2 versus 4 on Backsite Inferno, where we saw some absolutely ridiculous stuff from him on Nubox. But again, we'll have to wait and see. Second map, underway. First round, the pistol, of course, Young Ninjas being their map pick. It was up to the Gorillaz side. Choose where they start, and of course, CT side is where they're going to stand. Let's see if they can live up to it. NATO Safix most certainly going to be taking the fight to them. But that is a lovely shot from Nilo, and I think his teammate shot him in the head. The response from Sergey found, however, and a 4 versus 4 early doors. It's better that Gorillaz found a trade, but still, advantage falls in favour of the Young Ninjas side.
Oh, Sonny going to find another, though, and he's able to back away. Left low, but still gets the hell out of dodge. Flusher sat in the library. Maybe not expected, but he loses his fight. Sapek going to take out Sergey on the backside as well. Sonny with the running headshot. That first bullet accuracy coming in handy. It's a 2-on-2. The low HP bar, of course, for Sunny really going to make the difference here. He has to find perhaps another out-of-this-world kind of shot. Will be spotted at short. He's got the support of Esperanto. It's a kit available, but it's in library. Bit too far away from the action here. Nyla, the first port of call, gets the one-tap. See you later. And now Sunny, surely not. Far too low. Very unaware of where that second player is as well. Trying to bait the peek from Nilo, but it's just not coming. What is that from Sunny? The flick up to drop LNZ. Can he get it done? There's hardly any time, and Nilo will keep his cool. But my God, what a shot.
Oh my God. What? Sunny is an absolute god. I can't lie. That was ridiculous. An out-of-this-world shot onto LNZ. I mean, what are you saying in that situation? You've just been deleted by Sunny. It's unfortunate, but fortunately, Young Ninjas do edge out the pistol, and that's an important factor. Gorillaz confident in their approach to Inferno that they're willing to invest this time. Heading into the second round, of course, Young Ninjas bettering the buy. They do have the Galils and an AK, as well as that 2 MAC-10s in their pockets. That is going to be the wow factor, I feel like, if they send it towards B, closing that gap, the distance. I mean, it is going to be lethal, but it is LNZ to make the pathing easier towards this B site. Utility on through. Esperanto to throw the smoke to try and cover the tracks, trying to find the 1B. But again, Young Ninjas just toying with them with this B control. There's 1 minute and 15 on the clock yet to really make an impact in the round either side. Patiently waiting for possibly the window to open and for them to strike.
Of course, we did see on the last map the vacillation between these two teams. It's a nice setup in middle as well. The 2-man along, the Deagle and the Fam has to work off of each other. However, it's well read and immediately clapped out. Sunny and Sergey, the Finnish duo, of course, already been in a team together previously. Trying to get something done together, but it just does not happen. Once again, speaks to the lack of rapport between some of these players. Nice find by Nato. However, he will be taken down pretty quickly. So 4-on-2. Honestly, an argument to save this into the next round. Young Ninjas picking things up where they left off on Mirage, though. Very, very, very solid start.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from them, to be expected. They had a bit of a challenge in the first round, but this time less casualties and more damage, and only a MAC-10 out of the round, which is the important factor. You know, Nilo to pick up the AK again. He delivers a double kill, and Manon, yes, you know, he is dead, but it's only a MAC-10, and if Gorillaz are to retrieve it, I mean, a MAC-10... it could do some serious damage, especially placed in the right angle, you know, looking at apartments or towards the close angle on mid, maybe. It's an interesting one. Towards apartments as well. There's too many positions for that MAC-10 to find itself, and obviously Young Ninjas looking to try and get that away from the Gorillaz side. Unfortunately, no one in their sights, as both players looking to save the armor and the utility alongside those pistols into the third round, and there's going to be a technical pause this time. We don't know for what, but hopefully it'll be resolved quite quickly and everything will get back to normal soon enough. Time for the players talk, though. And for Gorillaz, their talking point will be, well, what do we need to do being brought forward to these next couple of rounds? And, I mean, for the Young Ninjas side, I mean, they can only talk about what they've done right so far. Yet to drop a round. The pistol, as mentioned, got a little intense. But other than that, they are going to be looking good for this one. And, I mean, this is beautiful stuff from them so far. It is absolutely excellent how well they're playing. And across not only this last map and this one, but the previous series as well, they are just dismantling everyone and hopefully getting back into the action soon. Gorillaz on an eco-scriv, and well, I think it's safe to say we conclude it before it even starts that realistically Young Ninjas should be finding a third and put up that third to the board.
Well, as we get back into the action, Gorillaz need a bit of something, kind of, some magic, I suppose. You could say nip magic, mate, maybe. To be fair, there's a reference, an old one for you, that we've not heard for a while, since Nip has just completely changed things up back in the day. But do you remember that? It was like they did some weird... The rumour was they did some, like, spooky sorcery behind the scenes to try and...
What?
Yeah.
That was a rumour, really?
Yeah. You know, something like that. Like, I don't know. And then it just became this thing that NIP fans in like 2016, 2017, when they were, you know, still hopeful that the same roster would find the same success and all that, became a thing that they would like talk about non-stop. The NIP magic. You never know, man. This 1v5 NIP magic might happen. So certainly magical at the moment for the Young Ninjas side of things. Very, very clean on the uptake. Great little flash actually to blind up the player on the boost. Easy frags coming in. Sunny is hidden away. They certainly could do some damage here, but the round itself is over. Only the pistols to work with. You definitely don't expect them to pull this one back.
Certainly not. And I mean, again, unfortunately, it was both players with armor that have gone down first. And, well, LNZ a third in the round with that FAMAS. It's tearing these players apart. Some unarmored, some unarmored. Whoa, that's a tongue twister. Some armored. But either way, LNZ to tear right through them. It's a 3k on him at the end of the round. Nilo and Fozy each jumping in with one. And at the end of the day, Young Ninjas, great success within the third. No casualty, and that means, or rather, one casualty, I do believe, on the hands of Sapek. But other than that, they are going to be looking quite good heading into round 4. It's a bye round, a first to be tested. Interestingly enough, we were talking about just a moment ago, Scriv, you know, the question is who's going to be picking up that AWP. We saw Sergey whip it out a couple of times on Mirage. We know Nato Safix is a capable par. This round, it's none of them. Arguably, it's because of the money, but at the same time, I mean, maybe, just maybe, we could have been Sergey, the possible half armor plus AWP, no utility, instead opting for the Org. Sapek taking some very early damage towards Banana to the hands of Flusher through the wall. At the end of the day, it's all the same, though. A 5 versus 5 and utility being drawn out from the Gorillaz side quite quickly. But, oh, that is beautiful damage yet to convert. Man, and oh my word, it's Fozy to find it to the assistance of Nilo. It's a 5 versus 4 in favor of the Young Ninjas. Beautiful stuff yet again to work that opener. And, I mean, this is beautiful stuff. Some excellent Counter-Strike being played by the youth side. And Gorillaz outclassed once again in round 4.
Already in dangerous territory for me, it feels like. Maybe they can recover it back, but they are just being out-rotated at the moment. Very flat, transparent movements from Gorillaz. They will find Manon. They will discover he was the lurker. And yeah, Young Ninjas, they just kind of can't believe that the B-bomb site is left clear so easily, but it is. Still 4-on-4 in the retake. Definitely not impossible here. They are going to go for it. They've got a kit available and movements in the right direction, but things are looking less and less likely as the time goes on. The bomb has now been planted. Nobody on the Young Ninjas side of things showing themselves here. See a bit of utility raining in, but the push has to come from Gorillaz. They're very apprehensive. NATO does manage to find one in Banana. Maybe that'll make the difference here. Will he get traded out? No, he gets another. Surely now the rest of the cavalry has to push forwards. It's kind of an off angle from Fozzy on the Galil. He does get 2, in fact. It's all onto Sapek. Looking to hold it down. Flusher goes flying in and catches him with no ammo. Is there enough time for the defuse?
Oh my God,
I
it's
think
close.
there is. It's a little close, but he should just about get it through. And Gorillaz, they battle back, and somehow, despite the poor start to that round, they will get themselves there first.
Somehow they whip it back from the depth, but something that you can't turn around quite as easy as the skins you can get on CS Money. Amazing, affordable prices. As always, you can go and check them out using the cards below, or of course, go to cs.money. 30% extra on your first deposit. You throw in 100, you get 130 script. That is impressive stuff. CS Money giving you all those deals and all those lovely offers. Make sure to go and check them out as always. But Gorillaz not really willing to get checked out early. They are going to be throwing up a fight, and that grenade onto LNZ, I think a bit of a shallow one, and Gorillaz not really anticipating the play, but it works out either way. And another one over the top. Oh, LNZ very low HP, does escape. Esperanto dishing out even more with that HE grenade, of course, putting him down sub 40, but still well within the round, still within the realms of winning it. And Young Ninjas, B isn't their only focus. Deep apps control obtained, and this is where it gets dicey. You know, Gorillaz, do they want to sacrifice the player towards B because of that early contact, or do they want to stay 3A because of this noise and the protocol lurk smoke thrown out of apps? It's an interesting one. The dilemma you're always thrown into on Inferno, and every map, in fact. So we'll have to wait and see. Nilo patiently waiting for his chance to express possibly a first on the board for the Young Ninjas side within this round. Time going to be ticking away. 45 seconds. Yet again, a methodical approach. A late one, though, into this round. And it's costing them as 3 grenades thrown from the Gorillaz side. And all 3 connecting for at least 30 points of damage from LNC. A Soaring Eagle picking a first out of the sky. It's Sergey to fall. LNC on the back of the site with a second. Nilo's found another in response. And it's a 4 versus 2. Once again, the low HP player just does not matter. He picks out a double from absolutely nowhere. The last 2 Gorillaz players is the behold, and well for them. It's unfortunate. It's a turn of events they did not expect. And the triple hold that they most certainly adhered to most certainly torn away from them. And a 4th on the board for the Young Ninjas side. Scriv, we were talking about the one-sided performance on a map like Mirage and Inferno. It's all the same as 5 rounds played and Young Ninjas scoring 80% of them as this round drawn quickly to a close. Beautiful stuff from them.
And it's really good signs for Young Ninjas as well. You know what I mean? They lose the first rifle round when Gorillaz get in. We talked about this on Mirage as well. Can be very, very scary. I think they're going to be a team that once they get some wind behind their sails, certainly could be hard to stop. But Young Ninjas just cut out the middleman. They don't allow that to happen, and they're immediately back in unfazed and quickly adaptable as well, which is so, so scary. I really am impressed. Young Ninjas looking better and better every time. You know, the best academy team out there, and maybe going to drop some legends here as well. So time will tell. This half by around the saved rifles, see whether it can find success. Only trying to get aggressive, but nothing coming just yet.
Minute 35. Yet again, Gorillaz not really going all too much early doors. This mix of a mix of rifles, I would argue, going to be put to the test, and already one of them well and truly taken out of the round as Sunny dropped with immediate effect. He tried to bring forward the best, but IWP towards along is definitely going to overpower any rifle. And LNZ and Manon have found one apiece. Flashar, one, nearly a second as well. LNZ dipping sub 30, but runs into the Molotov, and it's from the Flames. LNZ to find it. Flusher with a beautiful double, but his best efforts, even though perform within the round, it will not convert at the end. Manon, an off angle to say the least, and a very unfortunate one for Esperanto as he walks right into the guillotine. The Swedish guillotine at that, as Young Ninjas deliver a 5th and 6 rounds played, and the gap to extend one more in the advantage of the Young Ninjas side. Gorillaz, this is where they're going to be out to play, though. This is where they're going to bring forward the big guns, and it's Esperanto with the AWP. So if we were talking about the availability with that AWP, and yet again, we're seeing Gorillaz. There seems to be a new face to that sniper rifle, and this round Esperanto looking to get it done. Try and destroy Young Ninjas and stop them in their traps early doors. Holding that sort of aggressive angle, but still tucked away, easy to run away from, and not really too much of a punishing angle. This CT hold, that Molotov, the flashbang, it's good, and LNZ to duck out of the way of the shot, but the grenade and the molly, beautiful damage. And already Young Ninjas set back massively in regards to the HP department.
Yeah, definitely not looking good here. Manon, key fight to be winning. Flash comes in. It's ineffective, but he finds both. Oh my goodness. That spray transfer is mental. Sunny from behind, trying his best to recover things back. But I think the damage is already done, to be honest with you, mate. The bomb is making its way here. Sunny, they've got him trapped in the apartments. Ozzy, ooh, Molotov out. That's a dangerous one. He's just creating space for LNZ, though. And thankfully, he's bailed out. 4 on 2. I think another safe scenario, to be honest.
I don't blame them. Yet again, it seems to be so forgiving, the Gorillaz A site hold. You know, we see Nato, Sergey, and Sunny all on it. Every time we see, you know, all 3 players fall within the first 15, 20 seconds of the push, and they're just not buying enough time for these B rotates to come in, because Young Ninjas haven't really thrown all too many fakes. You know, I think we've seen one round of these 7 where Young Ninjas have sort of gone, okay, we're going to throw this B utility, we're going to try and draw out this second player, and possibly the third rotate. And the one time they did, it worked. And so Gorillaz quickly realized, hold on, we shouldn't be oversaturating the rotates and forcing a player to run across. And now it's starting to bite them. Young Ninjas playing mental games with their utility, and it's definitely showing. 4 survivors within the round, as well as the AWP on Fozy. Esperanto keeping his own, and can drop across an M4A4 if he so wishes to do so. I think he will, because saving these 2 rifles, Gorillaz desperately need to piece together a round, and within this one, it has to be an interesting one to say the least. Into round 8, Young Ninjas 6, Gorillaz 1. Up by 5. Unfortunately, just before we kick things off, a bit of a timeout, and you're going to start to see, oh, look, Fozy reclines. Oh, he's even going to crack the knuckles. He's like, you know what, guys, that's it, I'm ready. We call the timeout, or whoever it may be, calls the timeout, and they go, I'm ready for anything. And LNZ obviously orchestrating the Young Ninjas side, talking about what's going wrong, what's going right, and where they need to sort of throw themselves in. It's the Gorillaz tactical timeout, and at the end of it, well, you can only hope the best of it, because Young Ninjas absolutely slaughtering the European team on the Young Ninjas map pick.
Definitely seems to be the case. It is very, very worrying indeed on the Gorillaz side of things. Look, I did say at the beginning that they certainly had potential here on the Young Ninjas team to take it, but in this kind of a fashion, if it continues this way and, you know, ends the same way that Mirage did, I think it would be a disappointing result for Gorillaz, to be honest with you. So, and a very, very impressive one from Young Ninjas, starting off once again. Fast, aggressive play. They're at an all-time high right now. They're feeling so damn good to just kind of do whatever they want. Finding the head pretty easily. So, 5-on-4, straight out of the gate.
Ooh, missed shot from Esperanto as well. And how do you find that? Well, we could have been looking at level steadings. Instead, no, it will be denied. And interestingly enough, even though the loss bonus, and I was talking about Esperanto possibly dropping over the M4, instead he opts for his utility, and they opt to an eco, and Sergey living up to that. The P250 finding ahead. The Desert Eagle not going to have the same success. However, LNZ just charging on forward. A second dink from Sergey, but nothing to come of it. Well, 55 seconds on the clock, and the bomb will be slammed down onto this A site, and well, 4 versus 2, yet again, these B players, it's repetition again, Scriv. We're seeing these B players just late to the party, and that's not their fault. You know, it's the A site that's lacking defensively, and so Esperanto and Flusher, by the time they arrive, they can't really do all too much work. They look for the openers, but Esperanto denied, leg shotted, or tagged through the box, excuse me. And so, willingly, he'll just run away, try and grab this AWP and hold on to it for round 9. 7 now to the Young Ninja side. Gorillaz, change needs to be happening instantly. Whatever they're going to throw at them, it needs to come into fruition now. Because the main objective for Young Ninjas is slaughtering the Gorillaz side. And, you know, they struck first every single round, it seems to be, and they just can't bite back from it. Going to be round 9 ahead. Young Ninjas 7, Gorillaz 1.
Mad. Absolutely mad. And it's so shocking to me as well, because I feel like Gorillaz are not even matching up on an individual level. Do you know what I mean? It's not like the team play is absolutely massive. It's just like Young Ninjas playing a lot of fast rounds on this T side, to be honest with you. You know, we see some crazy stuff like Mannon's 2K spray transfer. We also see some simple stuff. The previous round, Sapek getting aggressive, finding an opener at the top end of Banana like it's a pug. You know? So I think certainly they are, generally speaking, winning the fights. As soon as I mention it, of course, Sapek's going to fall this time around, as the flash is effective, but the movement a bit too quick. Nades coming in. That's huge damage. Oh, my goodness. About 100 points. Just over now with that second one as well. The warbang comes in. Oh, that's huge. That is absolutely huge. 5-on-3. As Gorillaz look set to maybe get their second.
That is the change of pace that Gorillaz needed. And now you're starting to see Young Ninjas. I don't want to say they're exactly inexperienced in this situation, but the unfamiliarity with it, you know, being in a 4 versus 5, they're like, okay, now what? And you see individuals. We saw the push through middle, no flash, nothing there. Young Ninjas just trying to play it as basic as possible, not really giving all too much to find the openers, because they were so easy to hand when it was happening. And you know, speaking of easy to hand, a lovely phone from the Red Magic people. 165 hertz refresh rate on their phone, and a very nice looking phone at that. And obviously, arguably one of the smoothest phones in the world. And I think it is the highest refresh rate phone in the world, at least, you know, on the market right now, which is ridiculous stuff. That's, you know, we were talking about this last game, Scriv. That's literally better refresh rate than my monitor and your monitor. It's ridiculous stuff, and I mean, awesome stuff from them as always. Make sure to go and check them out. But speaking of awesome stuff, for Esperanto, a slight success. He won't know about it just yet, but he has tagged LNZ through the wall, and immediate damage done. Yet again, Young Ninjas fighting from a disadvantage. Not so much from the last. Oh my god, what is Sapek doing? It's LNZ to pick up the first, and he's charging right through towards CT spawn. The confidence from Young Ninjas is just radiating from them in LNZ. From the back lines, we'll find the shot through smoke, man. Oh my word, what is happening right now? Young Ninjas just shattering this B defense and furthermore humiliating them. Sergey, he's going to draw one back and put things slightly less one-sided. It's a 4 versus 2. Young Ninjas on the brink of success as 8 on the horizon inside 10 rounds. It is exceptional from the Young Ninjas side. Scriv, I don't know what we've just witnessed. Yet again, individual excellence from the Young Ninjas side. Some ridiculous shots and arguably luck, but sometimes luck is what you need, and Young Ninjas seems to be they have plenty of it in terms of skill as well, as it will be an 8th drawn to their name. 10 rounds done, and okay, they're not done just yet. Fozy just jumps on down, mid-air tags up Sergey twice, and a headshot as he lands. This is, I've got a headache. How well Young Ninjas are playing right now. It baffles me, some of the stuff they get away with, and even them to call a tactical timeout here. They're like, guys, what's going on in this round?
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe it's used as a breather more than anything, because I for one need it.
Yeah, I think certainly for me it is a bit of a cool off. It's also they're in the ascendancy. They've got 4 timeouts to work with, and I think, you know, their energy is probably at an all-time high. They're really performing well. They're absolutely in the zone for this one, as you can see. You know, just very, very quick movements, even on like the camera. Everybody is like zoned in. So I think certainly taking a moment here to just cool off, take a few breaths, you know, and just relax and maybe try and replicate what they just had in the previous round. But yeah, it's unbelievable, Retro. It really is. Madness. Seriously. Unbelievable. I don't know. This is kind of crazy to me. But we'll see moving forwards. Gorillaz on the double up setup. If they can make it work in this round. It's been a shakier one, as we've said. You know, Sergey open on the last map, Esperanto picking it up on this one, and then Sergey again. And, you know, it just seems very, very disjointed at the moment on the Gorillaz side of things. So maybe this will find them some stability here. Maybe we're getting a bit too overconfident. Fozzy just goes walking in through the fire. He does find the kill, but also dies. And I know NATO, being a player that he is, he's going to be like, why are you doing that, man? Like, that's just such a stupid thing that shouldn't work. But, of course, for the kill, it does. He doesn't stay alive. I guess you could say the 1-for-1 is going to work out for that T side, but still, that is a showing of overconfidence if ever I've seen it.
Beautiful stuff. Lovely from them. 4v4 though. Sergey. Going to be challenged, quite possibly. Flusher as well. Looking for something. Just a little something at that. But for the time being, everyone waiting. Don't know really what's going on all too much now through the Young Ninjas communication. I can only argue, you know, at this point in time, guys, what are we going to be doing in this round? Like, we have some brackets control, but it's apps where we're going to find our success. Sapek to open things up. He'll be calling for a second man on site as well. Look, Scriv, I don't know what's going on. You were talking about it before, and yet again, it's just a reckless peak from Young Ninjas, and it works. It works. Anything Young Ninjas throw at the Gorillaz side, it sticks. And well, now Esperanto and Flusher against all odds, a 4 versus 2. It's an all too familiar scenario where they go, okay, there is no way we're winning this round, and they're going to run away with the guns that they have at hand, and they will simply go for the save. 9 to the Young Ninjas' name.
This is peak
Wow.
online CS, isn't it? Absolutely peak online CS from Young Ninjas, to be honest with you. And I think it is epitomizing what we've been seeing over the past year. Whether this kind of thing would work on LAN against these LAN veterans as well is another question. You know, but for now, it looks so damn good. And if they can translate it onto LAN, I would love to see it. But look, I don't want to call it just yet, but the way that things are going, if this first half continues, I think the game might just be over. And I would mark it as a moment. you know, in a small sense, not like a massive turning point. But this, for me, it can feel, in a sense, a changing of the guard. You know, the young players, all of them sub 20 apart from Manon, right? And I think he's only 21, if I'm remembering correctly. Against these veterans who, you know, are in difficult spots in their careers. Sergey's still quite young, to be fair. I think he's only 19. The vast majority of this team, they have had moments in the sun. Trying to get back to that has proved to be difficult, and young ninjas are the new blood, you know? And certainly finding success, certainly showing what they are capable of here when they put their minds to it. Early damage across the board, but nothing coming off of that banana aggression.
I'm at a loss for words how well young ninjas are playing right now, and I understand what you mean. It's sort of like a passing of the torch, where, you know, the great becomes the old, and, well, Sergey, the youth of the team, spreading some hope for the Gorillaz side within round 12. A double kill towards middle after Sunny's death has at least put young ninjas the man disadvantage. The utility's still there, though. They've got 3 smokes, one towards CT, one towards coffins would be appropriate, and then the flashbang to send them in. The Molotov could be used towards dark as well, or towards new box. This is the bare bones be execute, and I understand why young ninjas are going for it. And you see, here we go, flashbang over the top, molly thrown in as well, exactly towards dark as expected. And here you go, a bit of a missed coffin smoke, but it does allow them onto the site. Will Flusher be checked, though, is the question. They haven't delved into the back of the site just yet, but no one really facing. A dink there, Fozy low HP, they now know his location. LNZ just getting hit by apparently a nuclear bomb on the back of the site. Is it Sapek to fire one? Flusher doubles down, and Fozy to be taken out of the round by Sergey. A triple kill, and Flusher with 2, a full house of frags. And that will be, easy as could be, a third for the Gorillaz side, and much to the help of Sergey, as he's the only man putting up positive figures for the Gorillaz side on Inferno so far.
Yeah, look, man, I don't want to be immediately kind of negative about it, and don't want to be showing any kind of favoritism to young ninjas, so I'm going to prefix it with that. But I do feel that that round comes off of 2 things. Kind of an oversight in towards the middle, and also a setup that, like, you're not going to be thinking about. You know, the aggressive mid setup with that player pushed way up. So I don't know that that keeps on working is my point. And Sapek just bouncing his way in does get traded. But again, the banana aggression from him has been super successful, Nilo. Has to check this angle. NATO very ready for it. Yeah, positioned himself perfectly to spot the barrel and all that before the player will find the kill. So we're a 4-on-3 in favor of Gorillaz.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be getting all the greater now. Minute and 15 on the clock, and yet again you see that the fight's still there. Manon just making his way around towards arches. This is big as well. A kill towards short, I do believe, has now pulled Nato Safix towards sight, and this is where the long player gets effective. That smoke, they know there's a player inbound. LNZ just going to eat up the grenade, and that's bomb gone. 58 seconds. Will he expect the man from long? He will. Manon missed shot, and now the Molotov going to be deployed. Nato Safix flushed out. He has to find one. He won't find it. Manon, bit of a misplay, arguably, and Fozy now 1 against 2. That smoke isn't good. The Molotov thrown has to stick the plant. Will be gifted that. Nade in towards sight, holding the long angle. Has to be careful, though. They're coming from the left-hand side. This shot has to duck away. Sunny will find the kill. And Gorillaz now with a 4th. It's starting to look promising, but again, some might argue too little too late. Young Ninja's map pick still certainly in their favour, but a little bit of hope injected to the Gorillaz side. As a 4th on the board, down by 5. Heading into the penultimate 1.5 as well. Young Ninja's plenty of money to invest.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, if they can make it to 6, and maybe you do believe that they can turn things around on that T side when they dictate the pace a bit more. See what they've got in store. But we'll see. Young Ninjas, of course, solid buy here. Do need to find a bomb plant, though, if they want to buy up into the next. If they lose this one, Sunny, taste of their own medicine, swinging in off the back of the flash. Gets the early frag. Also, early nade damage here could be followed up on. I think that one's a bit too deep. Nonetheless, that's a solid 1-man advantage, or, you know, a 1.5 if you want to be pedantic about things. So, certainly looking good here for Gorillaz. They are indeed on an upswing. I think I would be confident if I were them. Just need to make sure they don't give the kills back Sapek is looking for it. There's that shoulder peak spot, but nothing really coming at the moment. 2 players in on the A-bomb site itself as well. Pesky B smokes. Yeah, this is really well held right now for Gorillaz, and certainly looks like they should solidify this man advantage.
Making their way towards B. Wait and see how things go. Esperanto, what is going on? He finds a first denied of a second. The peak out of nowhere. I was just expecting a simple B take and Gorillaz to hold on, but instead, they bring the fight to them. And well, flash up. 1, 2, flashed off of the third. I think it was a team flash, in fact. No, it wasn't. It was Nilo's. And that flashbang actually allowing him onto site. Sergey caught blind. And Nilo fakes it. Oh, nice first shot. Still against 2. The flashbang in. Sunny quickly realizing not going to be there. Molotov going to be deployed towards CT. Going to stick the plant. Sunny running through. And in fact, his toe's getting way too warm. And he dips out of the fight. Nilo spots the man. He knows the second has to come from Banana. And Sunny just about finds the kill. That got scary, though. Just for a second there. Sunny running into that Molotov quite possibly could have been the biggest misplay, of this game so far. And the bomb will be defused by Natto. Sapphics and Gorillaz will be gifted a 5th. The question is now, will Young Ninjas find double digits on this T side? If they don't, it's still a very respectable half. But credit to Young Ninjas where it's due, because they are looking strong so far. At least to the latter part of this first half.
Nilo showing a little bit of what he's capable of. One to watch for sure on this lineup. Really solid rifler, and you can see smart in the clutch as well. Maybe he could even have committed to his second fate, you know, and gone for a swing, caught Sunny completely by himself, but didn't want to take the risk. Nonetheless, Gorillaz getting their bare minimum of 5. Moving up to 6 would be very nice indeed. Close the gap as best as possible. Yeah, the crazy aggression again coming in. Not going to find success. Bursty flashes, I think that's what they like to do, and Gorillaz ultimately at the tail end of this first half have just gone, okay, let's just sit really far back so that if they go for that, it just really doesn't help, you know, isn't effective. And as you can see, slight blind, but really nothing doing. So 5 on 4 again in their favor. Not followed up by the nade damage this time around. They will look to attack the A-bomb site. Sonny got to be careful with that nade in hand. We'll move back to the AUG. It's a player over in towards pit, watching short. Also got to be careful, though. There's heavy T presence here.
So Sapphic might just get picked out here, and if he does, this could be unfortunate. A smoke on the molly, though. That's going to alarm them for the location. Sunny caught on the back of the site. He will go down. LNZ to find the first. Nilo just dives through his own smoke. In fact, it was Sapphic to dive through, but Nilo still to pick up the kill. And a very nice grenade, but it's not going to do all too much. It could have done some serious damage. But 4 versus 3. At least an extra man ready for the retake. But again, disadvantage from the get-go. And getting back onto this site, the A site as well. Arguably the harder of the two, considering the man advantage. Problematic, to say the least. And Nilo, oh, he's getting all the timing if he peeks now. Esperanto, there you go. Headshot delivered. Sergey and Flusher, it's the last of the half. They have to approach for it. They have to go for it. Posey to pick him up, and Flusher, I mean, the man's had some rounds in his career, but this one would be something else. And while he's good for one, the overwhelming factor of the Young Ninjas to prevail. 10-5 at the half. 14-7 on LNZ, and Nilo trailing close behind 12-8. And so far, I would like to say Nilo has had a very impressive performance across this game so far. I feel like he's constructed a lot of opening frags. Yes, he hasn't been the direct hand-in-hand resemblance to round win because of him, but he has set up some amazing plays. I mean, you know, flashbangs, bomb plants, things like he's done the dirty work, but not only that, he's performed at an individual level that is excellent. And there you go, the man on screen, of course. A very impressive performance from him. And not only that, from the whole Young Ninjas side, you know, absolutely delivering.
Yeah, I mean, he looked good in the previous series as well against Finest. Do you think that him and Fozzy could really take some names in future? So keep an eye on them with the way that they're performing at the moment. The pistol, obviously, going to have an awful lot of weight here moving forwards, particularly when it's a 10-5. I think it can set you up in good stead. If you win, you know, Young Ninjas in this case, if you win when you've got the 10 rounds, you get up to the clean 13. It's very, very difficult, therefore, for your opponents, right? They have no room to work with at that point, at least initially. They need to find probably the next 4 rounds, I would say. The next couple rifle rounds in order to feel confident about closing the gap. So it really can make the difference, of course, though. On the opposite side of the coin, you win the pistol on the T side here with only the 5 rounds, and you can close the gap pretty quickly. It only comes to 2, so you can feel very confident with yourself moving forward. Speaking of confidence, a lot of confidence in Coinbase, eh? Very, very simple stuff to get an account set up, get investing in crypto, and find yourself a bit of extra to earn as well as you learn all that sort of stuff, and a lot of information available to beginners, simple interface and all that. Probably the best crypto trading app and website and whatnot out there, so do be sure to check it out down below.
Absolutely. And Young Ninjas, well, looking to invest into this round, and not only that, the series is 6 rounds away from victory, 5 at least from securing overtime on this second map. Taking away Gorillaz map pick. Let's see if Gorillaz can do the same. Man of War blind catches off one Nilo as well, and the pressure is just all too much. It's cooked. An absolute feast towards middle, and Esperanto against 4 has found a first, then a second. Now hold on a second, LNZ in towards the balcony as well. Esperanto trying to tap at him, but only 40 points of health to work with. Knows that there might be a man towards Banana. Peeks out, does get the information. If you can isolate this 1 versus 1, it could be a big chance. And that decoy, Esperanto thrown out from it. Sapek gotta be careful. Esperanto, a triple. A very, very silent game so far. But this round would trump all, as Gorillaz 6th could be on the horizon. The only man to stand in his path is top spot and top dog for the Young Ninjas side so far within this map. It's none other than LNZ. 30 seconds remaining. He's expecting the CT push because of little to no noise thrown from middle. Quickly peeking. No one there. That's going to return back to the bomb. At least get the information. Okay, it's still there. I'm going to check behind, but it's all about timing. And oh, he's going to dip back in. Esperanto does collect the bomb. Peek on out. LNZ. Nice headshot. Esperanto close to success, but denied at the final hurdle. On LNZ. A little bit of added salt, the extra beef thrown into it, and spice added fuel to the flame as the BM at the end of the round send Young Ninjas 5 away from victory, and an important pistol to their success, but an even more important one could have been found for the Gorillaz side, but nothing found from it. Scriv 5 away from victory. Young Ninjas find themselves, and nothing to say other than an impressive round individually from Esperanto, but Young Ninjas just trumping everything. That, wow.
Yeah, I mean, dangerous stuff, isn't it? That speaks to some of the inexperience that Young Ninjas have got, right? I may be the first to die. It doesn't really matter, but no, they should have taken the bomb. And it does need, you know, maybe a loud voice from LNZ to go, whoa, relax, relax, relax. You know, just get the bomb. We know where he's at. Let's just chill. The push from behind, especially from Sapek for me in the 2v1, I think you just have to back off and go and join your teammate on A rather than try and be the hero. Weird, because those kinds of moments often happen in pistols as well, you know what I mean, where players push in a bit questionably and all that. Maybe they feel confident. Either way, it works out, but it does come awfully close. Gorillaz will be kicking themselves. They can't get it done. Also going to be kicking themselves early on into this round as they have a couple players left low, particularly Flusher on that 43 HP.
Yeah, and, I mean, a hero AK from the hands of Esperanto dropped over to Sergey, and in this round, I mean, you need an individual to step up because of the rifles and the utility that Young Ninjas can throw at them and delay in the process. So, for the Gorillaz side, that is at least a step to the right direction, but disadvantaged Esperanto stands. Wait and see how they react, though, and how they respond. The B execute is in. LNZ back at the site, MP9. This could be a money maker or a round breaker. We'll have to find out, though. And the aggression. Oh, Sapek pushes through. Good for one, and a dink as well onto Esperanto. Hasn't done all too much. Flusher back at the site. Caught out by Fozy as well. LNZ, as mentioned, got a frag now. So Sapek's with a quick trade. The double peak. LNZ good for another. And a beautiful 3k with the MP9. As easy as that. Young Ninjas now with 12. 4 away. Beautiful stuff.
Looking way too good, isn't it? Young Ninjas, almost too good to be true. And it often is when it's too good to be true. However, another thing that seems too good to be true, CS Money. Of course, beautiful skins that you're absolutely after, and they got those deposit bonuses going on. We were having a bit of a chat, weren't we? I'm kind of tempted. I want to get a knife. Been playing a lot more Counter-Strike recently with the homies, and be nice to, you know, have a bit of a flex, mate. Pull out my skeleton knife, do some spin moves. That'd be very cool. And maybe CS Money. Well, CS Money sounds like the place to be honest with you. Early find from Sapek on the back of the nade. Looking to shut this one down is of course, just a pistol buy here for Gorillaz.
You can't out, Sonny. Serious damage done to Manon, but he holds his ground, and I would say the first kill, but it's the second within the round. Nilo's found a third as well onto Nato Safix. And I'm starting to see that the problems coming from the Gorillaz side is the fact that there is capability within the team individually, but no one's there to trade. No one's there to find a frag, and well, there you go, Sapek, good for one, LNZ trades. And it's that difference. You see there, Young Ninjas, the double push towards Banana. One man dies, the trade's in. They know the info. Gorillaz, they get the information, they just can't make the trade happen. Whether that's the player not being there or the player being there, but no response there in the end. And Young Ninjas 3 steps away from victory. A dominating first series we saw against Team Finest. And well, in the second best of 3, the winners matchup, bear in mind, Young Ninjas close to success to top their group, and obviously for those Gorillaz fans out there, don't worry, there's still a chance in this series, but if there isn't, and they do end up losing this, they do have a chance to win tomorrow, and if they do win after the game against Nordavind and Finest, that'll be their shot at success within Group F to qualify for the playoff stage. It would be an impressive one. We'll have to wait and see if they can. And focusing back up onto this matchup, it's Flusher and Sunny to find 2 openers, and well, Esperanto to add to the tally at the cost of Sunny, though. Sergey finding Sapek, and as quick as you like, Milo against 4. Haven't spotted the man dropping out of pit. The flashbang, it's good. But Nato Safix quick to the trigger, and it will simply be a 6th on the board for the Gorillaz side. A little more fortunate within this round.
Very, very good indeed. As they do just about manage to hang on here. I mean, things are taking a turn, but it's whether it continues that way at the moment. Gorillaz, they need it to, right? I think they need to get to 10 rounds here, if you ask me, before they drop another, if they are to solidly shoot their way back in. Nice nade once again. As Young Ninjas love a bit of aggression, they will probably eat those nades time and time again if they keep going for it. So, this round it doesn't matter so much as they're just wanting to, yeah, peek around the broken wall, find a cheeky headshot if it comes. Oh, Fozy, though, perfect positioning here. Could catch Flusher off guard, and he will. That's an AK. He should get traded out here. He's left very low indeed. Yeah, NATO makes quick work of him. Sapek, meanwhile, trying to get the timing in with his silencer off his USP to creep round the corner as sneakily as possible. Nilo gets the trade off the back of his damage. It's still a 3-on-3. Nilo here with the Deagle looking deadly as well. Certainly the one that needs taking down quickly and cleanly as he sat in that all-important pit position.
3 versus 3, but Young Ninjas, what's to say they can't convert? Sergey, Esperanto, and Nato Safix put to the test once again towards A double stack, one in from mini pit. It's Nilo. The high HP could be the difference maker. Drop on down. Nilo missed shots, and Sergey with the other. Threat neutralized. No problems at all. Crisis averted. Manon against 3, and I think you're quite quickly realizing he's not tabbed out. Don't worry, he's not crashed. But I think at this point in time, he used that time to just compose himself, think about what's going on, and well, you're going to have to think quite quickly. Do you want to go for this or do you want to save? And, I mean, they can buy in the next anyway, so what's the point? At least delving in for an AK, quite possibly. Could be the way to go. And a nice shot from Sergey to level things off for round 20. Gorillaz with their 7th. Signs of success here on the T side in recent times. But, now, Young Ninja's turn. Buy a round of their own. An AWP on Fozy and M4s to the brim. Limited utility, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Only suffering a little bit in that regard. The flashes missing alongside maybe the HE here and there. So, no problems at all. Young Ninjas, although they might be suffering utility, they most certainly will not be suffering in terms of confidence, as they are absolutely beaming to get this done in 2-0. And rightly so. This map pick, yet again, a little bit more to the test than I feel like than Gorillaz map pick. A better outing on Mirage, I feel like, for the Young Ninjas than it has been on Inferno. maybe things will change and they can take it 16-7. We'll have to wait and see. Nilo, this is disgusting. How do you get away with that? No trade as well. The player out towards middle, quickly realizing it's way too much of a suicidal play, and Sergey eating that HE grenade. Sent to 50, and a beautiful opener, and a reckless one that works out for the side of Young Ninjas.
Yeah, once again, madness finds great success. So we'll see. 3 players locked in on this A-bomb site for the Young Ninjas side at the moment. 2-man pit setup is always difficult to break apart. And Gorillaz, you can see, just very, very apprehensive. Was he going to spot Sunny, take him down as the nade comes in? You know, it was designed to keep him out of position. Unfortunately, he takes the fight to them, looking for another. He's somewhat aware of a player in the apartments, not fully sold on the fact, but Flusher is indeed there. Meanwhile, Esperanto trying to make noise on the B-bomb site. I mean, not just noise, he needs to find success. Oh, shoulder peek, there it is from Sapek, spotting him out. Flash to come over the top. However, the trade of utility is pretty effective here from the Gorillaz side. Manon getting one. The lurker on the A-bomb site there, so a 4-on-2. Directly a 2-on-1 in on the site itself. Tag lands onto Sergey. They're both so damn low. Surely they cannot win this retake. It's going to be so, so tough for them in the post plant. We'll see, though. Young Ninjas certainly biding their time, edging their way forwards, looking to just get the clean kills. Sergey takes one to LNZ. Nice find from him. They know exactly where both of them are. Sergey going to get another, though. The young gun showing him how it's done as he keeps on going. That pre-fire is so damn smart. It's all onto Fozzy, and he does not fancy his chances. Going to look to back away. He finds the first, looking for the second, and Sergey ready again with the pre-fire. The 4K seemingly out of nowhere to bail Gorillaz out of the toughest spot on that B-bomb site, and he absolutely does it. Magic. Absolute magic.
I wish we had the player cams for the Gorillaz side for that round. Imagine the hype after that. You know, a very important round as well, may I add. You know, Young Ninjas buy within that one. They really needed that round, and they deliver. But this time, it is going to be the eco. Whittled down again. That loss bonus starting to rack up that money. Oh my word, Sergey. Plucked out of the sky. Manon ragdolls to the floor and lifeless his body. A first kill granted. LNZ to peak. Well, 1D. Not all! What? LNZ! Oh my god! Stop it, my friend! You are absurd! Nato Safig's in for one. But that has got to be one of the most ridiculous plays I think I've ever seen. Front page of Reddit. Sunny finally to take the Titan down in a 2 versus 2. If Young Ninjas lose this round, that has got to be a life round from LNZ that surely they should convert. Surely they should have in their pocket. My heart is racing.
That
and
is...
LNZ's most certainly would.
I don't know, man. I'm rubbing my eyes in disbelief.
Oh my god. Time out for the casters, please.
Yeah, Jesus.
Oh.
Holy hell.
That is ridiculous.
Okay, let's bring it back down to earth, though. The big question is whether that has made the difference in the round. Still 2 players remaining, stacked on top of each other in the pit. Really do like this idea, actually. Could be deadly, as they are watching each other's backs. Utility raining in. It seems to give the game away. Nice little flash over the top. NATO in towards the site. The bomb looking to join him. Will chuck it up. The push towards pit. It's quickly traded. And now NATO left in the one-on-one. The Deagle again seems to be the thorn in the side. He's trying to push in, trying to find the spray. And he will. Bailing them out in the one-on-one. Gorillaz get the 9th. But my god, that round is all about LNZ. Holy hell.
Check this out. Look. Bop. Oh my god.
Insane.
Esperanto's
and then he just
mad.
carries
And
on.
then,
Do you know
look,
what I mean? He just keeps on going. Against
shot?
the AWP as well. Like, there's the courage to go for that. But just the mechanicals. You feel like the play's peaked after that first kill.
I'm shaking.
It's insane. That is absolutely insane. Thank God for Gorillaz, because you've honestly got to say, like, their mental would be in the bin if they won that round.
That was... Oh, what, man? Come on, LNZ. 23-11. I can't believe it.
The IGL as well, mate. He's just leading from the front. Absolute God. Absolute God.
I'm at a loss for words. Composure is required for round 23, not only for the players, but for us as well. Ridiculous stuff within that last round, but more of the same required for Young Ninjas. But not only that, they need to convert this round. They need to find themselves up there. That pick drops the nade on over. Beautiful damage done. It's not only Esperanto, the bottom side of the boost, taken low. It was, in fact, the peak as well that dished out another 25 onto Sergey. Well, we'll have to wait and see how things go, how things take place. It's very low in terms of utility for the side of Young Ninjas, but the HP bars on the Gorillaz side to match it. Time ticking away. 30 seconds in the round. It's literally gone at the blink of an eye. And Gorillaz still yet to make their move, and it has to be towards middle. It has to be that surge of aggression towards the A site. The Young Ninjas, they're going to be tested once again, and it's going to be the hands of LNZ to try and find the first, but no, the B site. Fozy, big first there, found. He needs to find a second to spam through. But Sapek, good for one. Oh, Fozy pushes on through the flanking from Flusher and Sunny. It's not going to be enough. 4 seconds on the clock. Sapek to find Flusher through the smoke. And Young Ninjas, they arrive with 14, and well, this is going to be the turn of tides, quite possibly Scriv. Not exactly a solo play like we saw in the previous, but that round was all about teamwork and success, as a late push from the Gorillaz side might possibly have cost them the game completely.
Yeah, you maybe need, especially the flank there, to be a bit faster. Could have been devastating if they were... And it's a play that they could pull out later on. Okay, they've got the first part of that for me, and that's the fact that they have the players on the flank successfully. But the messy part, the young team only being together a month part, is the fact that they are way later than the initial push. Maybe, indeed, that's what slows them down, is they're like, whoa, wait for us to get the flank. But it's like, well, we can't do that. We've only got like 15 seconds to get the bomb down. We've not made a move yet. We've got to do something. So it's unfortunate, but that's something for Gorillaz that could work in the future. If they can tighten that up, it's a really nice idea to pull the flank out and catch that CT player. You know, the player up on the boost was dead to rights, absolutely, if the play came a bit earlier. Either way, back into the round here, Nilo. Left low from that earlier exchange. Oh, the play coming through. It's Sapek on the AK. Holding it down, of course. Easy double spray for him. Sunny going to fall on the backside, and I think you were right. At the tail end of the last round, might just have cost them the game. The deagle here for NATO, he does get one, but he's got 3 more to find, and he can't get it done. 15-9, 6-2, clean things up and take the 2-0 against Gorillaz.
One more round required, and Gorillaz' money. It's not looking good. It's not pretty, to say the least. I mean, beautiful stuff from Young Ninjas, and Gorillaz to mount a comeback though. To bear that in mind as well. You know, you've got to think. It's an interesting one, you know, to be down so much. They did find success in the start, and well, finger slip must have been Sergey. Now sent to 40. That molly might as well cost him his life, but instead Sapek towards Banana. A reckless first push. It's LNZ's flash to blind them both, but of course the AK getting better than the Deeg in that gunfight. The spam as well continuing. And well, now the pressure is inbound. Sapek. That is ridiculous. A third within the round. In fact, LNZ to mow him down. And just like that, it's all said and done. Nato Safix, an unthinkable round required. 5 players. And Sapek in the air, through a smoke, and a headshot. Finds themselves the second one. 16-9. That's a 2-0 series, Scriv. That is that one done and dusted. What a game. The Young Ninjas side. What a performance. Exceptional stuff from them.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see what it means as well. They're all so into it, bro. Like, oh, man. That's so exciting. Keep an eye on this team. We have just seen, you know, recently in the past few months, the youngsters, Gambit youngsters, they were the Gambit youngsters for the longest time before Gambit, you know, the organization, I guess, made them the main team or whatever. And we've seen them, the Young Guns, really turn the world upside down, the world of Counter-Strike upside down. Young Ninjas kind of following in those footsteps as well. It's so impressive. And I'm really excited to see moving forwards whether they keep it going. Look, Gorillaz, not a massive name, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of history there, There's a lot of experience. It's a good time to take them on. But there's some really, really nice rounds, some great individual moments, and a few well thought out rounds as well on that T side of things, especially. So I'm excited to see what these guys have got for the future. You know what I'm saying? Like, give it a few more months and they could be in a very, very strong position.
I'm at a loss for words. But Scriv, on the bright side,
that round, mate. Like, still.
on the bright side, we do have an interview with the Juan Deeg Master himself, LNZ, coming up very shortly.
Yep.
What a way to end off the stream today, though. I mean, we've seen some ridiculous plays from every individual. I mean, we've seen exceptional performance from Young Ninjas across both best of threes. For Gorillaz, I mean, it's unfortunate to lose like that. But, again, a team that hasn't been together all too long, you can only wonder in your head, like, okay, considering they've only been together for X amount of time, quite literally a month, they didn't put on a bad show. Against Young Ninjas, yet again, I feel like it's a tough opponent. They are ranked quite highly in the world. I think 42nd we were saying, and so the Gorillaz are fairly new teams. Come and put on a performance like that. You know, it's gutting that they lost so many rounds. It's exactly like the first game we were at Scriv, where there is some rounds that Gorillaz should have converted, but they just didn't. And Young Ninjas, well, they're going to capitalize upon that. They are the kings of Group F. It seems to be. They qualify on through to, of course, the playoffs now. And in fact, we do have LNZ joining us once again. Welcome back, my friend. We didn't have you here not too long ago, and you know you were talking about the fact we expect to win in that style. That must have been an amazing performance individually and as a team. Can I get your words on that best of three? You know, how are you feeling after that one?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. I'm really proud of the boys that we managed to not let them into the game and actually just snowball on them. Feels really good.
Yeah, tell us about that Deagle round, my guy. You know,
Oh god.
because it also comes at a key moment. Obviously, you've got like the hype of the moment, but I think surely that's got to like spur you guys forward to just close the game out when Gorillaz did look to be getting a little bit of a foothold back into their T side.
Yeah, that was some pretty sick shots, and I just had the confidence and just rushing down Banana after that was maybe a mistake, but I can't help it when I get these Deagle rounds.
Yeah, ridiculous stuff, man. Ridiculous stuff. Probably one of the sickest clips I think we'll see for a little while on Banana. So, of course, topping Group F, things are looking upwards for you guys. You know, ranked 42nd in the world right now. An exceptional performance once again, may I say, for the Young Ninjas side. You were talking about last game. You were very proud this game. You're very proud again of the guys. It seems to be that the skill ceiling's pretty high for you guys. I want to know your opinion, you know, where you see yourselves in the future, because, of course, you know, a lot of online Counter-Strike right now. Questions about what happens when you go back to LAN. It seems to be you guys are very, very impressive. What do you think the future holds for you guys?
I think the future is bright. Our next step is top 30 that I know that we will reach. We'll just have to keep working hard and fix our mistakes and just become a smarter team in general.
Okay. All right. Well, last question for you here then. Very, very simply, we've got Nordavind, Finest, and Gorillaz coming up tomorrow. They have to battle it out, you know, to stay alive. Who do you see making it through out of those three teams?
I think all teams are really good, but I think Nordavind will actually make it. I think that's the best team in this group.
Okay. All right. There you go. Once again, thank you very much, LNZ, for giving us some of your time. Congratulations. Great day for you guys, of course, and a well-deserved rest and, you know, a bit of celebrations with the team. I would expect to see you again soon.
See ya, boys. Have a good one.
Yeah, and you, man. Wow. What an individual. What a play, and what a way to end the stream, Scriv. What a day of Counter-Strike, and it could not be wrapped up better. Young Ninjas undefeated within their group, and they absolutely fly through two top contenders, I feel like, in Group F. You know, he said Nordavind. I mean, they are exceptional, I must admit, but he mentioned every team is good. Anything can happen within this one, and I mean, Young Ninjas, I wouldn't say expected to be at the top, but most certainly proved why, statistically, they should have been at the top. And I mean, I have no words, Scriv. I'm at a loss for words how well Young Ninjas have played through these last 2 days, and it's beautiful stuff from them to see, and I can't wait to see more of them. I'm very excited, and he said their aims are top 30. And to be honest with you, sky's the limit for them right now. It seems to be. They are absolutely plowing through everyone they face, it seems to be. They're getting very far in, your bigger tournaments like your Spring Sweet Springs. Here, the Blast Rising, they've done exceptional, undefeated. Don't think they've dropped a map in the entire thing. So, beautiful stuff from them so far, and I can't wait to see more.
Yeah, really impressive, right? And they're young. They've got all this untapped potential. They've got very little responsibility, so much time, get it done, get it going while you've got the time, while you've got the opportunity, and absolutely delivering in a big way. Excited to see what they hold, what the future holds for them. But of course, that is going to be it from us for today. We do, as we kind of alluded to, have games coming up tomorrow. If you want to continue on, you want to see some of these teams that we've seen today, particularly the likes of Gorillaz, maybe can they stay up, can they stay alive? They will be in that decider game. The first one kicking off at 12 CEST, though, is going to be Nordavind up against Finest. A very, very difficult one to predict. Like you say, Nordavind looking very strong. Another great international kind of lineup. Finest trying to work their way up as well in the same space, in the same kind of style. You'll have to find out who's going to take it, who's going to join Young Ninjas tomorrow.
I'm gonna make her mine. I'm the man, I got the plan. When it hits the fan, do all I can, do all I can. When she lets her hair down, she drives me wild. And don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Yeah, oh my Lord, watch me sway. Darkness falls and we all pray, hoping for the light of day. Down to the river, I have held the devil's hand, felt the weight of my own sin, burdened by the heart of man. Down to the river, down to the river. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, say, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Mama taught me how to live, Daddy taught me how to give. Both of them had their own sins. Down to the river, every man has felt the shame. All our blood, it runs the same. Father, hear us as we pray. Down to the river, down to the river, sing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, singing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, sing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek, yeah. Down to the river, down to the river.
I thought you